Chapter 81. I cannot be inflexible. Chapter status. Unedited. The lizard's casualties quickly grew. The iron level and bronze level lizards were the first to flee. Then the entire lizard group routed. The fatball flying fish pursued close behind. A lizard panicked and actually fled towards the hiding spot of Zhen Ren and the others. With no way to avoid it, Zhen Ren could only hack it to death by attacking the same spot on its neck 3 times. Move, quickly. Zhen Ren's face was grave as he covered Kang Xu's and Zidai's retreat. He was not worried about the lizards, but rather the fatball flying fish. The green lizards could see them, but human eyes could not. Faced with an invisible opponent, they had to be extremely passive. Although Zhen Ren killed the lizard, the croaking still followed closely behind with obvious malice. It was very clear that the fatball flying fish were already enraged. Regardless of whether it was a lizard or something else, they would attack it. Run back to camp. You guys staying here will burden me? Zhen Ren's complexion changed as he shouted. Kang Xu and Zd immediately turned around and ran as fast as they could. However, the croaking still approached more and more. Abominable. They are too fast. Without someone obstructing them, the 2 of them will not escape. As the one bringing up the rear, Zhen Ren clenched his teeth, suddenly stopped running, and turned around to confront the empty sky. He could not see any enemies and was unable to determine the positions of the fatball flying fish. But Kang Xu's words were now lingering in his ears. I roughly know the reason. The green lizard's visual system is similar to many snakes. They can rely on a thing's body heat to see their figure. The hotter thing is, the more attention it would attract the green lizards. These fatball flying fish, let's call them that for the time being, are all more or less hot. We cannot see them with our eyes, probably because they have skin similar to a hiding chameleon. Although Zhen Ren had warned himself to not rashly use the magic core, however, if he did not use it in the current situation, not only would Zhen Ren's be in danger, Zd and Kang Xu would also be chased down and killed. After a split second, Zhen Ren activated the magic core. Zhen Ren's eyes began to transform. Human eyes had circular pupils, but now his pupils became vertical, yellow, and emitted a cruel, ice-cold beast aura. He had acid lizard eyes. Zhen Ren then blankly stared. How lizards saw things was very different to humans. Their eyes saw things in monotonous colors, like a novice oil painting, and could not see the outline of food clearly. Green lizards saw everything in a diluted yellow tint. The trees were a deep green, and the lake was a deep blue. These 2 things actually looked somewhat similar to the 2 people in his vision. The acid lizards were also green themselves, but not as dark as the trees. As for the fatball flying fish, every flying fish appeared red, some were light red, some were bright red, and some were dark red. At last, I can see them. Zhen Ren's heart was determined, and his spirit was roused. There were 6 fatball flying fish pursuing Zhen Ren and the others. Among them, 2 of them were scarlet, while the other 4 were a mild red. Apparently it had something to do with their life level. Zhen Ren fished out a wooden dart and began to transform again. Bare arms. Whoosh, whoosh. 6 darts violently shot out in succession and cut through the air with a sharp noise. The 6 fat ball flying fish wanted to dodge, however, the darts were too fast. Most of the flying fish fell to the ground, however 2 of them, despite being shot, managed to self-detonate on death's door. The self-detonation exploded in a torrential rainstorm that enveloped Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren found that he could not dodge it. He immediately tucked his head into his knees and legs to roll himself into a ball as much as possible. At the same time, he activated the magic core a 3rd time. In a split second, red light flashed, and a hard scorpion carapace grew all over his body. The pitch black fishbones hit the scorpion carapace with a series of brittle sounds. Zhen Ren unfurled his limbs and got up to see a great amount of fishbones scattered around his feet. He inspected his scorpion carapace and found it undamaged. After all, my carapace originated from a silver-level spear scorpion leader. Zhen Ren hurried over to a dead fat ball flying fish. All that remained of the fat ball flying fish was broken skin. The fat ball flying fish had a head the size of an adult's human, but because of the explosion disintegrating it, only fish skin remained. The largest piece of skin on the ground was only the size of a palm. In addition to the skin, there were small holes everywhere. These were due to the fish bones. Zhen Ren did not see the fish eyes, internal organs, and other body parts. They must have ceased to exist during the explosion. Besides skin, the biggest substance within a flying fish was water. The water was nearly boiling. It had a sulfur odor, was very pungent, and quickly seeped into the soil as it pooled on top of it. It was very difficult to imagine that this boiling water used to be inside of fish. But Zhen Ren was enlightened. I know. In the green lizard's field of view, the hotter something is, the brighter the hue it gives off. The lower one's body temperature was, the colder the hue. Furthermore, the light red fat ball flying fish should be common beasts. The bright red fat ball flying fish have attained the bronze level. Not only are the fat ball flying fish invisible to the human eye, they also don't have a detectable life aura. But after death, Zhen Ren could sense a life aura from the skin. The life aura was rapidly dissipating. After a moment of hesitation, Zhen Ren still chose to activate the magic core to absorb and convert the remnants of the fish. After cleaning up the battlefield in a hurry, Zhen Ren immediately returned to camp. I have lizard eyes that can see these fat ball flying fish. However, they cannot tell if they are surrounded, nor can they find targets to counterattack. Zhen Ren was very worried. A great amount of fat ball flying fish filled the sky with a steady flow of more emerging from the lake. The lizard group attracted the overwhelming majority of the fat ball flying fishes. Seeing through the lizard eyes, the red dot seemed to blot out the sky. The new school of fish also joined in to pursue the lizards. The lizards fled to the desert. The rapid movement put the temporary camp in a terrible position. It was located between the lizards and the lake. The fat ball flying fish flew in a straight line because there were no obstacles. This meant that subsequent schools of fat ball flying fish were sure to pass over the temporary camp. What bad luck! Halfway there, Zhen Ren noticed this trend and his complexion sunk. According to his prior experience, if these fat ball flying fish found Kang Xu and Zidai, they would most likely attack them of their own volition. I must draw them away. Zhen Ren took out more darts and constantly shot them. Every fat ball flying fish that was hit was shot dead. Many exploded on death's door. Launched fish fins brought disaster to other nearby flying fish, and caused other flying fish to explode when near death. Upon suffering the attack, the fat ball flying fish group loudly croaked and immediately shifted their primary target from the lizard group to Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren appeared to succeed in provoking the school of fish. He then activated the magic core with all of his strength. Red light gushed from inside him and outside him. The red light covered his body. Within it, a human form rapidly subsided to form a rough outline of a spear scorpion. After a moment, the red light dispersed to reveal that Zhen Ren disappeared without a trace. There was only a silver-level spear scorpion. The school of fish tenaciously watched Zhen Ren. They had witnessed all of Zhen Ren's transformation and were still rushing towards Zhen Ren. Calm down. Zhen Ren's heart was happy as he strode forward with his 4 feet and sped up. Zhen Ren was very fast. In fact, spear scorpions were faster than lizards. This had been proven many times in the past. Zhen Ren had transformed into a silver-level spear scorpion. The only problem was that Zhen Ren found it difficult to change directions when charging. Fortunately, however, the lizard's route of retreat was a giant arc. Zhen Ren deliberately moved around the temporary camp to attract the flying school of fish and to overtake the lizard group. The lizard group that was running away suddenly found that a silver-level scorpion had actually inserted itself into their ranks. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lizard shouted, and because of shock and fear, they became even more confused. Zhen Ren stabbed them one after the other as they tried to pull apart from him. Don't run. Wherever the lizards ran to, Zhen Ren would follow close behind and stab them. During this time, the school of fish that floated behind them felt happy. Because both targets of vengeance were here, there was no need to get confused. The toxic fish bones hit a lizard and caused it to collapse. They were also shot at Zhen Ren and hit his body with crisp echoes, yet Zhen Ren was still an animated tiger. Zhen Ren was gradually adapting in the lizard group as he swung his lizard tail again and again. The slender scorpion tail had a wide range of attack. A lizard that could not evade could only lose its life to the scorpion tail. The dead lizard's inertia made it roll across the ground before it lay motionless. The school of fish did not attack any of the corpses. Under the dual attacks of Zhen Ren and the school of fish, the lizard group suffered disastrous damage. Finally, less than 80 lizards escaped into the desert. In the end, Zhen Ren took advantage of the chaos to slip away. He immediately hurried back to camp. There was actually a fight occurring in the camp. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of fat ball flying fish had been attracted by Zhen Ren and the lizard group. There was only a small amount of scattered fat ball flying fish in the oasis. But as luck would have it, 4 fat ball flying fish visited the temporary camp. What bad luck! Zhen Ren's heart violently sank when he saw that all signs made known that the fight in the camp had already begun and had been underway for a long time. Rushing into the camp, he glanced and found Lan Ziyo. Lan Ziyo was in the middle of the camp. He had disheveled hair, still had bloodstains across his face, and had a knife in each hand as he roared, "Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! A group of smelly fish and shrimp also wants to eat me? Only I can, none of you can eat me." Saying this, His ears twitched as he suddenly turned around to swing his knives and accurately split open a fat ball flying fish. Chapter 82. I Must Continue to Survive. Chapter Status. Unedited. The fat ball flying fish was immediately beheaded by Lan Ziao. Luckily, it did not succeed in self-detonating. Zhen Jin's heart shook. He was very curious on how Lan Ziao determined the fat ball flying fish's position. "My lord." Zidi's voice came from inside a tent. In addition, the heads of Bao Ya and Kang Exu stretched out from other palm leaf tents. As it turns out, they were all hiding in the tents. Even if common fish bones were shot at them, the layered palm leaves would cover them. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Zhen Jin's heart relaxed. With rapt attention, he looked at Lan Zhao and saw several fish bones had pierced his body. The fish bones hit him, but he didn't die from poison. Zhen Jin's heart was puzzled. He fished out a dart and inwardly guessed, that means the poison is comparatively mild against humans. Is the toxin more of a response against the lizards? We must kill these fat ball flying fish immediately. The lizard group has already scattered and the vast majority of the school is coming back. If we continue to delay, the fighting here will surely attract the school of fish. If that happens, I can only rely on my battle strength. I cannot protect the others. Under such a situation, Zhen Jin could only fight. The young knight was incapable of finding the fat ball flying fish, however he could transform. He immediately shifted his position so Kang Exu and the others couldn't see his eyes. Afterwards, he narrowed his eyes and activated the magic core. With the help of the lizard eyes, he immediately found the fat ball flying fish in the air. Factoring out one Lan Ziao killed, there were only 5 fat ball flying fish in the temporary camp. Of the remaining ones, 3 appeared a weak red color. However, the one with the biggest build appeared scarlet. It was clear that this fat ball flying fish was an iron-level magic beast. Swish, 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 swish. After a moment, 5 darts violently shot through the empty sky and hit the remaining flying fish at nearly the same time. The 3 ordinary flying fish immediately died and had no time to self-detonate. But the iron-level fly fish detonated itself during its final moment of life. The explosion was like a rainstorm that covered the entire camp. The fish bones were very strong, and the palm leaf tents could not stop them. CD immediately cried out, "She was hit!" Zhen Jin's heart tensed up. He promptly rushed to the former. A pitch-black fishbone had pierced a spot below Zidai's right shoulder and near her chest. "My lord." ZD looked nervous. "Let me see." Zhen Jin squeezed his torso into the tent, embraced Zidai, and requested she take off her apprentice robe so the wound could be exposed. On Zidai's fragile skin, the naked eye could see the pitch-black poison rapidly spreading. This is indeed an iron-level toxin. Zhen Jin immediately pulled out the fishbone. After that, he tightly put his lips on the wound and suddenly sucked it. In that split second, Zidai's pupils shrank, and she felt her stomach take in a strong breath. She subconsciously touched Zhen Jin's chest. But Zhen Jin was motionless. His body and arms were like cast iron that firmly embraced Zidai's bosom. Most of the toxin did not spread due to Zhen Jin sucking most of it out. Zidi's face blushed as she stammered, My lord, I have medicine." It can remove this toxin. Saying this, she took out a delicate glass bottle from her handbag. The liquid inside appeared to be light blue and a bit sticky. Zhen Ren took off the bottle cork and, in accordance with ZD's request, poured the blue liquid on her wound. Upon meeting the blue liquid, the pitch-black toxin immediately dissipated. Zhen Ren. The young knight realized that he had been rude and impetuous. He looked somewhat awkward as he coughed. "That's good! I will go take a look at the others." Zhen Ren crawled around ZD and withdrew from the tent to check up on the others. Baoya and Kang Ixu were already in their tents. ZD had disturbed detoxification potions to them. But their luck was great. None of the fish bones hit them. But Lan Zio suffered a calamity. There were several pitch-black fish bones embedded in his body. Currently he was kneeling on the ground and was clenching his teeth with glowering eyes as he used his sword to support himself. But quickly, his face blackened as he felt the subsequent dizziness. Lan Zio could no longer support himself, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Bao Yan and Kang Ixu promptly crowded around him, plucked the fish bones from Lan Zio's body, and then dumped the blue liquid onto his wounds. The toxin in Lan Zio's wounds slowly dissipated. However, Lan Zio's face turned darker. It's too late. He has too much poison, ZD said as she tidied her clothes and crawled out of the tent. "No, Senior Lan Zio, you saved our lives. You must persevere," Baya shouted. He forcefully pried open Lan Zio's mouth and poured the blue liquid into it. As it turns out, ZD was hit by a fishbone not long after returning to camp. She tried many potions and found that the blue liquid had a dissolving effect on the toxin. She immediately gave the rest the potion. This included tossing Lan Zio a bottle. Lan Zio had been motionless in a tent as he wholeheartedly sought for death. But the fat ball flying fish launched their attack, and under the threat of death, he readily swallowed the blue potion, loudly roared, and beat back the danger. Lan Zio's actions went beyond Kang Ixu's and ZD's expectations. When they found that Lan Zio seemed to have the ability to distinguish where the fat ball flying fish were, they immediately gave Lan Zio a sword. Lan Zio's crazy counterattack in the camp attracted the attention of all of the fat ball flying fish. Whenever a fat ball flying fish got close to Lan Zio, he seemed to sense it and forced it to retreat. In this way, Lan Zio won precious time and succeeded in delaying until Zhen Ren arrived to assist. One could say that without Lan Zio's perseverance, ZD and the others might have already died. I want to live. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please help me. My lord, help me, Lan Zio weakly pleaded on his deathbed as he grabbed Zhen Ren's leg. People really were strange. Before, Lan Zio wanted to die and did not hesitate to starve himself. But as death truly approached, he revealed his intense desire to live. Zhen Ren was emotionally moved. I will do my best to save his life, the young knight commanded, revealing his resolute willpower. Although Zhen Ren did not know the entire situation at the moment, he could speculate on how hair-raising the fight was in the camp. Lan Zio had saved ZD, Baoya, and Kang Ixu. What touched Zhen Ren more at that moment was that he saw himself in Lan Ziao. I will do my best. Zidi examined Lan Ziao's wounds. She then untied her waist handbag and began to mix an emergency potion. After 10 breaths, Zidi poured the potion she had mixed into Lan Ziao's mouth. The blackness on Lan Ziao's face slowly vanished. His wounds began to darken again, and pitch, black blood flowed out of them. But Lan Ziao's aura became more and more weaker. He was nearing death. I still need to mix. Zidi clenched her teeth. Her forehead was already soaked in sweat. Upon looking at what had transpired, she mixed another potion at once. The speed of her hands seemed to exceed her usual limits. He will die soon. Baya worriedly ran around in circles. Keep persevering. Zhen Ren shouted, yet Lan Ziao's eyelids began to close. Oh dear, Kang Exu sighed with a dark gaze. Let me through. Baya suddenly shouted. He drank the blue potion, threw himself at Lan Ziao's body, and then used his mouth to suck in the black blood flowing from Lan Ziao's wounds. Stop. Kang Exu prevented him at once. He grabbed Baya's shoulder and wanted to pull him off. Using your mouth to take in the toxin could reduce the concentration in the wounds. However, it is very dangerous and could poison you. You are only an ordinary person, Baoya. Baoya was slightly pulled away. However, he was still kneeling and shook off Kang Yisu. Without turning around, he shouted, This is not just a human life. It is our savior, Senior Lan Ziao. He once again lowered his head and gulped down the toxin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. On his deathbed, Lan Ziao once again heard the sound of waves. In his hazy field of view, he saw the blue sky and the dark blue ocean. He looked at the yellow beach he bumped into and then collapsed onto it. Older brother, pull yourself together. A child, Huang Ziao, shouted as he put a great amount of effort in to flip Lan Ziao on his back. There was a multicolored starfish on Lan Ziao's stomach. Huang Ziao tore off the starfish and exposed Lan Ziao's poisonous wound. Huang Ziao immediately lowered his head, used his mouth to suck in the poison, and then spat out blood and water. The starfish was not toxic. However, it could cause the limbs of a human to go weak and numb. Lan Ziao fainting was not caused by the starfish's poison, rather it was because of his limpness and drowning after not breathing air for a long time. Lan Ziao gradually regained consciousness. Younger brother, he mumbled as he looked at Huang Ziao. Older brother, you woke up. Don't die on me and leave me alone, older brother. The child Huang Ziao tearfully wailed. Lan Ziao heard Huang Ziao's cries and strived to show a smile. He was speechless. However, he did his best to console his underage younger brother. But at that moment, the voices around his ears gradually changed. He woke up. He's alive. He didn't die. It was Baoya's voice. After that, Lan Ziao's field of view also became clear. The child Huang Ziao disappeared, and the black blood-stained face was replaced by Baya's excited one. Lan Ziao's heart had nothing in it. However, he still strove to show a smile. He also did not know if he laughed. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. He wanted to say, "I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to continue to survive." But at that moment, he lost consciousness. Chapter 83. Re-entering the forest. Chapter status. Unedited. 8 days later. Zhen Ren and the others came to the border between the desert and the forest. This time, they finally got the right direction. They succeeded in leaving the desert and in coming to the forest zone once more. Stepping forward would bring them into the lush vegetation. And behind them was a yellow desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. The towering trees stretched to the sky above. The unbroken green city wall blocked the scope of their field of view. The city wall blocked sandstorms and contained thriving vitality within it. Kong Yexu spat and took out a sheepskin map. He took out a charcoal pencil and began to sketch on the map. Although this isn't the same place where I re-entered the forest for the first time, it should not be far from here. Lord Zhen Ren, I suggest we do not go deep into the forest. Rather, we should walk along the border until we find where the exploration team was prior, Kang Yexu said while drawing on the map. Zhen Ren's gaze flickered. He carefully reflected over Kang Yexu's proposal. Based on how much time had passed, there was still abundant time until the next teleportation. If they had the misfortune to be teleported into the desert again, the more complete the map they had, the more it would help them. Indeed, spending a bit of time exploring is necessary to improve our map. However, I have stayed long enough in the desert. Let us enter the forest first, Zhen Ren said. Just as he said, that someone at his side cheered like an animal that had been locked up for a long time, thrown off the hunting hounds, and had escaped to the forest in front of them. The youth happily exclaimed as he rushed into the forest. He looked up, stretched out his arms, breathed in the forest air, and used his hoarse throat to cry, this is the scent of the forest. Ah, how fragrant and sweet. After that, he kneeled on the ground and caressed the grass like the hair of his beloved lady. How supple! How dense! He then got up, threw himself at a tree, hugged the tree trunk, and kissed the tree bark with his black lips. This is where I ought to be. This youth was Bai Ya. Bao Ya was the son of a hunting family. He grew up in a mountain village and was most familiar with forests. After nearly dying, he felt that he had returned home when he came into the forest. He had changed a lot since the last time he had been in the forest. His lips had thickened like fish intestines and were very black. His voice also became very hoarse. These changes had happened because he had used his mouth to suck out poisonous black blood from Lan Zio's wounds. Zhen Ren had also sucked blood from Zidai's wound. However, the young knight's vitality was very strong. It was nothing to him. However, Bao Ya was only an ordinary person. Although he had taken a potion beforehand, the action had lasting repercussions. Bao Ya's changes were not only external, it also affected his temperament. Going through the tempering of life and death seemed to open Bai Ya's heart. A reserved individual bloomed into an outgoing one. It seemed to him that if he didn't say everything he wanted, he would feel painful and regretful. This guy Bai Ya. Everyone laughed. They all understood Bai Ya's mood. Only Lan Zio's face was expressionless. He brought up the group and carried many water bags. Most of these water bags were made from acid lizard stomachs, with only a minority being made of pottery. Perhaps the Oasis Earth had issues, for Kang Xu failed repeatedly and could only make a few finished products. However, the fat ball flying fish and Zhen Ren collaborated to force the green lizards to abandon many corpses at the oasis. By the time the fat ball flying fish returned to the lake's depths, Zhen Ren and the others had processed the green lizards, cut up their flesh, made leather clothes, and cleaned out their stomachs to sew into crude water bags. Benefiting from Bao Ya's risky action, ZD was able to mix a potion that saved Lan Zio's life. The originally calm and robust middle-aged man also greatly changed. He became habitually silent, unable to say a word for a day. This gave others the misconception that he lost the ability to speak. He only responded to Zhen Ren's order. "Yes, Master." "Understood, Master." "I will follow your order carefully, my master." ZD's expression suddenly changed. She stepped forward, grabbed Bao Ya's shoulder, and pulled him back. Bao Ya turned his cheek from the tree trunk and looked at ZD with doubt. "Lord ZD?" ZD unhappily pointed her finger at the tree trunk. "You have been poisoned." Bao Ya was stunned. "Whoa!" Zhen Ren attentively looked at the tree trunk and saw it had a layer of green moss. "Is this the moss that poisoned me in the past?" Zhen Ren immediately understood. He could now use the magic core to transform into that poisonous moss. Afterwards, ZD gathered the moss and used it to mix a potion to detoxify Bao Ya. "Although we have returned to the forest, don't forget we are still on a dangerous and strange island. We cannot be careless." Kang Xu warned Bao Ya. Bao Ya's bitter experience calmed everyone down. The dense trees were like a gigantic silk umbrella. They were rooted in the earth's depths, and their unrestrained growth of branches and leaves provided shelter from the vicious sun. The temperature in the forest was a lot lower than in the desert. At noon, Zhen Ren and the others did not dare trek through the desert. More often than not, they would take a breather behind a sand dune. But in the forest, they could continue their journey and greatly improve their travel efficiency. Zhen Ren walked in front of the group. 3 iron feather birds suddenly dropped from the sky. These birds were also the work of the island master. They were the size of an adult human's fist and liked to climb up trees. Jumping from the treetops, they could use gravity to kill other life forms. The iron feather birds pounced with the speed of a fired crossbow arrow. 2 flung themselves at Zhen Ren and 1 at ZD. ZD lifted her head and had enough time to cry out in alarm when she heard the sharp noise. Afterwards, the iron feather bird pouncing on her was hit by a wooden dart and was thrown in a horizontal direction. Bang! The dart embedded the iron feather bird into a tree trunk like a kebab. Its body was motionless. At almost the same time that iron feather bird died, Zhen Ren's left hand firmly held a wooden spear and keenly struck twice like a viper. The 2 iron feather birds attacking him upon being hit by the spear's point immediately lost their momentum and fell to the ground dead. A crisis had suddenly descended and was perfectly solved by Zhen Ren in a flash. Lan Zio's hand was on his sword and Bai Ya's hair was standing up as his muscles tensed up. Everything became tranquil. Wow. Lord Zhen Ren, you really are ferocious. How many times have these iron feather birds attacked us? You have saved us yet again. Your martial skill is simply... Bai Ya shouted. He brightly gazed at Zhen Jin with adoration and worship overflowing from the bottom of his heart. Concise, refined, simple, and without magnificence, yet every time you fight it resolute and impressive. Kang Xu finished Bai Ya's sentence. Yes, those are the words. Bao Ya looked at Kang Xu. Senior scholar, you're always able to say what the bottom of my heart wants to. My lord, ZD smiled at Zhen Jin. Lan Ziao remained silent, but his eyes were not calm as they looked at Zhen Jin. After the party of 5 had entered the forest, Zhen Jin took the lead and perfectly dealt with many attacks by himself. Originally, everyone was nervous. Exploring this fast was very risky. But under Zhen Jin's protection, any attack was fought off by him. Hearing everyone's assessment, Zhen Jin first controlled the magic core to transform his eyes from a lizard's back to a human's. After he changed back his body, he looked at everyone and smiled with his handsome face. Even though his blonde hair was dirty, it seemed to glisten along with his eyes. After passing through a tribulation, my martial skills seemed to enter a different state. Obviously, I cannot use battle ki and the power of each attack hasn't changed. However, it is as if I do not need to think about my actions. It is all naturally done. Thus, it is as if I can use opportunities faster than before. In reality, Zhen Jin had used the green lizard eyes to see any life forms hiding around. For example, the iron feather bird, although it concealed itself between the lush leaves, it appeared red in the lizard's field of view and was very conspicuous. Therefore, Zhen Jin could take precautions ahead of time. Whenever the birds launched a surprise attack, Zhen Jin was already ready and would dispose of them promptly. Of course, the green lizard eyes had a flaw. It could not see things clearly. Therefore, after the first time Zhen Jin used it at the oasis, he improved its usage. Currently, he had one eye transformed and the other maintaining its human form. Every so often, the 2 eyes would switch their usage. Because he was walking in front of everyone and narrowed his eyes when surveying, he kept the others in the dark. Kang Xu muttered to himself, perhaps this is the power of the spirit? Chapter 84, The Shining Young Knight. Chapter status, unedited. What is the power of the spirit? Bao Ya's heart was immediately doubtful. It sounds imaginary. Kang Xu smiled. I cannot cultivate, and I am also not very clear about what power of the spirit is. As far as I know, there are actually many that can use it. In the austerity continent lives many barbarian tribes. They are elite fighters, and most of them possess an intuition for dodging. When they are attacked or even ambushed, they can dodge it. According to scholars' research, it is believed that the essence of this intuition is power of the spirit. This strong ability can also perceive traps. The austerity continent has many areas with collapsing ice. There is a critical point on every ice sheet that will cause it to collapse. On all other points, one can recklessly hop and run without issues. But as long as that critical point in the ice is even lightly stepped on, the ice sheet would instantly shatter, and one would often lose their life when they slip. Explorers of other ethnic groups often lost their lives in the collapsing ice zones or died from an ambushing magic beast that was buried deep in the snow. However, the elite barbarians, after having their dodging intuition reach the level to where it can perceive traps, can dodge in advance and walk safely in the snow. As this ability improves, barbarians will no longer fear being surrounded in battle. They can rely on their intuition to prevent pincer attacks as much as possible. Hearing this, Zhen Jin's heart could not help but be touched. He thought of the time when he took a risk and attacked the lizard group in order to save Zidai, Kang Xu, and the others. Facing attacks from all sides, his heart did not become panicked or confused. He handled everything calmly and skillfully dodged, while attacking continuously. It was actually just like the barbarian race. Kang Xu continued, "In the wilderness continent, there is a storm sword saint. He has saint-level strength and had specialized in long swords since he started cultivating. He did not need armor nor any other weapon. All of his energy went into upgrading his swordsmanship. Rumor has it that every time his sword comes out, it is so fast that others cannot see it clearly. His swordsmanship is so extreme that every time he swings, it can take away at least one opponent's life. Among the beastmen, this storm sword saint has extremely high fame and influence, with many beastmen worshipping him. Because his battle key cultivation is very ordinary and his bloodline is not outstanding. However, reaching such a high level caused the vast majority of beastmen with low aptitude or battle key cultivation to look at him as a model that they desired to be. As far as the beastmen asking him for advice are concerned, the Storm Sword Saint had already explained, a peak mind and a peak sword. People guessed that he developed power of the spirit. Is there such a person among the beastmen? Baya exclaimed in admiration, "If that is the case, why have the beastmen not beaten humanity back when we arrived?" Zhen Jin shook his head and solemnly said, "Do not underestimate the beastmen. The entire wilderness continent is the beastman's personal fiefdom. Naturally, they have many towering figures and heroes. Although the imperial occupation is winning, it is in fact only making a breakthrough against a single tribe. The beast race's true war potential has not broken out yet. Bao Ya was only an ordinary nobody who held a dream of leaving for the wilderness continent to try and become a knight. There were many people like this. Imperial propaganda deliberately downplayed the beastmen's strength. It proclaimed that the war was in for their benefit and future, thus enticing many forces in the imperial hierarchy to rush towards the wilderness continent. Zhen Jin and the Bai Zhen clan were among them. However, as a noble, Zhen Jin had a greater scope of things compared to Bao Ya. Those of the lower class only had optimism for their futures in the wilderness continent. The upper elites knew this was only the early stage of the human invasion in order to establish a foothold. In the future, a true war needed to take place to define the outcome of the two races. The size of the wilderness continent is at least double that of the Shenming continent and also has that Storm Sword Saint. He is special. Bloodlines are still the cornerstone of strength. Comparing integrated strength, we humans are far greater than the beastmen. ZD issued her opinion in the human and beastmen war. We will be the winners. ZD having a positive outlook on the future was how humans universally perceived it. Qi also had to win. The Shenming continent had no space for the Wisteria Merchant Alliance to expand. In order for it to grow, it needed the war between the humans and beastmen. Zhen Jin did not say his opinion. He found that as long as he spoke a point, Kang Xu would expand upon it. The others respected Kang Xu's opinion more than his. But Bao Ya clung to the topic and did not respect the others. How can I gain the power of the spirit? I also want to become such a person. He did not have an outstanding bloodline and was merely an ordinary hunter, miss. ZQ also did not subside him. Therefore, Baoya was very interested in the power of the spirit. ZD gently smiled and said, "The Storm Sword Saint has already answered your question. A peak mind and a peak sword. He says that you must concentrate your heart, your whole attention, and your energy into a singular point. Therefore, Baoya, to imitate the Storm Sword Saint, you must first forget Miss XEQ." How is that possible? Baoya was stunned as he repeatedly shook his head. Everyone laughed again. Baoya heard the laughter, looked at everyone and realized he was being teased. He felt his face turning red. But despite feeling embarrassed, Baoya still gritted his teeth and looked at Zhen Jin with worship and admiration. "Lord Zhen Jin, what do you know about this?" After a pause, Baoya continued to question. "You know how to use the power of the spirit, however you are completely different from the Storm Sword Saint. You love Lord ZD." Lan Xiao and Kang Xu glanced at Baoya. He was truly brazen. Lan Xiao was middle-aged and Kang Xu was already an old man. In their plentiful life experience, they understood the chasm between the upper and lower class. If they were in Baoya's position, they would never, as an ordinary person, question the cultivation methods of a Templar knight. But Baoya was only a youth. He had only lived a short amount of time. It is because of that he fell in love with his lordship, Miss XEQ. Baoya had a youngster's romanticism and naivety. His heart had already determined. Miss XEQ was waiting for him to become a knight, and after he returned in glory, he would take her as his wife. In addition, he had experienced many things on this island and had been threatened by death. All kinds of reasons made him thirst for personal strength. But he also understood that reality was cruel. He did not have an advantageous bloodline or cultivation resources. Therefore, even though the power of the spirit sounded imaginary, it was his only hope. This was also the charming reason that the Storm Sword Saint had so much influence. Baoya's bluntness made ZD involuntarily size up Zhen Jin secretly. Her gaze exposed her bashfulness. Zhen Jin coughed and secretly rolled his eyes. Only demons know what the power of the spirit is. He had done everything by cheating with the magic core. But he also did not want to continue lying. Constantly lying would create even more lies. Because as long as it was a lie and not the truth, it would be a flaw. When a flaw appears in a lie, another lie must be told to cover it up. In this way, more and more flaws would appear, until finally a man would be reduced to drinking poison in hopes of quenching one's thirst, trapping themselves in a dire situation. In addition, there was another thing more important to Zhen Jin. Telling lies went against the Templar creed. In fact, when Zhen Jin had covered up his lizard eyes with a lie, he was already feeling a lot of pressure. Thus, he decided to speak frankly. "But yeah, this might disappoint you. I do not understand anything pertaining to the power of the spirit. Maybe it is related to my experiences. Going through many life and death experiences allowed my spirit to sharpen itself." "Ah, is that so?" Disappointment spread across Baoya's face. The youngster worshipped and trusted Zhen Jin and did not believe that Zhen Jin was hiding anything deliberately. Zhen Jin wanted to comfort Bao Ya, however, when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. He had to look towards Kang Xu. Kang Xu did not disappoint him. After a moment, Kang Xu said to Bao Ya, "What Lord Zhen Jin has said was reasonable. Based on the analysis and conclusions of many scholars, the true meaning of the Storm Sword Saint's cultivation is that he puts the sword above his life. In every fight and even every time he cultivates, he will confront death. Under the stimulation of death, he gradually gained the power of the spirit. And on this island, Lord Zhen Jin has experienced this, the Storm Sword Saint abandoning armor and fighting power enemies to the death to cultivate is just a different method leading to the same result." Bao Ya perked up his brows. "So, to gain the power of the spirit, I have to actively explore and provoke the stimulation of death? Isn't that extremely dangerous?" Kang Xu replied, "That is the reason why the Storm Sword Saint has many disciples yet hasn't cultivated the next Storm Sword Saint. Although many outstanding seeds have sprung up, most of them die prematurely. His cultivation method is too dangerous. One could say that luck is a large element of it. To this day, a true inheritor disciple to the Storm Sword Saint has not appeared." Bao Ya sighed. He could only receive what had been said. Although Bao Ya wished to take a chance in order to obtain the power of the spirit, he still had his bottom line. In order to pursue the power of the spirit, he had to court death everywhere. This already crossed his bottom line. Like Zhen Jin shouldering the responsibility of revitalizing his clan, Miss Execu's love and expectations were Bai Ya's motivation and his yoke. At that moment, Bao Ya looked at Zhen Jin with even more adoration. "Lord Zhen Jin, you are indeed amazing. You are young, yet you have the power of the spirit. Compared to the Storm Sword Spirit, you have a more outstanding bloodline. Among the Templar Knights, you are the most extraordinary. I am indeed honored that I could meet and follow your lordship." Bao Ya's heart lamented. Zhen Jin. It is not just an honor, it is also a hope. ZD took after Bai Ya and looked towards Zhen Jin with tender sentiments. Kang Xu laughed and said with positivity, "Lord Zhen Jin's innate skill is extraordinary. It is absolute that his future is even brighter than the Storm Sword Saints. But the thing I admire most about you, Lord Zhen Jin, is your moral character. With you, the Bai Zhen clan will surely rise once more." Lan Ziao did not speak, but when he heard what Kang Xu said, he silently nodded. Like Kang Xu, he also approved of Zhen Jin's moral character. At this moment, Lan Ziao's mind couldn't help but shallowly remember the things that had happened since he had met Zhen Jin. He and Huang Ziao were kneeling on the ground when Zhen Jin pardoned their crimes. That was mercy. Zhen Jin toyed with the bronze-level bellwether, killed the flying squirrels, and much more. That was bravery. Zhen Jin genuinely listened to the recommendations of Kang Xu, ZD, and others. He would hear the ideas of others. Zhen Jin led the entire exploration group when faced with a difficult situation. He resolutely resolved to lumber wood for bows and succeeded in hunting the flying squirrel group. That was a wise leader. Poison, food shortages, pursuing beast groups in the desert and other crises, Zhen Jin had always boosted the morale of others. That was steadiness and optimism. Zhen Jin promised he would do his best to save everyone, Although only 5 people remained in the exploration team, they could not blame Zhen Ren. He had done his best and had fulfilled his promise. He kept his word. And the things that made Lan Ziao feel the most ashamed about yet admired were the experiences he had heard Kang Ixu and Zidi go through. In the volcanic cave and at the most dangerous time, Zhen Jin had held fast to a knightly mentality despite Kang Ixu willingly sacrificing himself and did not treat humans as food. Whoa, a noble moral character. No one understood it more than Lan Ziao, to hold fast when confronted with death. Such a mentality and morality was so noble, so rare, and so praiseworthy. After leaving the volcanic zone, Zhen Jin suffered from an empty stomach and a lack of food, yet he gave Kang Ixu and Zidai the bits of lizard and rat meat he had. That was pitying the weak and altruism. The thing most assiduously engraved in Lan Ziao's heart was that even though Zhen Jin knew of his crime, he still pitied him, did not abandon him, and finally let Lan Ziao decide to keep on living. Although Zhen Jin did not say anything to console Lan Ziao firmly believed Zhen Jin understood him. Seeing the young knight before him, his handsome face, his blonde hair, and his graceful smile, the silent Lan Ziao's eyes became wet. He did not see Zhen Jin nor a Templar knight, he saw a son. In his eyes and in his heart, Zhen Jin seemed to incessantly emit light from head to toe. The light existing was not because of Zhen Jin's status as a Templar knight, nor was it because he was the Bei Zhen clan's sole heir, nor was it external sunlight reflecting off of him. Rather, it was because of his moral character and mentality. He stood there appearing average and normal, yet he was a flag. A knight's flag. It made Lan Ziao's heart want to follow the flag. These past few nights when resting, Lan Ziao had to face himself alone. During that time he recalled his memories and imagined things. If at that time, when we found Zidai, Kang Ixu, and the others trapped on the sand dune and surrounded by lizards, me and my younger brother, in spite of our personal safety, went to go save them, we would have joined back up with Lord Zhen Jin. If that happened, would the current result have happened? But at that time, I listened to my younger brother and did not choose to aid them. Was it the gods and fate that punished and admonished us brothers? Lord Zhen Jin, you even saved a sinful person like me and did not abandon anyone? From this day forth, I will do everything to follow you until I faithfully die. Once you saved my younger brother, yet when your fiancé landed in danger, Huang Ziao and I chose to escape and abandon her. From now on, I will use my life to atone for my crimes. Following such a person, can I reduce my sins? Like the sunlight, you melt away the darkness. From the oasis and until now, Lan Ziao had been habitually silent. His psychological process was not known to anyone. He had demoted himself to a slave that vowed loyalty to Zhen Jin. However, because Huang Ziao had offended a person like Zhen Jin, Lan Ziao had no choice but to do so. But now, Lan Ziao's silent vow of loyalty and devotion was of a completely different nature. This kind of loyalty and devotion was because there were few with Zhen Jin's noble dignity. What's more, Zhen Jin understood and acknowledged the latter. In addition, Zhen Jin saving his life and soul was a great benevolence. Apart from this, Lan Ziao still felt guilty and was trying to redeem himself. This feeling came from the depths of human nature, trying to go towards virtue. Lan Ziao expressionlessly looked at Zhen Jin. However, his heart was in a complex mood. Between the surges in his heart, his eyes gradually became red, and his field of view became increasingly fuzzy. Zhen Jin looked at Baoya, Zidai, Kang Exu, and also Lan Ziao, and felt his head go numb. All of these people looked at him with fervor, adoration, love, respect, loyalty, appreciation, and much more. The young knight couldn't get over it. What made him feel even more frightened was when Lan Ziao unexpectedly started weeping. What is he thinking? I definitely only sprinkled a small lie so that I could cover up the magic core in the future, nothing more. Everyone reacting so strongly was beyond his expectations, and Zhen Jin gradually could not bear it. He promptly shook his head. You guys value me too much. Okay, let us not speak of these things. We need to continue our journey. Zhen Jin turned around and continued to guide the way forward. The others did not know, but did Zhen Jin even know himself? He knew. His abilities were in fact finite. He knew even more. Despite showing resolute exterior, he was indecisive, bewildered, and hesitant in the depths of his heart. He yearned for courage yet feared death. He was a noble, a knight, yet he was at the same time an ordinary person. Right, I almost forgot. Lord Zhen Jin also has a humble character. Lan Ziao's eyes shined. It is very difficult to imagine a person of his age with such accomplishments to still maintain a modest and cautious mood. There was absolutely no pretentiousness. I venture to affirm that this modesty comes from his heart. I really think that Lord Zhen Jin will accomplish many grand achievements in the future. Lan Ziao exclaimed with admiration as he looked at Zhen Jin's back with a sighing heart. Chapter 85, I Am a Green Lizard. Chapter Status, Unedited. The night forest was quiet, with only the occasional unknown beast howl or the song of a nightingale being heard. Via a crack in the trees, one could see the bright moon in the gathering darkness. 3 hammocks were already built. At the oasis, Zhen Jin had transformed into a spear scorpion leader and hunted many green acid lizards. With the green lizard stomachs acting as water pouches, Kang Exu and the others focused their labor on making hemp rope and coarse cloth. They first made hemp rope of unequal sizes and then used the thinnest hemp rope to weave coarse cloth. Using the coarse cloth and the hemp rope, they made hammocks. Because the oasis had comparably few supplies in it, and because it took a lot of labor, in the end, Zhen Jin and others only made 3 hammocks. However, although they had 5 people, they didn't need to use so many. Every night, there were at least 2 people keeping watch. In the small group of 5, there were just 3 that could enjoy the hammocks. With the scarce supplies, these 3 hammocks were very precious assets to the small team. In the middle of the 3 hammocks was a burning fire. Without the effect of wind, the fire emitted an orange light and occasionally spat out a few sparks with a crack. The surroundings had already been carefully inspected by Zhen Jin, and there were no signs of fire-poisoned bees. Because Zhen Jin nearly lost his life to the fire poison, he was naturally on guard against it. However, in reality, even if ZD had promptly informed Zhen Jin of the fire-poisoned bee's existence then, Zhen Jin did not have the ability to scout out his surroundings. Speaking of which, Kang Exu, Lan Ziao, and those in the exploration team who met Zhen Jin did not know about the fire-poisoned bees. They repeatedly lit fires in the forest yet were not attacked by the fire poison bees. Eating dinner satisfied the 5 people. Currently, the group had adequate food reserves, even though after coming out of the oasis, the 5 did not replenish their food and water supplies that much. They prepared a lot in the oasis. After finally entering the forest, a place with far more abundant supplies than the desert, everyone's worries about food and water declined. Kang Xu was next to fire as he stared at the map in his hands. He was old and had declining vision. He had one hand holding the goatskin map and one hand on his lenses as he pressed the map close to his eyes. Sometimes, his eyes would shift across the map and he would talk to himself as if he were calculating something. His hand would also respond as it drew lines in the soil. Sometimes he would take out a charcoal pencil and cautiously add black lines to the map. The charcoal pencil he used was a burnt piece of firewood that had been cut thin. After some studying, Kang Xu started to smile and reported to Zhen Jin, "Lord Zhen Jin, we are making fast progress. According to my assessment, as long as we keep walking, we will reach the place where we entered the forest within 1 to 2 days." It was mainly because of Zhen Jin's protection that the exploration team's advancement greatly surpassed Kang Xu's expectations. However, I also have some bad news. We do not have much pink potion left, said Zidai. She had been grinding some materials when she heard Kang Zu. The materials she was grinding had been collected in passing during the journey. Among them were iron feather bird feathers, blood, the moss that poisoned Bai Ya, and more. The forest had ample resources. The desert could not match it at all. However, the main ingredient of the pink potion was a hot and shining ore. That, or was the food of monkey-tail brown bears. And ZD was unable to gather this material. The exploration team needed the pink potion to mark the path forward. Doing this not only prevented everyone from getting lost in the forest, it also sometimes served as a signal for help. "How long will it last?" Zhen Jin asked. ZD had long calculated it and directly answered, "Based on using the most frugal usage, it will last 3 days." Zhen Jin nodded, and after thinking for a while, he replied, "That is enough time. We do not need to deliberately look for ore. Our primary objective is still to reach where the team first entered the forest." No one had any complaints. After the things that had happened, Zhen Jin had supreme authority and influence among the 5 people. After deliberating again, Kang Xu, Zidai, and Bao Ya slept in the hammocks. Tonight, Zhen Jin and Lan Ziao were on watch. In the desert, 2 people would alternate with each watching for 1/2 the night. But in the forest, one's field of view was obstructed because of the trees everywhere. Thus, it was adjusted to have 2 people keeping watch. The night scene became more and more dense. The forest seemed deeper and more frightening. Predators usually fed during the night. This made the forest far more dangerous at night than during the day. Lan Zhao was vigilant, and if the wind blew the grass even a little, he would respond somewhat. Bai Ya and Lan Zhao, recovering greatly, eased Zhen Jin's burden. Zhen Jin felt energetic, despite acting as the vanguard during the day and keeping watch during the night. It really wasn't that his endurance was upgraded, rather it was because the green lizard eyes were so effective. Any concealed threat in the forest could not hide in front of Zhen Jin. With regards to practical value, the green lizard eyes are absolutely ranked first. Zhen Jin had a deep impression of it. If he didn't have the green lizard eyes, the young knight could only slowly forge ahead, slowly explore, have a tense state of mind, and passively guard against any sneak attacks. With the green lizard eyes, Zhen Jin could find the threat, actively control the situation, and actively allocate his stamina and energy. There was an enormous disparity between how much stamina and energy a person used in a passive state of affairs and how much they used in an active state of affairs. It was a qualitative change. Squeak, squeak! Suddenly, the shrieking of an ambushed animal disseminated from the forest. Lan Ziao immediately became alarmed. He put his hand on his sword and pinched himself. But at that moment, squeaking came to a spontaneous end and no longer arose. Lan Ziao scowled with a grave expression. Without a special bloodline, although Lan Ziao was a bronze-level elite, he did not have night vision. He could only use the feeble flame to examine his surroundings. In the distance, he could only see pitch black. He could not distinguish anything in the darkness, or the evil wolf, or viper it concealed. In the dark forest, a scene pertaining to survival was underway, the hunter and the prey. The fire of the temporary camp dispersed many beasts, but seemed to attract some existences. Something in the dark forest was getting increasingly restless. Sometimes, the sounds of broken twigs were heard. Sometimes, a mysterious roar was heard. Lan Ziao nervously stood up. He seemed to sense something slowly and stealthily approaching the camp. I will go scout it out. If the situation requires it, I want you to shout loudly without delay. Zhen Jin explained to Lan Ziao. Yes, master. Lan Ziao immediately responded. Zhen Jin made his way through the darkness and quickly faded away from Lan Ziao's field of view. He also did not have night vision, thus, he activated the magic core. His field of view radically changed. The hue of the night forest was even more gloomy, without wind. Life that moved about emitted red, yellow, green, and other colors that were more conspicuous during the day. During the day, Zhen Jin had one human eye and one lizard eye. But at night, in the dark forest, human eyes were worthless. Thus he transformed both eyes into lizard eyes. Zhen Jin first patrolled around the camp surroundings, precisely killed any beasts, and temporarily cleared out any threats near the camp. After that, he looked in a specific direction and went deep into the forest. After going a certain distance away from camp, Zhen Jin slowed his steps and started to undress. He stripped naked, then he climbed up a tree and carefully arranged his clothes on top of it. After that, he firmly remembered the location. If he forgot, he could only return to camp naked. This kind of situation would be very awkward if Zidai and Kang Ixu found out. Zhen Jin climbed down to the ground, examined the area around him, and after confirming there were no people around, he activated the magic core. The mysterious and strange blood-red magic from the magic core rushed forth and rapidly covered Zhen Jin's entire body. In the red light, Zhen Jin's human form seemed to collapse like snow in the sunlight, as it then transformed into the form of a lizard. The red light rapidly dissipated. Zhen Jin had disappeared and was replaced by an acid-green lizard. The acid-green lizard had 4 robust limbs, a long tail, and was green from head to toe. Zhen Jin examined himself. He could only see himself as a weak, green outline in the lizard's field of view. My field of view is lower, but it is greater than the spear scorpion's. Zhen Jin suddenly tried to sniff the air and suddenly found the lizard's sense of smell was far keener than a human's. The air, it's as if water has a scent. He slightly gaped, spat out a huge purple-black snake tongue, and succeeded in issuing a serpentine cry. Zhen Jin then controlled the vigorous lizard limbs and body to walk around in the dark forest. Zhen Jin walked very smoothly. Because the green lizard had 4 legs, it felt close to how a human crawled on the ground. Another reason was that this was not the first time Zhen Jin attempted to transform into a complete green lizard. Earlier in the desert, he took advantage of the time he was on watch alone to transform many times. Anyways, this is still very different from a human using their hands and feet to crawl. Zhen Jin stopped walking and silently summed up his experience. He turned his head and looked at his behind. The biggest thing he could distinguish on his behind was his thick and solid lizard tail. When transforming into a scorpion leader, the slender scorpion tail stuck up and did not affect Zhen Jin much. However, when he transformed into a lizard, the lizard tail was very thick and long. It seemed to be a hindrance as it dragged across the ground. Most of all, when Zhen Jin walked forward, the lizard tail would slightly shake to the left and right. This swaying affected Zhen Jin's balance. The faster Zhen Jin went, the more pronounced the affect. When the acid green lizard runs, not only are the limbs and the torso coordinating, but also the tail. Regardless of whether it is walking or running, all of its parts move at a perfect and natural rhythm. Perhaps lizards would be clumsy the moment they drill their way out of its eggshell. However, as time passes, they will gradually grow up, experience what it is like to eat food, flee, make amusing noises, and more. After these activities develop their skills, they will automatically grasp this rhythm of movement. But I do not have that. I am like an infant lizard that was just born, but I have a mature lizard's body. Despite me utilizing the night and training myself repeatedly, I cannot properly grasp how to run as a lizard. Zhen Jin felt his tail was quite the hindrance, but he didn't know what to do. It was like when he was secretly practicing the spear scorpion form, he still could not turn at high speeds. In the end, he was a human. The time he had spent transforming into the forms of magic beasts was too short. There really is water here. Zhen Jin followed the scent of water and found a small pool. As long as I have sufficient training, I can completely grasp the green lizard form at some point in the future. Zhen Jin's heart encouraged himself and began to train himself near the pool. He first shook his thick and long tail and produced a whooshing sound. Afterwards began to charge at a large tree, and after brushing past it, he used his tail to attack the tree. The tree consequently swayed slightly, the lush branches swayed even more, and the tree leaves rustled. However, none of the leaves fell. Pop, pop, pop. In a series of sounds, Zhen Jin used the tree to train his tail. After a spell of training, he began to alter his pattern of attack. He first charged at the tree, then he used his limbs to suddenly change his orientation, and then used the enormous inertia of his body to fling his tail at the tree. Plop! The tree swayed, large amounts of tree bark fell, and the branches echoed as if they were in a gale. That attack was much more ferocious than prior ones. With that kind of firepower, even if cavalry is charging me, I can fling them from their horse. Hey, that's not good. The lizard's 4 limbs are too short. I cannot reach the rider. Perhaps I can attempt to lift my body in a high posture in the split second I fling my tail. Thus, the tail can hit a higher area. Zhen Ren thought about that and attempted to try it. The outcome of the first attempt was that he did not restrain his strength. He lifted up his legs too fiercely when he swung his tail and ended up on his back. On the second attempt, he incorrectly adjusted his strength. He had made progress in reducing his strength. However, his forward momentum increased, which led him to faceplant into the mud. Zhen Ren's 4 feet pushed the ground. His mouth opened to spit out mud and grass. Then a spurt of gas came from his nose that shook his head and cleaned out his nasal and oral cavity. The next 2 attempts were failures, but they did not discourage him. Rather, it motivated him even more to keep trying. After trying several times, Zhen Ren's movement became more proficient. However, after thinking a bit, he stopped training that way. Although I can hit a higher area, the back half of my body is suspended in the air, which leads to the force of the swung tail being much weaker than swinging it on 4 legs. In addition, suspending the back half of my body in the air will cause me to slow in the air. It is too much of a flaw. Zhen Ren was well acquainted with how knights fought, and he quickly simulated a scene in his mind. Cavalryman was charging him as his powerful green lizard body went up. Just as they approached, he suddenly stuck up the back half of his body and flung his tail at the cavalrymen. But at the same time, the cavalrymen thrusted their spear and seized the opportunity to aim at the green lizard's buttocks. Zhen Ren thought of that but did not want to imitate it. Adjusting his drifting attacks again, Zhen Ren engrossed himself in training. Hiss, hiss. Zhen Ren constantly opened his mouth to breathe air. I twisted my tail. The tail seemed to be in deep pain. The pain from the somewhat swaying tail felt like an iron whip striking him all over and thrashed Zhen Ren's mind. Under this kind of situation, Zhen Ren could only stop training his tail and start training another part. He crouched to the ground, raised his neck, and swelled his Adam's apple into a spherical bag. The spherical bag rolled from his neck and into his oral cavity. Zhen Ren opened his mouth wide. After a moment, a ball of green acid shot from his mouth. The green acid accurately hit a tree. The thick tree, being corroded by the acid, sizzled and emitted a pungent and thick smoke. After a few breaths, a large hole was corroded in the tree trunk. The trunk could no longer support its foliage as it fell to the ground with a groan. Zhen Ren retreated a few steps and continued to shoot other trees. He violently ejected liquid and nearly hit every target accurately. Only one of them scrapped the tree bark and hit a rock. After a few breaths, the trees suffered a calamity, and for a moment, there was an unbroken rumble. The rock also unfortunately suffered a calamity. Although it had a small size, it too went up in smoke. This was normal. The lizard acid could corrode granite, what was an ordinary stone. If it were the acid of a silver-level green lizard, an iron-level spear scorpion would instantly lose its life, and only a silver-level spear scorpion could withstand it. Spitting so many times also made Zhen Ren feel weak. His head could not help but droop, and his spirit was somewhat downcast. Shooting green acid was not how green lizards usually fought, rather it was its biggest trump card. Only if a green lizard had no alternatives would it use that trump card. But as far as Zhen Ren was concerned, such a long-range weapon suited him the most. Because he still had the Baoizhen clan's gift of accuracy. Despite practicing only a few times, the acid Zhen Ren shot was more ferocious than an actual green lizard. Anything he shot would almost always hit its target. After taking a breather, Zhen Ren gradually regained some strength. His entire body felt weak. His 4 robust limbs felt soft, and his lizard body became heavy. At the same time, Zhen Ren sensed he had a dry mouth and tongue. He was dehydrated. Green lizards had great amounts of water inside them that could be synthesized into corrosive acid. This implied that, after a green lizard shot acid, it would be dehydrated. At the moment, even if Zhen Ren wanted to shoot acid, he could not for the time being. Because his body lacked water, the synthesis speed of acid also dropped to rock bottom. Zhen Ren stepped over to the water pool. The pool was not deep, and the green field of view did not detect any life forms in it. But Zhen Ren had a prudent motive. He did not immediately drink water, but decided to work out how green lizards dealt with water. Zhen Ren first extended his snake tongue, licked the water, and finding that there were no problems, he drank a big mouthful of water. A great amount of water flowed in this stomach. Zhen Ren then painstakingly stored it into his 3 stomachs. That really quenched me. Zhen Ren secretly sighed. He then began to control his internal organs to try and speed up the production of acid. The water stored in his stomach was squeezed out, flowed into the sac under his neck, and started to change into acid. At this rate of change, I can have a full sack of acid in roughly a night. Like before, shooting 20 times is not a problem. Zhen Ren had already discovered, when he transformed his human form into a complete green lizard, his acid reserves were only half full. After training for several times, he also gained the ability to shoot acid. Under normal circumstances, when a green lizard shot their acid, they would often go empty after a single shot. At most, they could shoot 2 or 3 times. But every time Zhen Ren only shot out a small ball, he meticulously controlled nearby muscles and thus raised the number of times he could shoot. Zhen Ren lowered his head again and drank water. This time was unlike the last time he drank water. This time he controlled different organs and muscles. This time, the water directly entered his poison sac and not through his esophagus and into his stomach. This was how green lizards took in poison. After suffering the venomous sting of the fat ball-flying fish, the green lizards could take poison from each other and thus detoxify themselves. In addition, absorbing the poison would store it in the venom sac, where not only was it unlikely to endanger other organs, it also could mix with the acid to form a more fearsome venom. This kind of situation was not rare in nature. Kang Xu had mentioned a type of desert beetle in hindsight. The beetle preyed on ants and deliberately gathered formic acid. By the time the beetle encountered a predatory meerkat, it could shoot out the formic acid it had collected into the meerkat's face, thus allowing it to flee. After lying next to the pool without moving about for a long time, Zhen Ren's body felt cold. The temperature of a lizard also had a large effect on its mobility. This was the reason why at daybreak, the green lizards would hurry over to the granite boulders and use the boulder's temperature to warm their bodies. After their body temperature rises, their mobility would be stronger. Tonight's training is almost finished. Zhen Ren returned to the trees. The trees had fallen to the ground. Most of them had been corroded, but there were still some branches and leaves remaining. The acid's corrosive ability had clearly weakened. After all, under Zhen Jin's meticulous control, the quantity shot was greater, but the amount of acid each ball shot was smaller. Even if these trees will certainly corrode cleanly, Zhen Jin could not wait. He touched the remnants of a tree trunk and activated the heart core. A red light formed and twisted around the tree. In an instant, it recycled it and left only some carbon ash behind. Even though the tree was ordinary, it was still a life form. As long as it is a life form, the blood core could absorb it. But it could only convert a small amount of magic. After processing all of the trees, Zhen Jin's heart core also did not have the ability to transform into a tree. The acid damaged the tree's life essence. Thus, I absorbed very little of the corresponding bloodline. If I directly absorbed a great number of trees, I should be able to transform into a tree. Time was nearly up. Zhen Jin returned, transformed back into a human shape, climbed up the tree, and put on his clothes. It was worth mentioning that the hole on the back of his trousers had been fixed. ZD had unexpectedly found Zhen Jin secretly fixing it and helped him repair it. He returned to the temporary camp. Master, you came back. Lan Ziao looked at Zhen Jin. His wrinkled brows immediately relaxed, and his gaze showed clear admiration. Not long after Zhen Jin had left, he had heard a rumble that sounded like trees toppling over. Master, you must have certainly caught some ferocious beast and fought it hand to hand. With such a violent impact, the beast hidden in the darkness must have surely been formidable. But now my master has returned without a hair missing or even his clothes damaged or even a bloodstain. How ferocious! Worthy of one that grasps the power of the spirit. Even though the dark is pitch black, it cannot block my master's steps. I know that on this island, my master can only rely on the strength of his corporeal body. If he could truly activate his battle key, what kind of scene would I behold? Lan Ziao closely gazed Zhen Jin without blinking and with increasing fervor. Zhen Jin coughed. What is your situation here? The camp was very safe under your hand, master. Lan Ziao immediately answered. Zhen Jin nodded. Lan Ziao's gaze was a bit unbearable. You stay here and continue to patrol about. I will survey the other side. Yes, master. Lan Ziao immediately agreed. His gaze followed Zhen Jin's back until a tree hid Zhen Jin. Master has gone through a fierce battle, yet like the clouds and the wind, he is calm and collected. This is the demeanor of the strong. Or perhaps, in other words, the fight in the darkness only allowed him to stretch out his muscles and bones. Lan Ziao's heart was full of praise. Chapter 86. A Mysterious Accomplice. Chapter Status. Unedited. The chirping bird songs reverberated through the forest. In the wake of Zhen Jin and the others approaching, the birds frantically flew away. Perhaps because this place was near the desert, there was no morning fog and the sprinkling sunlight shone between the green trees and filled it with a fresh scent. Zhen Jin was still the one in front. Although nothing could be seen externally, Zhen Jin's coccyx and buttocks were somewhat sore. His body was healthy and had recovered from his injuries in the desert since entering the forest. As an ordinary person, Bao Ya's fracture had improved for the better, but until now, he still could not draw a bow. It seems yesterday's training was a bit too much. Zhen Jin's heart mulled. He knew this soreness was because he had been training his lizard tail. After Zhen Jin returned to his human form, although he no longer had a lizard tail, his body still received an injury close to where it was on the lizard form. Like the injuries his human form received, transforming into another creature's form would not instantly heal him. Using my tail to whip trees and rocks is unlikely to injure me. After all, I transformed into an iron-level lizard. It seems there is a problem on how I am using my lizard tail. I bruised my tail while training it. If I did not have a strong recovery ability, I fear I would be walking funny today. Zhen Jin secretly sighed. After entering the forest, it was no longer convenient for him to train late at night. In the desert, the exploration team had only one person keeping watch. Now that there were two people keeping watch, Zhen Jin could not leave camp for too long. Leaving for too long would make the other one anxious, cause them to go searching for him and attract more inconveniences. Zhen Jin could also transform into a spear scorpion and into a complete fat ball flying fish. But last night, he only trained how to use the green lizard form and not the other forms. As far as the spear scorpion form is concerned, I am already very familiar with it. As for the fat ball flying fish, Zhen Jin had secretly transformed into it while in the desert and found that the shape was not practical. The fat ball flying fish's stronger attack was ejecting its black and poisonous fish bones. But to use that attack, the fat ball flying fish needed to self-detonate. It was mutual destruction. Sometimes, a fat ball flying fish would die too suddenly and without time to self-detonate. Zhen Jin was undoubtedly committing a fancy suicide if he used this. In addition to this, the fat ball flying fish could turn invisible. But after Zhen Jin transformed into one, he found, although a human's eye could not see him, the fat ball flying fish form would produce croaking sounds as it floated about. In the case that Zhen Jin shut up the croaking voice, he would be unable to exchange air and could not quickly float through the sky. The croaking sound was very loud and reduced the usable value of the invisibility. As a result, Zhen Jin was not willing to train his fat ball flying fish form. After reflecting, he felt that the green lizard form had the most practical value. The green lizard eyes aided him immensely. And spraying green lizard acid could be said to be the strongest long-range attack Zhen Jin currently knew. The green lizard acid's might was stronger than wooden darts, with little differences in effective range. Zhen Jin had unusually good precision and had formidable strength when he combined the two. The green lizard form was only at an iron level, but it was also an advantage. The silver-level spear scorpion form would rapidly consume the magic in his heart core. Comparing the forms, the iron-level green lizard one would use comparatively less magic. The iron-level lizard was the normal method of fighting, while the silver-level spear scorpion was used as a trump card when faced with a powerful enemy. This was Zhen Jin's plan. He originally did not think this way. After genuinely controlling the heart core, besides feeling curious and amazed about it, he also became more afraid of the consequences and was on his guard. Originally, he did not plan to use the magic core often. However, after being pursued by the fat ball flying fish, Zhen Jin's opinion changed. If I did not have the green lizard eyes, I would have been unable to see the fat ball flying fish. Everything would have boded ill for me in Zidai Kangyeksu, and the others would not have survived. On this island, anything can happen, and danger could descend upon me at any moment. Obviously, I have the magic core that can absorb bloodlines and seize abilities that can deal with these dangers. But because of my caution and the wiping of earlier preparations, I can only wait to die when danger descends upon me. If that is the result, wouldn't that be too pedantic? Holding these opinions, for the sake of him, Zidai, and the others, Zhen Ren decided to clench his teeth, use the heart core, and prepare as much as possible. Prepare for a rainy day just in case. The complete fat ball flying fish form was a result of this way of thinking. At the oasis, Zhen Ren hid from the others, secretly killed many fat ball flying fish, gathered an intact ball flying fish, gathered an intact bloodline, and could transform into an iron-level fat ball flying fish. Hey. Wait a moment. As he advanced, Zhen Ren suddenly saw something unusual and immediately stopped walking. Everyone immediately tensed up. Since entering the forest, Zhen Ren never stopped walking at his own accord. Could it be that there was a huge threat concealed nearby? Zhen Ren slowly walked ahead to the left, and after 10 steps, he stopped under a tree. He touched the tree bark. There was a chunk missing from it that seemed to have been caused by a sharp weapon. Zhen Ren looked around and quickly found more minute marks. Then his gaze stopped, as if he found something. He entered the lush underbrush and stooped to pick up a piece of silver armor. The others came over. Kong Xu looked at the armor in Zhen Ren's hand and said with amazement, "This is a piece of armor. It is made of the highest quality steel." Zhen Ren nodded and continued to search his surroundings. There were all kinds of footprints, leftover bloodstains, toppled trees, and exposed soil. Zhen Ren found more traces, but he could not simulate what kind of fight took place. A fierce battle definitely happened here. The surviving party intentionally cleaned the battlefield. I have nothing to determine what happened here. ZD's eyes blinked. So, are there other people nearby? Baya asked. And they are fighting something? Zhen Ren wrinkled his brows and said without certainty, "It seems to be a giant beast with a body bigger to an explosive blazing horse and is very heavy. Its main attack seems to use its head. The group of people should have won. Magic beasts do not intentionally clean the battlefield." Zhen Ren issued a judgment with difficulty. "Are you sure it was a human?" ZD questioned closely. Zhen Ren shook her head. "I can only judge that they were of human shape. However, since they could clean the battlefield, such remarkableness illustrates that they definitely have advanced intelligence." Kang Xu crouched the ground and touched a footprint. "This fight happened several days ago. What I care about is, why did they clean up the battlefield and dispose of traces?" Kang Xu's question was also something Zhen Ren was worried about. When Zhen Ren and the others encountered attacking magic beasts, they did not clean up the battlefield usually. At most, they would clean up the bloodstains to prevent the scent from attracting other predators. But this group of people not only cleaned up the battlefield but did it very meticulously. This was in accordance with common sense. Using this kind of effort to clean up the battlefield was something where the gains do not make up for the losses. Because doing this would use up a lot of a person's time and stamina, and on this island every bit of resource and stamina needed to be used sparingly. Even if traces were left behind, the predators of the forest did not have high intelligence and were unlikely to gain any benefits from them. But this group of people did that. What did they need to guard against? Who were they? Were these sailors of the Hog's Kiss, or... Zhen Ren looked into the distance with absent-minded eyes as he reflected. An unexpected situation had appeared. Now, he had two options in front of him. The first option was that they move according to their original plan and go to the place where Kang Ixu and the others entered the forest. Thus, they could verify and pad out their map. The second option was that they give up on that plan, act according to these traces, and recklessly go towards these mysterious accomplices. This was very risky. The military power of these mysterious accomplices was unknown, but it should not be low. The number of them, their race, and their intentions were also unknown. Everyone was silent. Some of them continued to observe the traces, and some vigilantly watched their surroundings. They waited for Zhen Ren to decide. Without wasting too much time pondering, Zhen Ren quickly decided, "We will be abandoning our previous plan and will be following these traces. We must be careful." Understood. Bao Ya replied. Yes, Master. Lan Ziao was concise. Kang Ixu and ZD nodded. No one objected. The small group of 5 Herbie changed directions. No longer would they walk on the border between the desert and the forest. Rather, they would officially go through the forest. After 2 hours, a river appeared in front of everyone. Zhen Ren gazed into the water and could not help but sigh. The traces stopped here. He originally had been following the traces. However, the group of people had been cleaning up their traces. They were experienced, efficient, and unscrupulous. After several days, Zhen Ren's best could barely identify their route. But at the riverbank, the mysterious group's traces had vanished because of the river. The river is flowing slowly, and the riverbed is also shallow. The water will only reach up to an adult human's knee. They crossed the river here. However, they did not immediately climb onto the opposite bank. There is no way to know whether they followed the river or went against the current, nor where they made landfall. However, this also implies that this river is not dangerous. Zhen Ren narrowed his eyes, transformed them into lizard eyes, and found almost no life in the water. At most, there were a few small fish and shrimps. Continue forward. After thinking for a moment, Zhen Ren led the group across the river and to the opposite bank. Without traces to follow, Zhen Ren walked towards where Kang Ixu had assessed the location of the beach where the Hog's Kiss had run aground. After roughly an hour, Zhen Ren was the first to hear an ear-piercing noise. As they closed the distance, the party of 5 unexpectedly found a camp in the forest. The camp had a ring of stakes surrounding it. The camp's area was not large, however, to one's surprise, there was a wooden house in it. A beast group was currently wreaking havoc on the camp, and the camp's personnel all withdrew into the hall, their situation anything but reassuring. Chapter 87, I'm Dead. Chapter status, unedited. What are those things? I don't know, this is also my first time seeing them. Zhen Ren and the others squatted behind some tall trees to mask their presence as they looked at the beasts devastating the camp. These beasts had physiques similar to monkeys. Their bodies were covered in black hair, their long foreheads had 2 small pitch-black horns, and they had a pair of wide bat wings on their backs. They had sharp claws, and when they screeched, their mouths would open and expose a full mouth of pointed teeth. Some of them fluttered through the sky and would occasionally swoop down to ferociously smash against the wooden house. Some were bouncing through the mud and grass around the camp. After Kang Xu observed for a short time, he shook his head. Their horns make me associate them with demons. However, I am certain they aren't any type of demon. They greatly resemble monkeys, but they have bat wings. For the time being, let us call them bat monkeys. Zhen Jin and the others all pursed up their brows. The bat monkey's screeching was very ear-piercing. The noise Zhen Jin had heard first previously were sounds produced by these bat monkeys. There was no lack of bronze-level and iron-level monkeys in the group. However, the magic beast-level monkeys flying in the sky were not participating in the attack. It was mainly ordinary monkeys encircling the wooden house, constantly scratching its walls and wanting to find a place to break through. All of the doors in the wooden house were tightly shut. The wooden house had a large chimney that was currently emitting thick smoke. Any common monkey that wanted to go in it would immediately be driven away by the choking smoke. The bat monkey group's assault did not make much headway. What is a wooden house doing here? Don't tell me that these were the people cleaning up the battlefield. Zhen Jin guessed internally. He did not recklessly go out to help them. Firstly, it was difficult to distinguish friend and foe. He did not know which the people in the wooden house were. Secondly, the camp situation was in a deadlock, and immediate action was unnecessary. Thirdly, there were many nimble and savage bat monkeys constantly leaping about and soaring through the air. If they moved and provoked these bat monkeys, it would likely lead to terrible things happening to Kang Xu and the others. In the small exploration group of 5, only Zhen Jin and Lan Ziao could resist these bat monkeys. If Bai Ya and the rest were surrounded, it was certain these bat monkeys would tear them to pieces. My lord, this camp seems like something I would set up. At that moment, ZD said something unexpected. Did you come here? Zhen Jin blankly stared. ZD shook her head. I led the others through the rainforest to find you, my lord. Your lordship was in a coma and could not wake up. I decided to build a camp nearby. I plan to heal you there and cure you as early as possible. Speaking of this, ZD once again looked at the camp and nodded with confirmation. Not bad. I have a deep impression of this wooden house and camp. In order to keep your lordship safe and to have a suitable place for medical treatment, I wanted to stay there for a while. Beiya was amazed. How is this camp here? I know. Teleportation. It was just like when the camp of Zhen Jin and the others was teleported into the desert. The camp that ZD had abandoned was also affected and ended up being teleported from the rainforest and into the forest. After that, a mysterious group occupied it. They renovated ZD's base, extended its area, and turned it into a bigger camp. Baoya gazed and repeatedly nodded. Lord ZD is correct. I have also discovered that the wood used in the wooden house is different from arrow lodges. I am familiar with the wood of arrow lodges. It is from forest trees. Kang Xu had misgivings. Strange. Lord ZD built the camp before being teleported. We all know about the teleportation, but do those cronies inside know? Have they even been teleported? Are they not worried about being teleported? If they were not worried, that would imply that they are a part of the Island Master's faction. Contacting this group of people was very risky. Zhen Ren pondered. The situation is unknown. We cannot move rashly. First, let us withdraw to a safe distance. Then let me quietly capture a monkey bat. After some research, perhaps ZD can create a targeted potion. I will do my best. ZD nodded. Just as she finished speaking, a shutter in the wooden house suddenly opened, and a yellow-faced middle-aged man holding a strange crossbow from inside the house loudly roared, "Draw! Dead, you brutes!" As he said that, his left hand held the crossbow up and his right hand grabbed the crossbow's trigger. He firmly pressed the trigger, and a short arrow shot out. He took his finger off the trigger and the crossbow string rewound itself. Pressing it down again, a second arrow shot out. With this kind of constant firing, the yellow-faced man managed to shoot 12 arrows in a short amount of time. "There is a person in the wooden house?" Bai Yao whispered. "Is that someone from the Hog's Kiss?" Zhen Ren soon questioned. Everyone shook their heads. It was both possible and not possible. The Hog's Kiss was a large ship that could cross the ocean between two continents. The Hog's Kiss had many personnel and miscellaneous people on it. It was impossible for Kang Xu, ZD, and the others to know all of them. They have a crossbow. What kind of crossbow is capable of shooting like that? ZD wrinkled her brows. Zhen Ren had a grave complexion. The crossbow is good, however, his archery skill is below average. He has no accuracy and is only firing blindly. How rotten! The aggressive yellow-faced man's chaotic shooting caused the nearby bat monkeys to retreat. But the bat monkeys quickly swarmed and counterattacked. The yellow-faced man, upon seeing things was anything but good, promptly moved the wooden pole supporting the shutter. The heavy shutter then closed with a bang. But in that short period of time, 2 nimble monkeys already made their way in. The wooden house immediately echoed with screeches and curses. Should we go and save them? Zhen Ren bit his teeth in hesitation. Move, dodge. In the wooden house, a fatty shrieked while wanting to get under a table. It was very possible that because he was especially portly, the 2 monkeys looked at him first. One of the bat monkeys suddenly crawled on the wall, dodged incoming attacks, and attacked the fatty. The wooden table the fatty was hiding under immediately broke into pieces with a bang. Sawdust scattered into the air, and after a pause, the monkey grabbed the fatty. The fatty's eyes nearly fell out. At that moment, his extreme fear dispelled any thoughts of dodging. His mind went blank, and he sat paralyzed on the ground like a stone statue. At that crucial moment, a guard bravely stepped forward and used his sword to repel the bat monkey. But at that moment, the other bat monkey seized the opportunity to fly onto the guard's head. Ah! The guard screamed. The bat monkey immediately dug out his eyeballs. The sharp pain caused him to crazily swing his sword and forced back his companions that wanted to help. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bat monkey suddenly opened its large mouth and sunk it into the guard's neck. Clop, clop. With a horrifying sound, the bat monkey ruthlessly raised its head. Blood bubbled forth like a fountain from the large hole in the guard's neck. The bat monkey's wings flapped. The wing's great strength lifted its small body up, and it immediately flew onto the ceiling. The bat monkey hung upside down on the ceiling. A small piece of a windpipe was hanging from its mouth. The bat monkey inhaled the windpipe, chewed it over, and then swallowed it. Bastard. The people in the house were indigent. After finally eating something, the blood stimulated the bat monkey's vicious nature even more. They were very fast, were outrageously agile, and those in the wooden house were in complete confusion. The fatty fell paralyzed to the ground. Upon seeing everyone acting confused and another dying in an instant, he incessantly cried out in fear, "Save! Save me!" The yellow-faced man with the crossbow that had opened a wooden shutter now turned towards the bat monkey to kill it. He lowered his head immediately to dodge the swooping bat monkey, and his sorry figure rolled 3 times on the ground. The pouncing bat monkey hit the ground. It quickly stopped itself, and its 4 claws scarred the ground. It then faced the yellow-faced man to attack again. The yellow-faced man could not fight back as he was still getting up from the floor. At that moment, the pouncing bat monkey was suddenly stabbed from behind by another man's sword. The slender sword pierced the bat monkey's face and skull. The bat monkey was too fast. It slashed the sword's hilt and cut its flesh. But the bat monkey was not dead yet. Under the sharp pain, the bat monkey struggled while its wings fiercely flapped. The man holding the sword ferociously threw the bat monkey. The bat monkey fell to the ground, frantically screeched, and recklessly struggled. But after 5 breaths, it fell to the ground motionless. The man holding the sword pulled the yellow-faced man up and angrily said, "Moo Ben, this is all your fault. You didn't need to open the shutter? Isn't it okay to wait for the others to return?" Mu Ben coldly snorted with a stiff neck. "I have a treasure in my hands that will kill all of these trifles." Saying this, he pulled the trigger again and shot more than a dozen arrows. There was only one bat monkey in the wooden house, and the momentum of the arrows was fast. Thus, none of the arrows hit the target. Instead, someone was shot in the thigh. With grief and indignation, he bellowed, "Moo Ben, you shot me?" One after the other, the people dodged the arrows. "Oh!" A vibrating arrow pierced the ground. The paralyzed fatty that was sitting on the ground saw the arrow land close to his crotch. After reacting, his eyes rolled over and he lost consciousness on the spot. "Ma Ban, stop at once." "Come everyone, stop Mu Ban now. He is more dangerous than the monkey." The people howled and looked at Mu Ban malevolently. Mu Ban dodged and, in the frenzy, lost his crossbow. "Kill the monkey! Kill the monkey!" Another person shouted. Just a moment ago, the bat monkey injured another person. Everyone put their attention on the monkey bat again, and after surrounding it, the monkey bat was also killed. Holding a sword was a youngster. He had black hair, black eyes, dark skin, and naturally curly hair. "Good work, Haiwan. I didn't expect a boy like you to have such skill." Everyone praised him with pleasant surprise. Haiwan coldly snorted. The thin rapier in his hand was a beautiful flower sword. Just as he was about to sheath it, he heard thuds and booms. It was like if someone was beating a war drum. "What is that sound?" The people listened with misgivings as the sound grew louder. "Not good." Haiwan, who was listening with rapt attention, suddenly realized what it was and threw himself to the left. At that moment, a huge rhinoceros crashed into the wooden house with extreme unreasonableness and peerless ferocity. Those that did not dodge were flung to the ground. The huge rhinoceros kept walking and immediately walked into the wooden house in a giant cloud of smoke and dust. Without a wooden wall to obstruct them, the bat monkeys perked up with excitement as they all looked to kill everyone inside. "Oh no. I'm dead." Seeing bronze and iron-level bat monkeys diving down, Haiwan sank into despair. Chapter 88, A Nightly Hero. Chapter status, unedited. "No, I don't want to die. I will not die." Haiwan's heart roared. A strong longing for survival flooded his chest. He quickly got to his feet. The rolling dust obstructed most of his vision, and the screams and calls for help of his comrades lingered in his ears. Creak. The damaged roof of the wooden house made a creaking sound, and the remaining walls were on the brink of collapsing. "This place is done for. Staying here will definitely kill us." Haiwan gritted his teeth, turned around sharply, and ran out of the wooden house. A common bat monkey above him swooped down. Haiwan immediately rolled forward and nimbly evaded the bat monkey's attack. The common bat monkey's attack missed. However, it did not continue to entangle itself with Haiwan. Rather, it charged into the wooden house. But just as Haiwan was getting up, he saw another bat monkey flapping towards him. This was different from the previous one. This bat monkey was a bronze-level magic beast. Haiwan's heart shook as he pulled out his sword. Tinkle, the rapier he pulled from his waist, seemed like a silver lightning bolt. The nimble action of pulling his sword displayed Haiwan's solid swordsmanship training. However, in the flurry, Haiwan was unable to hit the bronze-level monkey's vitals. The sharp sword hit the bat monkey's abdomen but did not pierce its ribs. The bronze-level bat monkey was injured. It then revealed its vicious nature as it used its bat wings to speed up and shift the sword away. Its talons then tried to grab Haiwan's eyes and nose. Haiwan's eyes flashed with panic. After falling to the ground, he used the ground to support his back and lifted his right foot to ruthlessly kick the bat monkey. Haiwan kicked at the bat monkey, but the bat monkey did not move. Its flapping pair of wings and four limbs made it a shadow in Haiwan's eyes. Haiwan's strength was not enough to drive it back. Haiwan felt that he was kicking like a wild colt. He continued to kick. However, contrary to his hopes, the bat monkey's talons slashed his boots and wounded his lower leg. Haiwan was worried that more bat monkeys would surround him. Thus, he had no choice but to swing his arms and abandon his sword. The bat monkey did not think resistance would suddenly dissipate. While it was caught off guard, Haiwan shoved it to the floor with the sword still in its chest. Haiwan took that chance to crawl away and run towards the forest around the camp. However, the bat monkey quickly recovered, screeched, and flew towards Haiwan. As the gale approached him, Haiwan's heart filled with a chill, and his bloodshot eyes showed his desperation. Damn it, don't tell me I'm gonna die here. At that moment, something whistled. A delicate shadow shot out and brushed past Haiwan. Was that a dart? The strong burst of wind forced Hei-Wan to narrow his eyes in bewilderment. Afterwards, he heard the bat monkey behind him mournfully scream. The others? Hei-Wan was overjoyed. He did not dare to turn around as he used all of his strength to run towards where the dart fired from. The bronze-level bat monkey seemed to suffer serious damage, as it did not continue to pursue. Hei-Wan madly ran into the woods and found several people behind a tree. That's not Exisu and the others. Hei-Wan's eyes shined when he saw ZD among them. He couldn't help but look pleasantly surprised. He blurted, "Z. You're Duan?" At the same moment, ZD recognized Hei-Wan's face and slowly called, "He is a mercenary I hired." Lord Zhen Jin, the people in the wooden house, all should be from the Hog's Kiss. ZD said to Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin nodded. "I have to save them as soon as possible. You guys stay here." Zhen Jin quickly got up. After a few breaths, he walked over Hei-Wan and quickly sized up the dark-skinned youngster before him. "Can you still fight?" Hei-Wan stood in place, blankly staring, and did not respond for a moment. Zhen Jin secretly shook his head. "It seems he has already lost his courage." Zhen Jin had observed Hei-Wan fleeing. The young knight then told Lan Zhao, "Take good care of him. I will be going." "Yes, master." Lan Zhao immediately responded. "Lord Zhen Jin, you must be careful." ZD ran a few steps with her hands held to her chest and gazed at him with concern. Zhen Jin nodded towards the girl, then he accelerated into the camp. "Don't." At that moment, Hei-Wan finally reacted. He opened his mouth and wanted to stop Zhen Jin. "You were gonna throw your life away?" Hei-Wan then wished he didn't say that because at that moment he saw Zhen Jin fish out some wooden darts. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Zhen Jin threw 3 darts and 3 common bat monkeys fell from the sky. More bat monkeys attacked Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin's arm powerfully shook, his wrist lightly flicked, and 3 monkeys dropped to the ground. Hei-Wan's Adam's apple rolled. Zhen Jin's darts were too accurate. Each had unfailing accuracy with not a single one missing. A bronze bat monkey dropped to the ground and used its hands and feet to attack Zhen Jin. It quickly dashed forward and in a startling move, it did not attack in a straight line. Rather, it zigzagged on the ground as it charged at Zhen Jin. "Good brute." Some of the chill in Hei-Wan's heart poured out. Zhen Jin's darts were very accurate against flying monkeys. But on the ground, the bat monkey's ever-changing position made it hard for Zhen Jin to aim. It seems this bat monkey does not have low intelligence. Zhen Jin stopped walking and no longer threw darts. Rather, he waited for the bat monkey to charge in. What is he doing? Hurry up! Hei-Wan could not help but shout. At that moment, Zhen Jin's right hand naturally grabbed the rapier hilt. The rapier was the one Hei-Wan had. When the bat monkey's body was blocking him, he had no choice but to abandon it. The bronze-level monkey was knocked to the ground, and with the rapier in it, it pursued Hei-Wan until Zhen Jin ended its life with a wooden dart. The rapier's point was stuck in the ground. The bat monkey suddenly dashed forward. Its delicate purple and black body was like an artillery shell, and in the blink of an eye, it was next to Zhen Jin's face. But Zhen Jin already had a sword in hand. Whoosh! The sound lightly echoed. Everyone in the woods felt there was a flower before them as they watched Zhen Jin smoothly lift up the sword. The rapier pierced the bronze-level bat monkey's head and suspended it in the air. It wasn't dead yet as it continued to struggle. But at that moment, Zhen Jin swung the flower sword in a glittering silver arc. The bronze-level bat monkey was thrown to the ground. It wanted to get up and support itself, but its strength was leaking like the brains and blood from the hole in its head. At that moment, it fell to the ground, its eyes wide with shock, and its face filled with disbelief and fear. "Hey," Zhan breathed. He gazed at Zhen Jin's back and shook. How can he have such frightful strength? Battle Key cannot be used here. Against the bronze-level monkey, despite using all of his strength in the thrust, Haiwan's attack was stopped between the monkey's ribs. It was evident that the skull was the thickest bone. Zhen Jin's sword, thrust directly penetrated the bronze-level monkey's skull. That kind of strength was inhuman. A1. At that moment, Zidai, Lan Zio, and the others came over. Miss Zidai. Haiwan tidied up his mood and greeted Zidai. His lordship is... Zidi smiled and was just about to answer. But the previously silent Lan Zio was the first to speak. He is my master, Lord Zhen Jin. He is Lord Zidi's fiancé, the Baizhen clan's sole heir, a true Templar knight and White Sand City's future master. He is my life-saving benefactor, and now he is also yours. Zidi nodded. I hired you all to protect me when traveling to the wilderness continent in White Sand City. Lord Zhen Jin was always hiding at my side. The purpose of that was to pull wool over the eyes of others and to guard against malicious rivals that wish to obstruct our journey. I believe that Lord Zhen Jin will lead us out of this island alive. So that's how it is. Haiwan's Adam's apple rolled, and he quickly accepted this reality. Zhen Jin held a sword in one hand and a dart in the other. He threw darts at the bat monkeys that approached. He used the rapier to reap the lives of the bat monkeys near him. He seemed to have a human form, but in actuality, under his clothes, his arms had already transformed into bear arms. His powerful strength and innate accuracy turned the darts and rapier into death's sickle. Those in the wooden house were being attacked and were in an abyss of suffering. But gradually, they felt the number of attacks they had to bear was lessening. Originally, the entire camp was filled with the bat monkey's ear-piercing screeches. But now, the camp became strangely silent. What is the situation? Ma Ban was leaning on a wooden wall, powerless with a blood-stained chest. Suddenly, he felt someone come over to take a look. The dust was now slowly scattering. Muban looked at the youngster. He was blond, handsome, and had a noble's posture and grace. He held a sword and a dart as he slowly walked over. The surrounding bat monkeys were flying in the air or lying on the ground, grimacing in pain and malice. But the blond youth did things at a leisurely pace. He strolled through the battlefield like it was some elegant garden. An impatient bat monkey suddenly rushed like a wild dog. Whoosh! a dart suddenly shot out and pierced the bat monkey. The bat monkey died on the spot, however, because of inertia. Its body was flung into the distance and left a scarlet path in its wake. Zhen Ren lightly lifted his fee, stepped over the bloody trail, and arrived in front of Mu Ban. Mu Ban looked up foolishly at the youngster. Although the youngster's crude clothing had been damaged in battle, Mu Ban swore at that moment that he felt the youngster's body was covered in silver armor. He was riding a white horse, and that there was a flag fluttering behind the noble knight. Chapter 89. Your Lordship, I wish to work for you. Chapter status. Unedited. Still alive? Zhen Ren indifferently inquired. Mu Ban nodded. Lend that to me. Zhen Ren looked at the crossbow Mu Ban was holding. Mu Ban blanked out, however, his body subconsciously acted. Both hands offered up the crossbow. Zhen Ren grabbed the crossbow trigger in one hand while continuing to hold the sword in the other. Upon seeing this, Mu Ban wanted to say, "Your posture is wrong. You should have a hand under the crossbow to stabilize it." The other hand was just for operating the trigger. After a moment, another bat monkey pounced. Zhen Ren's hand lightly trembled, as did the crossbow when it fired a single arrow. Plop! The pouncing monkey died. Zhen Ren's wrist swayed, and the crossbow's top-notch bowstring tightened with a click. Another bat monkey screeched. It cunningly attacked Zhen Ren from behind. Zhen Ren did not turn his head. He simply pointed his crossbow and fired an arrow. The arrow pierced through the bat monkey's big mouth, penetrated its spine, and shot out of its back. The bat monkey kneeled to the ground, slid across the ground from its inertia, and arrived next to Zhen Ren's heel. Its face looked up because of its upright body, but it then fell forward into its stomach. It seemed it was using its life to beg forgiveness from Zhen Ren. But offending one's elders and offending a noble knight was an unforgivable sin? Who is that person? What skilled archery? I in a dream? The people being saved shouted as they gazed at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren attracted the attention of all of the bat monkeys. However, every time they charged in, they would die on the approach. Zhen Ren stood in place with bat monkey corpses piling up around him. His posture and control of the crossbow was extremely lax and non-standard. But every time he fired, he would expertly hit a bat monkey's weak point. Even if a bat monkey got near Zhen Ren, the ice-cold silver flower sword would surely reap the bat monkey's fiery life. Seeing the bat monkey group was suffering disastrous damage, the iron-level bat monkey in the air lost its patience. It curtly screeched, repeatedly. Hearing its order, the bat monkeys routed. Think you can run? Zhen Ren perked his brows. His wrist trembled as he shot an arrow towards the iron-level bat monkey. The iron-level bat monkey flapped its wings and dodged the arrow. Then it suddenly sucked in air and puffed up its chest. At that moment, it opened its mouth and screeched. The intense sound could be seen by the naked eye as a translucent sound wave. The sound wave grew bigger and enveloped the entire wooden house. Everyone was in pain. They bent their backs and did their best to block their ears in an attempt to isolate themselves from the sound. However, it was useless. Zhen Ren's brows creased. His bodily essence surpassed that of ordinary beings. However, The sound wave immediately made him nauseous. After a few breaths, he felt dizzy. Based on the current trend, his eardrums would invariably suffer serious damage. The crossbow continued to fire, however the iron-level monkey either dodged them or caught the arrows. The iron-level bat monkey was nimbler and had a stronger body than a bronze-level bat monkey. But at that moment, Zhen Ren suddenly threw a dart. The dart had followed an arrow and hit the iron-level monkey's left eye. The iron-level bat monkey was seriously hurt, and its screeching came to a spontaneous end. It had a dart in its left eye. Blood flowed from it. However, it did not take revenge. Rather, it turned and fled at once. The remaining bat monkeys turned around, gathered into a group, and fled into the forest. The ruined camp quickly became tranquil. Half an hour later, some fighters were dispersed to investigate around the camp. Others began to fix the fence around the camp, the arrow lodge, and some were pulling up posts to reinforce the wooden house. From time to time, they looked towards the camp and whispered amongst each other. Phrases like major character, formidable warrior, and knight were said again and again. Some of the seriously injured were sitting on the ground, some were looking up at the sky, and some were still unconscious. Zidi examined these injuries and pondered about what kind of potions she needed to make. "Lord Doctor, I don't want to die. Please save me," a wounded person weakly implored. Zidi smiled. "I am not a doctor. I am a pharmacist." "Be at ease. Your injury is not fatal. Although you do not have a light injury, staunching the bleeding in time allows for proper treatment. Nothing will happen to you." Her mouth was consoling, however Zidi's heart understood. To recover, one needed to rest, however she did not know how long this one needed to. This place was not safe. During the recuperation process, those seriously hurt could only be tended to. Not only were they powerless to do anything, they also would consume a lot of resources. Lord President, is it you? It is really you? A voice interrupted Zidi's train of thought. Zidi turned around and saw a large, weeping fatty. "You're awake, Feileo?" Zidi smiled and greeted him. Hearing this, the fatty kneeled to the ground, covered his face with his fat right hand, and looked up with a crying face. "Woo! Hoo! 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 You're still alive." Tears flowed down his cheeks and formed 2 tear stains. Good, come here." Zidi had to walk over to pat the fatty's shoulder. "Follow me. Let us pay our respects to Lord Zhen Ren." "Zen? Lord Zhen Ren, Lord? Isn't that Lord your fiancé?" Feileo took his hand back and expressed his doubts. Zidi explained, "I ask Feileo not to blame me for hiding a few things from you all. When going to White Sand City, I did go before the Bai Zen clan. The true intention of this was to cover our tracks and escort Lord Zhen Ren to White Sand City in advance. The troops provided by the Bai Zen clan met with misfortune along the way. When I and Lord Zhen Ren discussed this incident, we felt that this was a malicious rival obstructing us. One can only run for city master within a certain time period. If Lord Zhen Ren did not run within that time period, he would miss a majority of the share. In order to prevail over a rival plot, I traveled under pretense, concealed Lord Zhen Ren's identity, and together we climbed aboard the Hog's Kiss. So, that's what happened. Fei Leo suddenly realized. In the camp clearing, Zhen Jin sat on a wooden bench with Lan Ziao standing behind him with a sword. Zhen Jin sized up the crossbow in his hands. This was the crossbow he'd been shooting with during the battle. It was different from ordinary crossbows. It could continuously fire arrows from a cuboid box. The arrow box had a black 8 written on it and could hold many arrows. The trigger for the rapid-firing crossbow was a wooden handle. Constantly pressing it up and down could wind up another arrow. Did you design this? Zhen Jin's gaze shifted from the crossbow to the one in front of him. A middle-aged man was kneeling in front of him. He had a yellow face and an injury on his stomach that had been wrapped up. It was Mu Ban. Mu Ban said at once, "Yes, Lord Zhen Jin, I designed this rapid-fire crossbow." What does this 8 stand for? Zhen Jin pointed at the arrow box. Is this your 8th work? Mu Ban shook his head. No. The lumber used to make the rapid-fire crossbow was from the highest quality wood I could find around camp. The lumber had the 8 written on it. After stopping for a moment, Mu Ban presented, "Not only can I make this kind of rapid-fire crossbow, I also can make ordinary crossbows. Only the lack of metal crossbow mechanisms prevents me from mass-producing them." Zhen Jin nodded. The finest part of a crossbow was the mechanism. Normally, this component was made of metal. Zhen Jin looked at the rapid-fire crossbow. Although the trigger was special, the metal mechanism inside was still the same. Zhen Jin had just used this rapid-fire crossbow. Compared to an ordinary crossbow, the rapid-fire crossbow had a smaller range and weaker arrows. When dealing with the iron-level bat monkey, Zhen Jin's darts had results. However, the rapid-fire crossbow could not hit or harm the iron-level bat monkey. The fire rate of ordinary crossbows had always been a subject of criticism. The rapid-fire crossbow solved that issue and instead made its fire rate its biggest advantage. Designing such a special crossbow proved that Mu Ban was undoubtedly talented. So, you are a crossbow craftsman? Zhen Jin asked. Yes, your lordship. Mu Ban wanted to go to the wilderness continent to show off my skills. Your lordship saved my life. Thus, this humble one wants to work for you? Mu Ban immediately replied fervently. Zhen Jin's status was already known in the camp. The Bai Zhen clan's sole heir, a member of the Templar Knights, and a participant in the White Sand City owner competition. No matter which identity it was, all of them were enough for Mu Ban to actively seek to help from the one who had them. Normally, he would not have such access to such a large person. Good, very good. I await your performance. Zhen Jin encouraged Mu Ban while internally planning. With a crossbow craftsman, he could make a lot of crossbows. Previously, he thought that way. However, the situation prevented it, and there was nothing to make crossbow mechanisms from. But it was no longer like that. He had an experienced artisan that could make crossbow mechanisms. When ZD was at the oasis, she had gathered a great amount of lizard acid. With those materials, as long as one made a mold, they could make many metal crossbow mechanisms. Crossbows are more powerful and have a farther ranger than a short bow. But the best part is that it is easy for novices to use. Bows need training. Crossbow training is far shorter than short bow or longbow training. The problem is that a crossbow's rate of fire is low. However, as long as we make some rapid-fire crossbows, it can make up for the deficiency. My only misgiving is the one ZD had warned me about. If a person has a crossbow, they are a hidden threat to their fellow comrades. However, Zhen Ren thought to himself of the things he had experienced on this island. I can now transform and increase my strength to deal with greater threats. Lan Zhao Bai Ya and the others are my devoted subordinates. Even Mu Ban, Yi Wan, and these people have been saved by me. The most crucial point is that this island is very dangerous. Leaving this place alive is hard. I feel that if these people face a beast group without proper equipment, they will lose their lives. If that happens, even if there is a ship, there will not be enough people to sail it. Zhen Ren thought of this and decided, despite the risks and dangers in equipping many with crossbows, to contend with the external dangers and to increase our hopes of leaving as much as possible, these risks must be carried. My lord, this is Fei Shi, an elder in the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. When we left for White Sand City, he was my assistant. ZD had come over with the fatty. Fei, she pays his respects to his lordship. Fei Leo promptly saluted at Zhen Ren with a smile. He naturally had a good opinion of Zhen Ren, because everyone knew the Bai Zhen clan and Wisteria Merchant Alliance were in a union of benefits. Although Fei Leo did not personally see Zhen Ren as a high-ranking member of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance, he had already seen relevant information that painted a portrait of Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren nodded. Tell me, why are you all here? I seem to have heard that you all were forced to leave. Is someone starting an armed rebellion? Fei Leo nodded. His complexion sunk, informing your lordship, yes, that's what happened. Stop. Zhen Ren held out his hand and stopped him at once. He thought that Fei Shi was nervous, but upon hearing it the second time, he realized that Fei Shi had a stutter. Zhen Ren looked at Mu Ban, start talking. Chapter 90. My lord, you are a hero sent by the gods? Chapter status, unedited. Originally everything was sailing smoothly, but suddenly a strange disaster struck the ship. The Hog's Kiss broke into two, but fortunately this island was nearby, thus almost all of us escaped to the shore. Finding that the captain was missing, the first mate took command. Mu Ban's narration was detailed. What he said was not much different from what Zhen Ren had heard from Huang Zhao and Kong Yixu. The survivors gathered on the beach. All of them wanted to leave, and none of them wanted to remain on this island. The most important issue swinging in front of everyone was food. As a result, the first mate dispatched Lan Zhao, Huang Zhao, and the others in the exploration team to explore and find resources, with the best result being they found a steady water and meat source. Kang Xu had volunteered to join the exploration team at his own accord. However, the exploration team everyone put their hopes in mysteriously disappeared. Those left on the beach became even more frightened of this dangerous and mysterious island. Leaving this place became a more urgent matter. The ship had ruptured into two and everyone knew to leave this island. They had to build a new one. Trees were not scarce. Even the desert had a rainforest near it. However, lumbering, processing the wood, and building the ship was a huge task. The people grew more tired, used up more of their strength, and consumed even more of their food. From the ship wreckage, the people found floating casks and did their best to search everyone for resources. Even the corpses of humans were not let off. However, without a steady external food source, even if they had a considerable food reserve, it could not sustain continuous consumption. As time passed, the large unit found the days harder to bear. The first mate had no choice but to ration food, which irritated everyone. Food shortages, a bleak outlook, and hard work every day made the people voice their discontent, have a fickle mood, and made it hard to maintain stability. A ship that could travel to continents and resist the attacks of the ocean's fishmen naturally had impressive fighting strength. The sailors were united and complied with most orders. Thus, although internal friction grew by the day, things were still mostly stable. But food reserves soon declined to a critical level, forced by the situation. The first mate attempted to establish a second exploration team. Some considered the general situation and bravely stepped forth to join the second exploration group. However, most did not think they could face the dangerous jungle. Why would they leave the large unit when they had something to eat every day? The first mate understood this could not continue. Since most people were unwilling to go, he was forced to proclaim that they were to draw lots. The outcome of the lots caused an uproar amongst the people. The reason was relatively few sailors got picked. The vast majority of the winners were passengers. The people suspected the first mate had secretly rigged the lots and deliberately discriminated against them. The people requested a redrawing. The first mate was very hesitant, because the sailors did not want to explore the dangerous rainforest. The sailors also supported the first mate the most. Thus, the passengers and sailors opposed each other. The internal conflict then changed. An emergency had ignited the entire deadlock. The other day I was sleeping on the beach exhausted. Late into the night, I suddenly heard a woman shriek somewhere around me. At first I thought someone had been killed in the jungle, but soon after, more movement came from over there. I heard a man bellowing and cursing, along with the sounds of fighting. As I got up from my straw bed, a frightened sailor informed me to take a weapon and left to support the first mate. The sailor told me that a passenger had ambushed the first mate's tent with bad intentions. Although I was not a sailor, because of our working relationship, I had been sleeping with the ship's fourth craftsman. Where I was sleeping was near the incident. Of course, the fourth craftsman and others picked up their swords and charged towards the first mate's tent. I was also following behind with a crossbow. When I neared the tent, I found there was already fighting there. A party of attacking passengers had surrounded the first mate's tent. We wanted to get through, but were beat back twice. Luckily, on the third time, the fourth craftsman called his foolish son over. We all called the orphan. The fourth craftsman took in an idiot. He was a giant human hybrid. He was 3 meters tall, had incredible strength, and could uproot a tree. The idiot listened to the fourth craftsman and used a tree trunk to sweep away the passengers, utterly defeating them. Just when we thought we were victorious, Zongi stopped us. He was a half-beast man and was the leader of the rebellion. He was wearing a thick steel armor that resisted the oaf's sweeping tree. He then stepped onto the tree, ran across it, and jumped at the oaf. He then used his fist to punch the blockhead to the ground. The blockhead's reckless counterattacks were all neutralized by Zhang Ji. In the end, he begged Zhang Ji for forgiveness. By defeating the oaf, Zhang Ji had defeated us. He tied the first mate up and explained the entire story to everyone. According to him, the first mate had been secretly stockpiling food for personal usage. During that night, he also decided to fancy a female passenger. He used knockout medication to capture the female passenger and had her brought to his tent. However, Zhang Ji had found out and ended up fighting a fierce battle. We followed Zhang Ji into the first mate's tent, and sure enough, we found food reserves that did not belong to the public stores. The female passenger, called Qiao Shan, also woke up and confirmed Zhang Ji's words. After I realized the truth, I decided to stand on Zhang Ji's side. The majority also did the same as I. Many of the sailors were also wavering. Under the definitive evidence, the first mate could only admit his crimes. In spite of the sailors' opposition, Zhang Ji forcibly put the first mate to death, and by relying on his strong combat power, he became the camp's leader. Upon hearing this, Zhen Jin nodded. Although Zhang Ji is a half-beastman, his conduct is that of a hero's. What is his relationship with Qiao Shan? Mu Ban shook his head. The two of them are not acquainted. Like your lordship, I originally thought that since Zhang Ji stepped forward to help a stranger, he would be a more qualified and outstanding leader. We began to suffer raids. Almost every night, someone would tragically die. We examined the corpses. Their mortal wounds seemed to have been caused by a beast. But everything near the camp had been disposed of. The camp was on a beach and one could see everything in a single glance. Where was the beast coming from? Zhang Ji personally led a team to stand watch all night. At first, no one died. But soon after, someone lost their life in broad daylight. Zhang Ji wasn't made of iron. He could not stand watch without sleep or rest. The others organized another team to keep watch, but they too could not block the slaughter from continuing. All of us were afraid and the camp was anxious. Numerous rumors rose. One of them said that Zhang Ji was the true assassin. He was a brutal and untamable half-beast man that enjoyed human flesh. If he did not eat human flesh, he would go mad. If he became mad, he would eat more human flesh. Those that mysteriously died in camp, whose wounds seemed to have been torn at by beasts, was actually done by Zhang Ji. Because he was half-beastman. At first, I and the majority of the people were unconvinced by this rumor. Until one day, someone saw a corpse floating in the sea. There was an extreme food shortage. Thus, the person who found the corpse was pleasantly surprised because he saw the corpse had intact clothes and other possible resources on its body. The finder risked his life to swim a long distance in order to retrieve the corpse. The floating corpse was the captain. The wound on his body was that of a piercing kind. It was very clear that a spear-type weapon had caused it. The captain was assassinated. Thus, the disaster that had befallen the boat was also a man-made conspiracy. The finding of the captain's corpse caused a commotion. The third mate, the captain's son, wailed on the captain's body, and publicly declared that he must find the captain's murderer and take revenge for his father. All of us were angry. We were all guessing at who the culprit was. Why would they murder the captain? Why would they destroy the ship? Based on the captain's mortal wound, we began to guess who had such spear-type weapons. No one was more suspicious than Zhongji. It was because not only did he have formidable steel armor, but the most noticeable thing he had on him was a pair of short spears on his back. Even when dealing with the oaf, he did not use those spears. Without a doubt, with those spears in his hands, he definitely had considerable battle strength. The captain had iron-level strength. Zhongji was his equal. The sailors had all united at Exisuo's side, however, everyone knew Zhongji's strength. The attacks continued and began to occur even more. Almost every day someone would die. On the food side, although the food the first mate had pilfered had padded the public stores, it was also consumed. Thus, Zhongji was forced to attempt to establish an exploration team. That time, many crew members voluntarily joined and the team quickly formed. The same day the exploration team set off, the fourth craftsman covertly came to me. He informed me of Exisuo's scheme. Zisuo knew for the time being he could not openly confront Zhongji, thus he left with the sailors to make a boat on his own. I knew the fourth craftsman was a master shipbuilder, thus I decided to join them. Not long after the exploration team set out, Zhongji found that Exisuo, Haiwan, and I were missing. Realizing that he had been swindled, he immediately led a team to pursue and attack us. We fled the entire journey, and just as we were about to be overtaken, the world suddenly changed. The environment was no longer a forest, but a rainforest. A mysterious force had sent us here, soon after we found this camp. This camp is very strange. The wooden house sat on top of the ground with no foundation. It was as if some giant had pulled it from the ground. Zisuo was very happy. He believed that this was a miracle from the gods that both delivered us from a savage enemy and bestowed upon us a temporary camp. We renovated the camp and garrisoned ourselves here. Because I and the fourth craftsman were very happy. The wood in this forest was better material for making a new ship. Afterwards, we split into two groups. Zisuo, the fourth craftsman, and a few others went out to do lumbering. We continued to build up the camp here. But we did not expect the bat monkeys would attack. We are fortunate that your lordship saved us. Having such a hero appear on the scene was surely arranged by the gods. We will leave this fiendish place under your leadership. As Mu Bane spoke of this, his tone became fanatical. Chapter 91. Zhongji, a powerful enemy. Chapter status. Unedited. Mu Ban's clear narration arisen naturally. Him regarding Zhen Ren as a hero arranged by the gods had left a deep impression on him. Zhen Ren remained silent, but his heart was greatly moved by Mu Ban. If this was all arranged by the gods, why didn't they ever respond to my prayers? As a Templar Knight, shouldn't Emperor Shangming be watching me attentively? Don't tell me. Not responding to my prayers was a part of Emperor Shangming's plan. Maybe. Everything that has happened to me was Emperor Shangming intentionally testing me. Is the magic core in my heart also part of this test? Wait a moment, you said that it has only been a few days since you all have been teleported here? Kong Xu questioned. He was also around. Yes. To be more precise, it has been 5 days. Moo, Ban replied. Kang Xu and Zhen Jin glanced at each other. They did not doubt Mu Ban's words. After all, it was easy to tell if he were lying at this point. There were still many people around. Of course, it did not rule out that everyone conspired to sing from the same hymn sheet. But it was unlikely. More crucially, lying right now was not beneficial in the slightest. King Xu sighed. I did not expect so many things to happen after I left the camp. Zhen Jin's complexion was serene. This is very normal. We know from experience the pressure on people as they helplessly watch food be consumed, or the pressure of death usually drive people insane, cause them to sink into hysteria and make them disobey their norms. Lan Zio was moved. His eyes hung down, veins popped from his hand as he clenched his sword, and his breathing became chaotic. A true leader should not be engulfed by selfish desire, nor should they consume the lives and blood of their subordinates like a parasite. The first mate had a proper end. If it were me, I would have personally led an exploration team into the rainforest after the first team mysteriously disappeared and would look for more food and water for everyone. This is how a leader should act. Zhen Jin stated. Lan Zio stood behind Zhen Jin. After looking at the young knight's back, his eyes brightened and his breathing became steady. In front of everyone, Kang Xu loudly proclaimed, "My lord, I do not doubt your determination. You are brave and virtuous. You are the reason why we have reunited and are able to obey your orders. This island is the devil. It is full of tribulations and perils. Mu Ban is right. You are a hero dispatched by the gods to save us. With you, Lord Zhen Jin, I am only worried about a single thing. Jisoo, the old bow craftsman, and the others went out to cut wood and have not returned yet." Hey. Zhen Jin frowned and looked at Mu Ban before they left. When did they say they would be back by? Mu Ban looked at the sky. Based on what they said, they should have been back 15 minutes ago. Did they also suffer a beast group attack? Mu Ban grew worried. Be at ease, you foolish man. Fei, she said. Haiwan shook his head and heavily said, although they had that idiot with giant blood with an iron level life level, he only relies on brute force and has no cultivation martial skills. The thing that smashed into the wooden house was a silver level rhinoceros. What? Even if there wasn't a silver level magic beast, getting surrounded by a bat monkey group would endanger the idiot's life. Life level did not determine the outcome of a battle. Lord Zhen Jin, there is another thing on my mind. Kang Xu continued. How did the bat monkey group get a silver level rhinoceros to attack the wooden house? 5 days ago, they were teleported into the forest and began to renovate this camp. Inside those 5 days, suffered a beast group attack. Zhen Jin's brows wrinkled deeply. What do you mean, Kang Xu? If this camp was invading on the beast group's territory, then they should have attacked again within 1 or 2 days. Delaying the attack until the 5th day is very strange. Not only that, Kang Xu continued, why would a silver-level rhinoceros attack this place with the bat monkeys? These are 2 different species of magic beast. After the silver-level rhinoceros crashed into the wooden house, it left the camp. Such an action is unnatural. Although there isn't enough proof, I have a strange feeling that something artificial is controlling them. Artificial control? Upon hearing this, the others could not help but look at each other with dismay. What a disaster. Don't tell me we are facing a taming master. Faye, she asked. Kang Xu heavily said, "It is not necessarily a taming master." The vast majority of magic beasts have a limited mental capacity. As long as one is familiar with their habits and properties, they can exploit them. For example, we put high-level magic beast feces around our camp to chase away inferior ones. Another example is fishing bait. Isn't this also a manipulation of wildlife? Hearing this, ZD's complexion changed slightly, and her heart became chilly. She looked at Zhen Ren and called, "My lord, that armor." Zhen Ren had already taken out the armor as she spoke. Who wears armor of this material? Zhen Ren urgently inquired, realizing what might have happened. Mu Bain shook his head. "As you can, your lordship, that is high-quality steel. We cannot use such high-level goods. The vast majority of our warriors wear leather armor. Even if we had some, it would be chainmail and not steel plate." Oh. Yes, it's his. Faye, she suddenly shouted with panic. Who is he? Zhen Ren questioned with narrowed eyes. He nervously stuttered. It's Zongji's. Hai Wan said nervously. Of everyone on the ship, only Zongji had such high-quality armor? I have seen it many times, and when he defeated the idiot, he had worn such steel armor. Impossible. Ban overruled. How can Zongji be nearby? We have already thrown him off. No, all of you were teleported. ZD eyes flickered. Didn't you just say that when Zongji was pursuing you guys? All of you were teleported? It is also very possible that Zongji's companions were also teleported. Zhen Ren caressed the armor with a grave expression. All of the clues indicated that Zongji and his force was also teleported. The traces Zhen Ren had seen had been left behind by Zongji and his companions. The goal of them sweeping the battlefield should be to guard against Exisu, Mu Ban, and their comrades. It must be Zongji's. Heiwan suddenly shouted without hesitation. The Bat Monkey group and the silver-level rhinoceros were also lured into attacking this camp by Zongji. Kang Xu stared at him. What are you basing this on? Don't forget, he is a half-beastman. He definitely related to beasts. Thus, he definitely has a method that can influence beasts. Zhen Ren shook his head. Being a beastman and having a half-beastman's bloodline can indeed allow one to get close to beasts. However, this is not proof that Zongji is the one plotting to murder the people in this camel. Your lordship. Heiwan clenched his chest and bowed to Zhen Ren. You deserve to be called a Templar knight who upholds the spirit of justice and fairness. However, my suspicions about Zongji are not unfounded. He has received strict battle training. Heiwan continued. everyone looked at each other with dismay. He Wan proceeded. Each mercenary and perhaps each sailor receives battle training. This battle training I speak of is not ordinary training, rather they are military exercises. I am certain that he definitely served in the army at one point. Only by passing such stringent military exercises and serving in the army can he have the aura of a soldier on him. This I am most clear about. Zongyi has an iron-level cultivation along with ferocious skill. I saw with my own eyes him efficiently defeating the oaf with 3 punches and 2 kicks. He displayed his full strength then. The most crucial point is on this island. We cannot use battle ki and magic in order to fight. We can only rely on martial skills and the speed and strength of our bodies. Zongyi has the Lion Man bloodline on him. His strength, speed, endurance, and other attributes are far greater than us of pure human blood. Thanks to his high-quality armor, he can even resist the oaf's sweeping tree. Everyone, there is no harm in thinking this way. With this kind of strength, why would he not remain in the army? In what army, as long as it was possible, would ever let such an elite go? As long as he felt at ease serving in the army, his future prospects would have been very radiant. Unless, of course, he made a significant mistake that made the army realize he was an evil believer and expelled him. Haiwan's analysis had some basis in Mu Ban, Fei Shi, and the others could not help but slightly nod upon hearing it. In fact, the people that took the risk to sail the Hog's Kiss to the wilderness continent could not be regarded as ordinary. Most of them could not mix with those in the Shangming continent or were unsatisfied with their lives. In spite of the danger to their lives, they wanted to use the war as a chance to gain profit. Take Beiya, he wanted to become a knight. Take Kang Yexu, he was a fugitive. Even Zhen Jin, he shouldered the mission of revitalizing the Bai Zhen clan. Zhen Jin stroked the sword hilt and sunk into contemplation. From the accounts of Mu Ben and He Wan as well Fei Shi's panicked expression, he regarded Zongyi as someone difficult to deal with. Zongyi was a beast man, human half-breed. His half-beastman status was not well regarded in human society. To say it more accurately, he had suffered discrimination. However, on this island, Zongyi's half-beastman status magnified his battle strength. If I did not have my transformations, I fear I would be unable to defeat Zongyi. Transforming is a stratagem that ensures success. However, others cannot see my transformations. If I use the magic core, then it will guarantee that Zongyi will die. Zhen Jin sensed a pressure. He could not use battle ki. His prayers to the gods remained unanswered, and without a divine spell, he could only rely on the power of his body. He had never known what his cultivation level was. Although his vitality surpassed that of ordinary people, he did not know if his strength, speed, and other attributes did too. If it were not for the heart core, some luck, and Zhen Jin's tenacious willpower, Zhen Jin would have died already. So, my opponent this time is not a magic beast, but a person? Chapter 92. Rescuing the Boat Craftsman. Chapter status. Unedited. Many times, people were usually more formidable than magic beasts. A half-beast man was a life form with advanced intelligence and could use strategy. Another point that worried Zhen Jin was that Zongyi had excellent equipment. He had high-quality steel armor and a pair of war spears. He had never used his war spears in public, perhaps because Zhang Ji found the crises he encountered unworthy of their usage. Intuition told Zhen Jin that Zhang Ji's battle spears were beyond ordinary. They even might be of a higher rank than his steel armor. In comparison, Zhen Jin only had a rapier that belonged to He Wan. Regardless of that, we first need to go search for Exisu and the others and make sure they return safely. Zhen Jin tidied up his mood and immediately resolved. Zissou was the third mate, and the old fourth bow craftsman was proficient at shipbuilding. These were key people of talent. They were important in leaving this island. Lan Xiao, He Wan, you two are coming with me. Zhen Jin looked at the two of them. Although he wanted to move alone after some consideration, Zhen Jin knew he needed more manpower to search for Exisu and the others in the forest. It was too inefficient for him to search alone. Regardless of whether it was Lan Xiao or He Wan, both had bronze-level strength. Let us proceed. Zhen Jin then gave He Wan back his rapier. He was a Templar Knight, and he would never covet another's equipment. It's a good sword. Zhen Jin praised He Wan. He Wan took the sword and was just about to speak. My lord. ZD suddenly spoke with a worried heart. If Songyi was the culprit controlling the beast group and saw your lordship Zhen Jin interfering, he abandoned the attack on the camp. However, since he already knows your lordship is heroic and valiant, will he be watching you when you enter the forest? Is this a scheme from Zhangji's force to lure you out? That is possible. Zhen Jin pursed his brows. So, what do you think? Zidai, I want to move with your lordship. I will use all of my strength to help your lordship. Don't worry, I have medicine to protect myself, and I will do my best to not be a burden on your lordship. Zhen Jin immediately hesitated. ZD turned around and said to He Wan, Wan, I know your sword is not ordinary. I ask that you temporarily give it to Lord Zhen Jin so he can use it. He Wan stared blankly, and his complexion changed slightly. But this sword is my family heirloom. He Wan expressed his refusal. It was only ZD's hired mercenary, not Zidai's nor Zhen Jin's underling. Zhen Jin faintly laughed. Zidai, it is unnecessary to make things difficult for him. Zhen Jin could transform into a silver-level spear scorpion, and a spear scorpion tail could threaten steel armor. My lord, that won't do. But ZD insisted, based on our recent analysis, Zhang Ji is a strong opponent. He also has top-notch armor made of high-quality steel and impressive war spears. Your lordship only has ordinary weapons. If you and Zhang Ji fight, there would be little difference from simply coming unarmed. Zhen Jin stared blankly and then bitterly laughed. He understood that Zidai's words had a lot of thought behind them. She was bullying Zhen Jin's knightly creed of pitying the weak and protecting his comrades. But at the same time, Zhen Jin had no choice but concede that ZD's words were reasonable. His strength and confidence came from his transformations. But if he fought in front of everyone, he could not recklessly use the core. Especially now with various eyes around. Unlike the small team of 5, Zhen Jin could not be reckless now. My lord? This time, He Wan offered the rapier of his own accord. This ignoramus's scope was too narrow. This sword can display its true worth in your lordship's hand. The name of my family heirloom sword is Silver Lightning. It is bound to blossom brightly and brilliantly in your lordship's hand. Ziti smiled. Me. Yuan immediately smiled. That's good. I will treat this sword well and do my best to return it to you intact. Seeing Haiwan's attitude, Zhen Jin calmly received the sword. He scrupulously abided by the Templar Knight's creed, but he was not inflexible. Since it was for his sake, for the sake of others, and to keep the Heartcore a secret, it was only natural that borrowing the rapier now was not a problem. Previously, when he had used and observed the rapier, he found that it really was a good sword. Hey! Juan did not exaggerate when he said it was his family heirloom. As far as soldiers and knights were concerned, armor and weapons were expensive and something to pass on to future generations. Because equipment was expensive, many nobles that enlisted knights would only pay for their provisions and not their weapons and horses because it was too financially difficult. Of course, weapons also had ranks. There were many factors in evaluating whether a weapon was outstanding or shoddy. The most important element among them was how well the weapon conducted battle ki. Zhen Jin did not know how well Silver Lightning conducted battle. However, it already had outstanding hardness, sharpness, and toughness. After a brief negotiation, Zhen Jin, Zidai, Haiwan, and Lan Ziao set off. He could not take everyone. The many seriously injured people stayed in camp to recuperate. Kang Exu, Mu Ban, Fei Shi, and the others had no battle strength. On the battlefield, they would be a burden to Zhen Jin. Mu Ban's team wanted to join, however Zhen Jin refused them. Zhen Jin was still carrying his rapid-fire crossbow. Such a thing in Mu Ban's hands would endanger his comrades. If a portion of Zhongji's force attacked the camp, Mu Ban would shoot a signal flare. Zhen Jin would then turn back and rapidly reinforce them. It was impossible for Zhen Jin to give up saving the boat craftsman and the others because he had misgivings about some conspiracy. As for the flare gun, not only did the camp have one, Xisuo also carried one too. Zisuo and the others were cutting wood in a place that was 2 kilometers to the southeast. Just as Zhen Jin and the others were halfway there, they heard a gunfire and a pink flare rise into the air. That is a signal for help. They really are in danger. Run! ZD cried. Not necessarily. Let's play it safe. We can't be sure this is an enemy deliberately baiting us to entice us to speed up and reduce our guard against our surroundings. Iwan said. You guys maintain your pace. I will examine the situation first. After saying this, Zhen Jin immediately sped up. Although Haiwan was reasonable, keeping the boat craftsman alive was crucial. Without him, it was unlikely the others could construct a large ship that could cross the ocean. It was possible this was a trap set by Zhongji, but was just as likely it was the others. The faster Zhen Jin went, the more likely the boat craftsman's life would be saved. The young knight's pace increased as he ran through the forest. He then activated the Heartcore and quietly transformed his right eye to give himself thermal vision. By doing this, even if Zhongji and the others were lying in ambush, Zhen Jin could find them in time. Zhen Jin quickly heard the distinctive screech of bat monkeys. He sped up again and wildly rushed through the forest until he arrived at a hillside. The hill was not steep and on the top. There were many people surrounded by bat monkeys. It was clear these were the same bat monkeys that had attacked the camp. Among the group there were 7 bronze-level bat monkeys and 1 iron-level bat monkey. The bat monkeys constantly attacked, and nearly everyone was injured. All of them were in imminent danger. Zhen Ren did not stop. As he charged up the hill, he shot the rapid-fire crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew with incomparable accuracy. Ordinary bat monkeys that were shot fell like penguins diving into the sea as they dropped to the ground in a lingering bang. Someone has come to save us. Everyone cheered. The bat monkeys were enraged, and several bronze-level bat monkeys threw themselves at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren stopped shooting the crossbow and pulled out silver lightning. The distance between him and the bronze-level monkeys closed. In an instant, Zhen Ren's rapier suddenly threw a bright silver light. Soon after, he and the bat monkeys intertwined. The bronze-level bat monkeys seemed to break in the air. They then fell to the ground as their life aura rapidly dissipated. Zhen Ren displayed his battle strength, and for a moment, the sailors became somewhat absent-minded. The sole iron-level bat monkey was provoked. It flapped its wings, puffed up his chest, and suddenly screeched. Its screeching rippled the air, and the sound waves rapidly approached Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren already knew about this special sound wave attack. In an instant, he transformed his arm into a bear's and threw a dart. The dart hit the iron-level bat monkey and pierced its left wing. The iron-level bat monkey was alarmed, with few bat monkeys left. It turned around to fly away. Zhen Ren did not pursue. Rather, he hurried over to the hillside to see the sailors' leader. Their leader was a youngster with a tall and thin stature. "Are you Su?" Zhen Ren attentively asked. The youngster promptly nodded. "Who are you, your lordship?" "Where is the boat craftsman Lao Sai?" Zhen Ren asked as he swept his eyes in a circle. Zhisu promptly pointed in a direction. "When we were attacked by the monkeys, the idiot was furious and rushed out. The old boat craftsman was worried about the idiot's safety and ran after him." Zhen Ren bit his teeth, followed Su's direction, and rushed off again. There were clear traces showing the path, and Zhen Ren quickly found his objective, another hill. A small 3-meter giant was crazily waving a wooden log around. This small giant appeared to be young, had an exposed upper body, wore a yellow leather skirt that covered his lower body, and had enormous straw sandals on his feet. He had disheveled hair, was constantly shouting, and occasionally spat saliva all over the place. "Die, you houseflies will die. This big guy will smash you all." The small giant repeatedly roared. The heavy wooden log he had could easily pulverize boulders, smash trees, and would create small holes in the ground while splashing soil everywhere. There were a few individuals around the giant shouting at him to calm down. But the giant was completely infuriated by the bat monkeys and would not listen. "The old boat craftsman is here." Zhen Ren's pupils enlarged when he saw an old man between the small giant's legs. Chapter 93. He is Zong Gi. Chapter status. Unedited. The boat craftsman was in a critical situation. The bat monkeys were moving nimbly as they used their powerful limbs to bounce while using their wings to fly through the air. Although the oaf was strong, he did not have cultivation martial skills. He could only rely on his physical strength to fight and protect the old boat craftsman. So much so that the oaf was a threat to himself. Zhen Ren was extremely worried when the giant moved his feet. He could trample the old man into a flat boat. They are where? Fuck off, annoying houseflies. The idiot swung the wooden log. However, he did not hit any bat monkeys. As his injuries accumulated, he began to lose his rationality. A bat monkey suddenly swooped below to attack the old boat craftsman. The idiot did not respond to the attack. But at that moment, a dart shot out and killed the bat monkey. After the idiot sensed what had happened, he stared at the dead bat monkey. In that split second, another bat monkey threw itself onto the oaf's head, wanting to dig his eyes out. Meanwhile, 2 more bat monkeys approached the old craftsman from the left and the right. If the idiot wanted to save his eye, he could not protect the old boat craftsman. If he protected the craftsman, he would go blind. At that crucial moment, the oaf did not hesitate as he grabbed towards the left monkey and attempted to hit the monkey flying in from the right with his wooden log. He would rather sacrifice his own eye to save the old craftsman. The left bat screeched. It flapped its wings in retreat and dodged the idiot's grab. The right bat ducked to the ground to avoid the wooden log. The monkey on top of the idiot's head had already inserted its talon into his eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 arrows appeared out of the blue, shooting all 3 bat monkeys dead. The idiot started again and subconsciously looked towards where the arrows flew from. He saw a young knight with blonde hair and blue eyes charging onward with a crossbow in one hand and a sword in the other. It had taken a great effort for Zhen Ren to get to the idiot, and with his long-range firepower, he had saved the idiot and the boat craftsman's life. However, at that moment, screeches suddenly disseminated through the forest. Flap, flap, flap. Large quantities of attacking bat monkeys suddenly flew out of the forest. It was the biggest bat monkey group Zhen Ren had ever seen. There were 3 iron-level bat monkeys, 30 bronze-level bat monkeys, and hundreds of ordinary bat monkeys. What terrible luck! Zhen Ren's eyes contracted. He helplessly watched the bat monkeys surround him en route. The bat monkeys attacked from all directions. Zhen Ren dodged from side to side, sometimes jumped and sometimes rolled. Indeed, not a single bat monkey could hit him. This feeling, Zhen Ren recalled the time when he single-handedly attacked the lizard group. His current situation was very similar, despite him being surrounded by enemies. He was not panicked, maintained an ice-cold cool, and seemed to have an instinct that allowed him to evade optimally and to prevent getting caught in a pincer attack. Zhen Ren returned fire as he dodged. The arrow box quickly emptied and 20 ordinary bat monkeys died. None of Zhen Ren's arrows missed. However, there were too many bat monkeys around him. New bat monkeys came and 8 of them concentrated on him. Swapping out arrow boxes for the crossbow was actually very simple. However, Zhen Ren was surrounded and had to dodge, thus never giving him the opportunity to do so. Under this situation, Haiwan giving him silver lightning immensely helped him. The rapier in his hand was like shiny lightning that cut off the bat monkeys' limbs, splattered their blood, and caused their fellow bat monkeys to scream. The rapier was worthy of being Haiwan's heirloom as it easily impaled and cut the bat monkeys. Haiwan could not do the same since his strength could not compare to Zhen Ren's. That's right, Zhen Ren had already transformed his arms into bear arms. As for whether the iron-level bat monkeys were a threat, that remained to be seen. The 3 iron-level bat monkeys were flying in the air as they gazed at Zhen Ren unwaveringly. They did not screech, nor did they leave or enter the fight. Although Zhen Ren was winning and constantly reaping the lives of bat monkeys, he was held in place and could not support the boat craftsman. Without the support of Zhen Ren's arrows, the idiot once again sunk into a crisis. "Don't hurt my father." The oaf defended the old craftsman and constantly drove the bat monkeys back. However, the bat monkeys were free to come and go, and wherever a gap appeared, they would pounce and tear off a piece of the oaf's flesh. The old boat craftsman was also attacked several times. Seeing the old boat craftsman's new injuries, the blockhead was incessantly anxious. He then suddenly loudly roared, stooped down, and covered the old boat craftsman with his body. The bat monkeys excitedly swarmed about and tore at the idiot's body. The idiot quickly became riddled with scars and his blood flowed without end. But he rigidly bit his teeth, lowered his head, and bore the pain of the attacks as he curled up his limbs as much as he could and did his best to protect the old boat craftsman. His back, arms, and thighs became badly mutilated. "Damn it, yeah." Zhen Ren, sensing the situation, moved quicker and more violently as he tried cutting a bloody path out of the battlefield. But at that moment, the trees trembled with a loud thumping. A rhinoceros charged into the battlefield. "Is that the silver-level rhinoceros?" Zhen Ren looked at the rhinoceros charging him. The rhinoceros had a thick and solid physique. It seemed to cast from silver, and it was 2 meters tall. It had hooves larger than a grindstone, and every time it stepped, it would form a shallow hole in the ground. Zhen Ren dodged at once. It was not known if the rhinoceros had wisdom. Even if he had suspicions, and even if he could transform into a silver-level spear scorpion in front of the charging rhinoceros, he was afraid he would be crushed and flattened. Fortunately, the rhinoceros charged perfectly straight and could not shift its direction. It was too heavy and had too much inertia. If it wanted to change direction, it needed to slow down a lot first. The bat monkeys were also intimidated by the charging rhinoceros and dispersed in confusion. Its path was extremely clear, and Zhen Ren also easily avoided the rhinoceros. But at that moment, the dispersed bat monkeys surrounded Zhen Ren again. The silver-level rhinoceros finally crashed into a tree, and with a boom, it knocked down 3 trees. For a moment, the earth shook, and tree leaves whirled in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The silver-level rhinoceros shook its head, adjusted its direction, stepped forward, and charged again. But this time, it did not target Zhen Ren. Rather, it changed to the close and more conspicuous idiot. Shit! Seeing the silver-level rhinoceros, Zhen Ren's complexion changed. "Idiot! Move now!" A sailor on the hillside hastily reminded. But the idiot shook his head and shouted, "Big guy will not hide! Big guy will protect father!" He buried his head and did not look at the silver-level rhinoceros charging at him. Zhen Ren wanted to assist him, but the bat monkeys were obstructing him. The idiot would soon be trampled by the silver-level rhinoceros, and it seemed the rhinoceros would turn the old boat craftsman into paste. But at that moment, a tall figure suddenly jumped from the treetops and blocked the silver-level rhinoceros charge. Bang! The silver-level rhinoceros crashed into the tall figure with a giant clamor. But the tall figure did not go flying, or did it topple over. He was still standing straight, and his steel armor tenaciously resisted the silver-level rhinoceros's horn. His leg muscles bulged, pressed against the floor, and firmly supported his tall body. The rhinoceros's charge was extremely strong and carried the figure forward all the way. Ah. The tall figure's roar shook the entire area. The charging rhinoceros grew slower and finally stopped. The tall figure was pushed back 100 meters, and he was submerged up to his ankles in soil. His chest armor was completely deformed by a sunken crater. His ribs were certainly broken. The tall figure's roar was followed up by the rhinoceros stopping. Man and beast firmly gazed at their counterpart. Suddenly, the tall figure coughed out blood. Nevertheless, he was still howling with laughter. After a moment, he put his left hand on the rhinoceros horn and lifted his curled right fist. Bang! Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. His fist smashed the silver-level rhinoceros' hard skull like torrential rain. The silver-level rhinoceros howled. It wanted to gore the figure with its horn but failed. Its horn was firmly grabbed by the tall figure, while its head and eyes were being frantically punched. Sharp pain and dizziness made the rhinoceros furious. Its 4 hooves crazily stomped the ground, and its thick leg muscles produced a strong, driving force. However, its head was still tenaciously pushed to the ground by the tall figure. The tall figure was over 2 meters tall, had a full beard, and had brown shoulder-length hair. His eyes were a yellowish-brown, and his exposed skin had a layer of spare lion hair on it. "You aren't escaping this time." The tall figure constantly shouted, his berserk arrogance alarming the hearts of others. "He is definitely Zhen Ji." Zhen Jin's eyes flashed heavily. Is this guy really at an iron-level cultivation? Chapter 94. Attracting Zongye. Chapter status. Unedited. Zongyi had blocked the silver-level rhinoceros's attack and saved both the idiot's and boat craftsman's life. His fist beat the rhinoceros' skull with dull thuds. Finally, the silver-level rhinoceros unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground, its body not moving an inch. Zongyi had bravely suppressed the silver-level rhinoceros and had also shaken the hearts of everyone nearby. Even the screeches of the bat monkeys grew quiet. Terror appeared on each of the monkeys' faces, and none of them dared to swarm around Zongyi. Splurt. After a moment, Zongyi coughed out blood. The blood spattered onto the silver-level rhinoceros' face, causing an uproar in the recently quelled magic beasts. "We have come to support you, Lord Zongyi." A group of people came from the woods. Their leader was a goblin. "Go help them." Zongyi laughed. His eyes were fixed on the silver-level rhinoceros as he loudly rebuffed their aid. The silver-level rhinoceros began to stir. Its keen, beastly intuition sensed that Zongyi was weak. It opened its big eyes and observed Zongyi. Because its head was smashed into the ground by Zongyi, it could only look up. From its point of view, the sunlight was very harsh. It could not see Zongji's face clearly. Under the white sunlight, it could only see Zongji's giant-like black figure. In the center of the black figure, Zongyi's yellow eyes emitted a callous and serene light. When the silver-level rhinoceros looked into those eyes, it suddenly whimpered as if it was looking at a myriad beast king. With the previous provocation and counterattack on its mind as well as Zhongji calming looking down on it, the silver-level rhinoceros body trembled and it began to retreat backwards. After retreating more than 10 paces back, it turned around and fled in a panic. Zhongji was still watching it calmly as it fled and did not pursue. Currently in the battlefield, a great amount of bat monkeys had been slaughtered. Only the humans received reinforcement. The fighters that had rushed from the forest had decent skills. The most noteworthy thing was the group was nearly composed of those who did not have pure human blood. A half-elf, many half-beast men, goblins, dwarves, and many more. There were height discrepancies and irregular equipment. They looked like a mob. However, based on their live auras, there were bronze-level elites among them. The goblin leader emitted an iron-level aura. The goblin had leather attire, deep green skin, had long ears, and was bald. He had a white cotton scarf wrapped around his neck and head that covered his mouth. His distinctive long goblin nose was protruding outwards. This goblin moved quickly and ran close to the ground. When a bat pounced towards him, he immediately rolled forward by tucking in his hands into his legs. He had a dagger strapped to his lower leg. He then pulled out a dagger and cut the bat monkey's throat. His movement and strength combined with the dagger in a brilliant semicircle slash. The semicircle touched the bat monkey and ended its life. From time to time, he rolled on the ground like a spinning top with only a small dagger, yet the bat monkeys could not resist his strikes. He was experienced in using daggers and had a ruthless and sinister martial skill. His dagger was also not ordinary if it could effortlessly wreak the life of a bronze-level bat monkey. Zhen Ren keenly noted that the goblin had 2 additional daggers on him. One was on his waist and one was on his back. However, the goblin did not use them. He only used one to rout the bat monkeys. On the other side, Zhongji began to walk slowly as the silver-level rhinoceros ran away scared. "Villain, come back. This big guy will crush you." The idiot loudly warned Zhongji. The amount of bat monkeys near him had greatly decreased. Because Zhongji, the goblin, and the rest had attracted the ire of the bat monkeys, the boat craftsman was still unconscious. The idiot was riddled with scars. His body had borne the brunt of previous bat monkey attacks. Blood was constantly flowing from his body and had already dyed the ground under his feet red. The oaf knelt to pick up his wooden log, but as he was standing up again, his body began to shake and he felt dizzy. He was heavily wounded and had lost too much blood. Zhongji coldly snorted. He expressionlessly looked at the oaf, light flickering from his brown lion eyes. "I have come to save you both. If you put your hand on me, I will kill your father. Obediently surrendering will save both your lives." The idiot stared blankly, then angrily as he used his wooden log to beat the ground. "This big guy does not trust you. You are a villain. I will let my father know that this villain lies." Zhongji stared blankly, then his gaze became darker. The idiot's attitude went against his expectations. He immediately gave up persuading and secretly stored up his strength so he could dominate the latter. Relying on his quick and violent martial skill, he had no problem knocking the idiot unconscious in a few breaths. Although the idiot had an iron life level, he did not have cultivation skills. The disparity between him and Zhongji was too big. However, just as Zhang Yi was approaching him, an arrow suddenly flew out from his right and landed in front of him. This was a clear warning. Zhang Yi stopped. Zhen Jin had arrived finally. Because the amount of people around had greatly increased, the pressure around Zhen Jin had suddenly decreased. This reduction resulted in a qualitative change. It was clear that the iron-level goblin leader could also warp the battlefield. Zhen Jin, with silver lightning in hand, had an easier time escaping. Zhang Yi stopped and turned around. Seeing Zhen Jin, Zhang Yi's gaze grew increasingly darker when he was in the trees. He had naturally seen Zhen Jin being besieged by bat monkeys, yet with a sword in hand, Zhen Jin had killed everything around him. The looks of both men intersected, and Zhen Jin immediately felt something constricting him. Zhang Yi was more than 2 meters tall, while Zhen Jin was only a 16-year-old knight. On top of that, Zhang Yi had shown off his boldness and power, thus when he and Zhen Jin confronted each other, his grandeur immediately suppressed Zhen Jin. "Who are you?" Zhang Yi deeply said after sizing Zhen Jin up. Zhen Jin was just about to speak when Lan Ziao indignantly called from close off. "How audacious! Does the vulgar and lowly half-beastman still not salute? Standing in front of you is my master Zhen Jin. He is a noble Templar knight, the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir, and also White Sands City's future master." Zhen Jin turned around and saw Egzi Su, Zidai, Lan Ziao, Haiwan, and the others. They finally arrived. Pretty boy noble? Zhang Yi looked down on Zhen Jin. However, his gaze did stop temporarily on the rapier strapped to Zhen Jin's waist as he indifferently assessed it. "However, that sword is pretty good." Zhen Jin slightly smiled. He gazed at Zhang Yi's broken steel battle armor. "Your armor is also pretty good." Apparently seeing new human reinforcements, the 3 iron-level bat monkeys knew things were far from good. They screeched together, and the remaining bat monkeys fled the battlefield. They were fast, and more crucially, they could fly, thus everyone gave up pursuing them. Without the beast group attacking, the atmosphere became even more tense. "Commander Triple Blade?" Upon seeing the goblin, ZD was pleasantly surprised. The full name of the goblin was not known. However, his nickname Triple Blade had been spread around mercenary circles. Triple Blade was very skillful. However, what people know most about him was that he was very honest and kept his promises. It was very difficult to imagine that a goblin could be honest and trustworthy. However, Triple Blade was. He would use all of his strength to abide by his words and practices. Thus, he was still on good terms with most humans. President ZD. Triple Blade saluted Zidai. However, his face was expressionless and had a cold attitude. ZD's eyes shined. "Commander Triple Blade, it's great to see you here." Triple Blade's mercenary corps was one of the 2 mercenary corps she had hired. However, Triple Blade shook his head. "President Zidai, I am very sorry, but my mercenary corps has already dissolved." ZD was stunned. "What?" Triple Blade continued. "I was saved by Lord Zhang Yi. Thus, in order to repay my benefactor's kindness, I would henceforth follow him as his attendant." A benefactor's kindness. ZD coughed and reluctantly smiled. "Indeed, you need to repay such a thing. I understand how you, Commander Triple Blade, do things. However, did we not agree to and sign an employment agreement?" Triple Blade immediately answered, This is my explanation to you, President Zidai. The former president had subsided and aided our mercenary group through a great crisis. At the time, I promised the former president that I would do my best to help the old president one time, even if it cost my life to repay his kindness. That one time was when I accepted your employment regardless of the risks. However, the ocean nearly extinguished my mercenary corps and Lord Zongyi saved my life. One can say that old life has already been paid and given to your merchant alliance. The business between us is already settled. ZD was dumbstruck. She understood Triple Blade was a resolute goblin. If she tried to argue more, she would inevitably fail. Thus, ZD looked at the people at Triple Blade's side. Those are... The mob looked at each other for a bit before someone yelled, "If we did not accept your employment, many of us would not have died." Forget it. What happened in the sea is not Zidai's bad. Our mercenary corps has already dissolved. However, since Lord Triple Blade is following Lord Zongyi, we will also join him together. Triple Blade was charismatic boss. Despite dissolving his mercenary corps, all of its remaining still wanted to follow him. Zidai did not pry at those who were in Triple Blade's mercenary corps. Her mind shifted, and she looked at Zongyi. "Zongyi, you are a warrior. The one standing before you is an imperial noble whose body flows with a noble bloodline. Not only that, but he also possesses outstanding virtue. He is a genuine Templar knight, and he is also White Sand City's future master. Are you willing to dedicate your bravery to Lord Zhen Ren to reap honor and wealth with him?" Chapter 95. The Equitable Templar Knight. Chapter status. Unedited. ZD had made a good backup plan. Since she had hit a brick wall with Triple Blade and the mercenaries, she simply targeted their leader. As long as Zongyi agreed, Zhen Ren could use those related to him like Triple Blade and the others, and most importantly, ZD did not need to pay them. The mob did not say anything, they only glanced at each other. Although this was their first time seeing Zhen Ren, they knew by Zhen Ren's golden hair, handsome face, and tall body that his identity was not simple. To tell the truth, ZD wanted them to think that way. Mercenary life was difficult. They earned a living by fighting and had to maintain their equipment in order to survive. Even if they had some extra money, mercenaries often squandered it at taverns, by gambling, and on prostitutes. Competition in mercenary corps was also very intense. Most mercenaries died abroad, with few ever retiring with disabled bodies and in wretched poverty. If they followed a noble and broke away from a mercenary status, they would become soldiers. Even if they were only in an auxiliary army or the city guard, it would still be more stable than being a mercenary. In peacetime, they never had such an opportunity. But now, on this impoverished island, under a chance coincidence, an opportunity had appeared before them. Grabbing onto it perhaps would not ensure it. One cannot say if they would excel, but it would be a step up. Triple Blade deeply glanced at Zidai. He thought to himself that the young lay really was worthy of being called a president of a large merchant alliance. One could not scorn her because of her age. Triple Blade then looked at the mob next to him. Although he personally dissolved his mercenary corps, it was customary that they envisioned him as their commander. Thus, despite Triple Blade not being attracted by ZD, he did not immediately express his refusal. He knew that if he refused, these mercenaries would also follow his decision. In addition, Triple Blade had only followed Zongyi for a short time. He did not know Zongyi's opinion. Thus, Triple Blade looked at Zongyi and deeply said, "Lord Zongyi, whatever you decide to do, I will follow as your attendant." Nevertheless, Zongyi sneered, "Bai Zen clan. What does a defeated southern noble have to flaunt? Templar Knight? Can you even fight me? And the position of White Sands City's master, don't you need to compete for it? As far as I know, you should have been arriving at White Sands City at this time. Because of the shipwreck, you have already missed it. What are you relying on that makes you so sure that you can get that position?" Zongyi was arrogant and obstinate. He did not attach any importance to Zhen Jin. What amazed Zidi even more was that Zongji, a half-beastman, seemed to understand upper-class situations. Knowing that one needs to compete for Master of White Sands City is not strange. However, understanding what a delay will do, Zidi immediately realized it seems Zongyi's status is not simple. Zongyi directly refused her offer. Triple Blade and the mercenaries were naturally the same. Based on Lord Zongji's strength, there will always be someone attempting to attract him. However, we are going to fight the beastmen. We do not need to worry about not having a place to use our skills. Insignificant half-beastmen, you indeed are incapable of recognizing the good intentions of others. Lan Zio was very angry. Sai Suo also disapproved that Zhen Jin was attracting Zongji. He came to Zhen Jin's side and pointed his finger at Zongji. "Lord Zhen Jin, he has been hunting us. Letting such a vicious and evil man stay would be a disaster. He is a threat to all of us." Triple Blade sneered, "Hunting? If we did not, the idiot and the boat craftsman would already be dead." Sisu coldly snorted. He then deeply looked at where Zongyi had spat blood. He then said to Zhen Jin, "Lord Zhen Jin, that lowly half-beastman is seriously hurt. This is a good opportunity to eliminate him." What did he say? Wretch. The mercenaries were spitting anger and they placed their hands on their hilts. The atmosphere became even more tense. It seemed as if a fight could happen at any moment. Why? Do you wish to murder those you cannot attract? Is this the path of a Templar Knight? Zongji indifferently said as he gazed at Zhen Jin. He was really wounded and also knew Zhen Jin controlled those opposing him. Zhen Jin shook his head. The goblin Triple Blade is correct. Zongyi really did save the old boat craftsman and the big guy and allowed them to narrowly escape from disaster. That is a fact. I feel regretful that you have rejected my offer. However, I do not think it offends my honor. I am a Templar Knight. Tolerance and kindness are a part of my Templar creed. If I took out my anger on those who refuse my solicitation, I would have never become a believer of Emperor Shengming. My lord, Lan Zio was despondently standing behind Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin's words had placated him and also eased the situation. However, as Triple Blade and the others were heaving a sigh of relief, Zhen Jin said, "However, if your comrades ruthlessly hunted and coerced the innocent, that is another cup of tea." Saying this, Zhen Jin's gaze seemed like a sharp sword thrusting toward Zongyi. Zongyi pursed his brows. Hunted? Someone at Triple Blade's side loudly refuted, "We did not hunt anyone. We only chased after them to get the boat craftsman back." On the contrary, It is you guys, your despicable people who want to put us to death." These words intensely resonated with the others. One after the other, they lashed out and bellowed with rage. "You guys took the boat craftsmen away? We had no one left that could build a ship? How could we continue to work? You guys have been plotting and scheming against us and Lord Zongyi for a long time. When was Lord Zongyi untrustworthy to you all? For your sake, he overthrew the shameless first mate. Even if he became our leader, he would still fight on the front lines with us. None of you guys had any respect for Lord Zongyi. The excuse you eternally say over and over again is that he is a half-beast man, a half-beast man. But as a matter of fact, a half-beastman has saved you. However, you pure-blooded humans are not even the slightest bit grateful. Instead, you bite the hand that feeds you. That right, this is naked betrayal. Zhen Jin's brows were also tightly creased. Isn't it the truth? Besides the boat craftsmen, who else can build a ship? He looked at Zhisu. Zhisu evaded the gaze, hemmed and hawed, and did not respond. I'm afraid he is correct, Master. As a sailor, Lan Ziao had some understanding of the crew. For a ship to resist the stormy seas and the raids of seabed fishermen, the ship did not have an ordinary structure. The old boat craftsman is also not ordinary. He was once a high-level member in the Boat Craftsman Guild, and it was his biggest lifelong dream was to personally make the greatest ship ever. Zhen Jin muttered to himself for a moment. Zongyi's gaze never left Zhen Jin, and now he spoke again. Ah! Zhen Jin, you are indeed a Grand Templar Knight. What do you say when we found out we were abandoned, that the sole boat craftsman was taken away? Do you think chasing after them was an excessive action? Pressure passed on to Zhen Jin. Zongyi's words were as brave as his fighting style. He had directly forced Zhen Jin into a corner. Zhen Jin raised his head and calmly looked at Zongyi, face to face. Your choice was indeed reasonable and fair. Those words slightly disturbed the idiot, Zhisu, and the others. My lord. ZD came to Zhen Jin's side and could not help but whisper a warning. Zhen Jin turned his head to his fiancée and faintly smiled, indicating the latter to be at ease. Afterwards, he put his left hand on Silver Lightning's hilt and strolled between the two opposing sides. He looked around. His body was very straight, and his golden hair brilliantly sparkled in the shining sunlight. He clearly said, as a Templar Knight, I will uphold the doctrine of impartiality. I did not personally experience what happened in the camp. I can only listen to your accounts. However, I can still distinguish what is right and what is wrong. At the same time, I will not show favor due to my human identity. Likewise, I will not disdain half-beast men, half-elves, or goblins because of their identity. When the shipwreck occurred, we were all stranded on this island together. We must unite together and aid each other. Only by doing this can we increase our chances of escape. Zhisu and the boat craftsman snuck away. Such an action was a mistake, for abandoning one's comrades is considerably selfish. Lord Knight. Zhisu immediately shouted. Anger spread across his face. Likewise, the sailors behind him no longer looked at Zhen Jin with kindness and respect. You don't understand. Zhisu's finger was pointed at Zongyi and his voice was trembling because of his indignation. He killed my father! Zhen Jin nodded and looked at him. I have heard of this affair and I understand your feelings. However, where is the proof? Sisu immediately replied, My father's body had a wound that only a spear could make. As long as we can compare the Zhongji's spears to the wound, that would be the proof? Zhen Jin looked at Zhongji. Zhongji crossed his arms, lifted his chin, and responded to Exisuo and the others with contempt. How can I use my battle spears so frivolously? You see, Lord Zhen Jin? Sisua shouted. He pointed at Zhongji and looked at Zhen Jin again. He has a guilty conscience. He does not dare to validate anything? What else can be said? Zhen Jin fixed his eyes on Zhongji. Although this was their first meeting, Zhongji's dauntlessness and toughness left a deep impression on Zhen Jin. Just by the naked eye, everyone knew the spears on Zhongji's back were of fine quality. But when facing the silver-level rhinoceros charge, even though Zhongji paid with a serious injury, he did not use his short spears. Do they have something too embarrassing to mention? Zhen Jin's heart guessed while looking at Sisu. What other evidence do you have? Zisua's eyes glared. He looked at Zhen Jin with unbelief. What more evidence do you need? Zhongji's attitude is the cleanest proof. He does not dare verify anything because he murdered my father. I admit that he is very strong, however, because of that, he has the ability to assassinate my father. Nevertheless, Zhen Jin shook his head. Zhongji's unwillingness to go and verify things is naturally his business. Without definitive proof, we can only speculate and strive to prove things, however, we should not slander anyone. In fact, even if the wound matches Zhongji's spears, it is not conclusive evidence. Sisu could not help but step back. Misery filled his face as he loudly questioned, My lord, you would rather believe a half-beast man than one of your own race. Chapter 96. I am willing to invite you all. Chapter status. Unedited. The sailors became more unstable. Their looks toward Zhen Jin showed their doubts. Sisu, pay attention to your words. Lan Zhao stepped forward. But at that moment, Zhen Jin blocked him with his hand. Zhen Jin used his azure and serene eyes to look at the incessantly emotional Sisu. I'm only seeking the truth from the facts and upholding fairness, nothing more. The status of a half-beast man is not something that should obstruct us as we search for the culprit. Suppose Zhongji was not the culprit. Think about it, Sisu. You would have framed an innocent person. In addition, because you secretly took away the boat craftsman as retaliation, you are implicated in the deaths of those innocent people. We cannot say for sure the culprit is even still alive. They might even be at your side regarding the fight between you, Zhongji, and the others as a good drama. If it is like that, don't you think what you are doing is a crime that will blind justice? Zhen Jin's tone was steady. The questions he asked made Exisua's face turn red. However, Exisua had no choice but to remain at a loss for words. The sailors' fragmented comments also quieted down. They had to concede that Zhen Jin's words made sense. If you ever have conclusive evidence, I will certainly uphold justice for you. Believe me, I, Zhen Jin, promise this to you as a Templar knight. Zhen Jin clapped Exisu's shoulder. Sisuo opened his mouth. He looked at Zhen Jin but did not say anything. Then he looked at Zhongji blankly and said with frustration, Lord Zhen Jin, I trust you. ZD narrowed her eyes, but Lord Zhen Jin, we found the traces of Zhongji, Triple Blade, and their companions. They intentionally cleaned up battlefields and tidied up their footprints. This action in itself contains malice, does it not? That is something I habitually do. Zhang Yi gave a rare explanation. Zhen Jin's words had left a deep impression and changed his view on the young knight. I must be responsible for myself and for my group. Even if the boat craftsman does not wish to come with me, I will do my best to ensure he lives. Zhang Yi did not conceal his intentions. Villain! The idiot indignantly shouted as he smashed his wooden log into the ground. Zhen Jin then recalled what Heiwan had guessed at. He gazed at Zhang Yi. That is the style of a soldier. Were you forced into military service? Which army? Zhang Yi coldly snorted. He did not refute anything, however he did not answer either. Rather, he said, "Are you interrogating a prisoner Templar knight?" Of course not. Zhen Jin shook his head. However, this matter needs to be settled. Good communication is a prerequisite for collaboration. If you repeatedly refuse to prove yourself, how can we believe anything you say? Zhang Yi sneered. You want me to prove myself? What proof do you have of your own status? You have a few runaways addressing you as Lord, saying you are a Templar knight. Don't tell me we can't believe them. I heard that every Templar knight is watched attentively by Emperor Shang Ming all the time. Perhaps you should pray to the gods. If a divine spell falls on you, we can firmly believe it without any doubt. Zhen Jin immediately grabbed his sword hilt. His brows deeply wrinkled. His complexion sunk. His gaze became as chilly as ice, and he growled, Zhang Yi, pay attention to your words. You have the audacity to scorn the gods. My body sustains the gaze of Emperor Shang Ming. This is the blessing of the gods. Divine spells are the gods giving more favor. They are not something to show off or use to prove status. Apologize to me at once. If not, you invite a Templar knight's fury. As Zhen Jin said that, he stepped forward and approached Zhang Yi. Behind him, Lan Ziao, Heiwan, and the others touched their weapons. Zidi's hand entered her handbag, and the oaf picked up his wooden log with a low growl from the depths of his throat. By this time, the small giant's wounds already staunched. Zhang Yi's complexion slightly changed. He realized he had said something wrong. He crossed his chest with his right arm and bowed to Zhen Jin. My mistake. By what virtue do I dare scorn a god? This is my sin. I pledge to contribute 300 gold to the Shangming Temple as a penalty for my mouth's insolence. In addition, I will kneel to a Shangming priest and confess today's sin to them. This was an age of gods. The gods indeed reprimanded those that slandered them. Just like how nobles were high above others, belief had a real impact on people. Even the people that followed Zhang Yi in Triple Blade, upon hearing what Zhang Yi had said, also became frightened, as they privately thought that Zhang Yi really was being too impetuous. Seeing Zhang Yi honestly admit his mistake, Zhen Jin's complexion somewhat cleared up. Heiwan suddenly said, Hold on! Zhang Yi, do you dare swear to the gods that you did not attack or camp or murder the captain? A camp was attacked. Zhang Yi was puzzled. Our camp was attacked by bat monkeys and a rhinoceros. Do you dare swear that you did not influence such an assault? Heiwan continued to reproach and ask, Zongji coldly snorted, crossed his arms, raised his head, and did not reply. Triple Blade and the others were angry about such a laughable matter. You really have a vivid imagination. Use your brain. All of us are here. How can we control these ferocious beasts? Hey, Wan sneered. Can you explain how those of us in camp, Exisuo, and the bow craftsmen were all just attacked by beast groups? We were also attacked by a beast group. For what reason do you doubt us? Haiwan gazed at Zongji with narrowed eyes. You are a half-beast man. Even if you do not have a special method, the people at your side might have one. Triple Blade looked at Haiwan coldly and indifferently replied, Can a half-beastman even control a beast group? Is it because of the beastman bloodline? Yuan sneered. How is your rescue of the idiot and bow craftsman so timely? How can you explain that? Are you saying that our timely rescue of the bow craftsman was a mistake? Didn't your Lord Knight also appear without delay? Someone immediately questioned. You are saying all of this and doubting us because we are not of pure human blood? Triple Blade's people felt indignant at injustice. All of you shut up. Zongji held up his hand and stopped the dispute. He then looked at Zhen Ren and his attitude became indifferent and tough once again. I cannot explain this matter. I also do not want to give you guys an explanation. Zhen Ren deeply sighed. He'd also stopped the blaming and questions of those behind him. Continuing to argue is meaningless. Come, we are returning to camp together. Zhen Ren took the initiative to invite Zongji and the others. What? My lord. Your lordship, do you really want to bring this trash back to camp? Zisu's and the others' eyes opened wide. Zhen Ren's decision had startled them. Zhen Ren's blue eyes slowly swept over Exisu's people. His gaze was clear and sincere. If not, then what? We were all on the same ship and we were all victims of the shipwreck. We currently have wounded that need to return to camp. They also have wounded people because they rescued the boat craftsmen. I have seen this personally. What you see may not be the truth, my lordship. I John. Many thanks for your warning. Zhen Ren praised Haiwan. What you said is reasonable. This is a possibility. However, there is another possibility, isn't there? Before all of the possibilities and doubts are truly confirmed, I should not reject one of them because of another. It is possible that Zongji is wrongly accused, isn't it? Everyone, I ask you to imagine that if he was a pure-blooded human and not a half-beast man, wouldn't your suspicions of him be greatly diminished? Everyone was dumbstruck. Zhen Ren then turned around and looked at Zongji's side. We come from many places and we have different identities, but here we are all impoverished victims on this island that want to escape. Our objective is the same. We must unite together. Any doubts, coldness, hatred, opposition, and other ill feelings will make our cooperation difficult, thus lessening the chance of our escape from this place. I am the Templar Knight Zhen Ren. This is my promise to everyone. I will treat everyone fairly, regardless of their background, race, or bloodline. I will also punish criminals and the culprits. No crime will evade my retribution. I will do my best to fight on the front lines and lead everyone together in the hope of rescue. For a moment, everyone looked at the blonde youngster. His words were resolute, decisive, and touching. You want to invite us? Triple Blade was startled. As a mercenary commander, he had dealt with many types of existences. However, even if he had a rich life experience as a goblin, he had rarely seen a noble treat everyone equally. Zhen Ren smiled. I am a Templar Knight. I will not deceive you with lies. Templar Knight. Many people thought over this word. Some of them were absent-minded. Interesting. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. He deeply looked at Zhen Ren as he saw the young knight before him in a new light. At that moment, the brave soldier's tone propagated. Good! I will follow you back. My lord. The people at Zhang Yi's side were amazed. Like how Xisu and his people were on guard against Zhang Yi's people were the same against their counterparts. Triple Blade immediately declared his position. Your lordship's decision is my decision. Any objections the mercenaries had were immediately silenced. Zhen Ren successfully rescued Xisu and the boat craftsmen, while also silencing any objections the mercenaries had. Although the bat monkeys and silver-level rhinoceroses' offensive was ferocious, everyone had only sustained injuries. No one had died. The journey back to camp was smooth. Everyone steadily returned. There is an arrow lodge here? How did they build up this camp so quickly? A beast group also attacked this place. Didn't we say so? It was the bat monkeys and that silver-level rhinoceros. Triple Blade's people were discussing spiritedly. Mu Ban and the others looked at Zhen Ren. At first they were elated when they saw Xisu and his people, but upon seeing Zhang Yi, they became bewildered. After Haiwan and the others explained and after Zhen Ren had placated them, Mu Ban and the others reluctantly accepted it as fact. However, declared that Zhang Yi was not invited into the camp itself, rather he would stay in a place nearby. Chapter 97. Giving pointers to Bei Yao. Chapter status. Unedited. The boat craftsman slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the wooden house's shattered roof. Father, you are awake. You are alive again. The oaf yelled. The thunderous voice intimidated the befuddled old boat craftsman. He pursed his brows and loudly berated. Shut up! I am not your father! I cannot have such a foolish son. Hearing signs of activity, the sailors came into the wooden house. Hearing the old craftsman's berating someone laughed. That's enough. When you picked up that abandoned baby, you did not wish to throw him away. You also raised him up through feces and urine. If you're not his father, then who is? Someone else said, you were unconscious so you didn't see what happened. Your foolish son used his body as a shield to protect you. If not, those bat monkeys would have torn you to pieces. This big guy protected father. Father doesn't need to worry. The oaf beat his chest with a slamming sound. The old craftsman looked at the oaf and coldly snorted. I am a pure-blooded human. At best, I am considered your foster father. Foster father? The old boat craftsman repeated again. His tone was full of disdain, however, his gaze nevertheless revealed tenderness. Seeing the idiot bandaged from head to toe, he exposed his concern. How are your injuries? Let me look. The old boat craftsman waved. Don't look at them. If you can walk, then you should hurry and go pay your respects to Lord Zhen Ren. Lord Zhen Ren? The sailors then told the old boat craftsman everything that had happened. The old boat craftsman was amazed. He knew that if Zhang Yi did not stop the silver-level rhinoceros, he would have entered the underworld already. He could not help but feel a spell of lingering fear. At the same time, worry stirred in his heart. This Lord Zhen Ren, did he actually take the initiative to invite Zhang Yi and his companions to this camp? He is a Templar knight, but isn't he too young? Alas, regardless of the explanation, I will go see this major character first. The boat craftsman was supported by another as he left a broken wooden house. In the camp clearing, several bonfires were burning. Large chunks of lizard meat were roasting in the fire. The aroma they emitted became increasingly dense. There was plenty of drinkable water. Zhen Ren even had a small bottle of rum in his hand. This came from the sailors' supplies. This was the first time the boat craftsman had seen Zhen Ren. He immediately placed his arm on his chest and knelt to pay his respects to Zhen Ren. Stand up. Zhen Ren seemed happy as he smiled. We will need to rely on you a lot in the future, old boat craftsman, if we are going to understand how to build a ship. Zhen Ren encouraged. The old boat craftsman got up. However, his head was still drooped. This humble one will do his best. Zhen Ren raised his hand. Go eat and take care of your body. The young knight then took some well-roasted meat and gave it to Zhang Yi's group. Zhang Yi's people had gathered on one side and Zhen Ren's on the other. They were as separate as the rivers Jing and Wei. As Zhen Ren stepped over, he attracted the gazes of everyone. With countless eyes gazing at him, Zhen Ren came in front of Zhang Yi and gave him the roasted meat. For you, taste the lizard meat's flavor. Zhen Ren laughed, his handsome face shined in the flames and his eyes dazzled with radiance. Zhang Yi calmly took the lizard meat. He tore off a mouthful, and after chewing for a bit, he swallowed it. Is this the acid-spitting green lizard that lives in the desert? Zhang Yi grated the flavor and soon faintly frowned. It seems there is nothing great about it. Perhaps a silver-level green lizard leader has better quality meat? I have also eaten a silver-level green lizard's meat. The taste is nearly the same. If you want to listen, Zhang Yi, I can give you a detailed description. Actually, exchanging information will benefit all of us. Triple Blade gazed at Zhen Ren with an expressionless face. We have already heard from the others' mouths the tale of how your lordship Zhen Ren battled through the island, pitied the weak, and saved others like a hero. Zhen Ren forced a smile. What kind of hero am I? I did my best, yet I only have 4 companions. On this island, my abilities are very limited. Take it. Zhang Yi took some meat from the fire and gave it to Zhen Ren. Perhaps silver-level bear meat is even tastier. Yeah, for the time being, let's call it a bear, even though it has a long monkey tail and orangutan hands. The monkey-tailed brown bear? Zhen Jin's heart said. His pupils could not help but contract. However, his smile did not change in the slightest as he naturally took the bear meat. Oh, right. This can heal the injuries on your body. Miss CD urges that you use it with all speed. After a day, potion will lose its effectiveness. Zhen Jin tossed a bottle of potion to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji subconsciously took it. He wanted to reply, but Zhen Jin had already departed. After this exchange, Zhen Jin and Zhang Ji did not say anything else to the others. After dinner finished, Zhang Ji and his people left the camp and returned to the tents they had built. "My lord, I have another bat monkey for you." Bao Ya had brought a dead bat monkey from Kang Xu's tent. With the supplies of Xu and the others, Kang Xu finally stopped needing to sleep in a hammock. Zhen Jin specifically arranged things so he had his own tent. In the tent, there was a plank bed and a long wooden table. The wooden table had a few lit candles on it. The table was drenched in blood with bat monkey wings, skulls, and eyeballs scattered across it. Kang Xu was still wearing his shattered spectacles as he used an iron rod to pry open a bat monkey's throat and used the candlelight to attentively gaze inside it. Its resilient vocal cords match with its exceptional lungs. It's no wonder it could produce such an intense sound wave. Kang Xu murmured. He did not look at Bao Ya, he only stated, "Put the bat monkey down." Bao Ya listened and put the bat monkey down. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Kang Xu ask, "Is this bat monkey from the Goblin Triple Blade?" "Yes, it is." Bao Ya answered, "I chose this bat monkey corpse according to your request. I also got the others to verify it." Kang Xu gently stroked the incision on the bat monkey's neck. Direct and efficient, he is a knife expert. Bao Ya stood in place. He hesitated in opening his mouth, but in the end he voiced the doubts in his heart. Those people are dangerous. Why did Lord Zhen Jin still bring them back to camp? Shouldn't we be on our guard? Kang Xu began to use a knife to trace the incision on the bat monkey's neck. Do you think it would be easier to guard against them if we threw them into the murky woods or placed them under our noses? Bao Ya stared blankly. He then asked shortly after, since Lord Zhen Jin is on his guard, that also means he definitely does not trust Zhang Ji. Why does he not directly interrogate him then? His lordship is a Templar knight and a noble. No one would oppose him interrogating a half-beastman. His lordship really is too benevolent. Kang Xu gave Bao Ya a quick glance and then looked back at the dead bat monkey on the table. Kang Xu lowered his head. You should also hear what other people have to say. Zhang Ji, this half-beastman, is very strong. Bao Ya immediately refuted him, but he has injuries. Kang Xu faintly nodded. He pressed his hand down and used the knife to completely sever the bat monkey's neck. He has injuries. However, what condition are they in? Don't look at the time he coughed out blood twice. That might have been an act. Bao Ya's eyes opened wide. Is that really possible? Why is it not? Youngsters like you lack fighting experience. Kang Xu laughed. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that Zhang Ji saved the old boat craftsman. Without his help, the boat craftsman would be dead. As a result of his actions, Zhang Ji was wounded. Our Lord Zhen Ren does not want to loot a burning house or throw stones at those who fell down a well. His lordship sighed. Yeah, deeply sighed. Kang Xu began to saw into the bat monkey's skull. Moreover, Triple Blade's mercenaries are far stronger fighters than the sailors. If arguments arouse, it will spark a melee. Even if his lordship could defeat Zhang Ji, protecting ZD and the old craftsman at the same time would be difficult. In the case where the opposite side rushes in and is forced to kill the old boat craftsman, we would be unable to build a ship to escape from this island. Besides, Lord ZD would be at his lordship's side. Lord Zidai cannot use magic. She only has potions to protect herself. Why would his lordship place his fiancée in danger? Baya nodded. It seems his lordship has carefully deliberated. Kang Xu had been sawing for a while, yet the bat monkey's skull still resisted the saw teeth. He stood up and beckoned Baoya over with a wave. Ka! Helm! Baoya did not excuse himself or hesitate. He immediately came over to the table and took the saw. He used his fractured hand that was still recovering to stabilize the bat monkey's head and used the other to saw with all of his strength. Kang Xu stepped to the side, gasped for breath as he watched Baoya working hard, and decided to say a few more words to the youngster. After all, Baoya had saved his life. Even if Kang Xu had publicly proposed to treat Baoya as food. However, it was of course because of a severe food shortage. The circumstances had forced him to choose it against his will. Under those circumstances, Kang Xu was even willing to contribute himself as food for Zhen Ren. Under the current situation, Kang Xu naturally treated Baoya differently. Kang Xu then said, "There are actually many benefits from his lordship doing this. Firstly, his lordship keeping these people around increases the possibility that he will be able to recruit them." Didn't they refuse? Baoya was doubtful. Did they really want to? Kang Xu smiled. If you were one of them, would you want to follow Zhang Ji or Lord Zhen Ren? Of course, I would choose Lord Zhen Ren. Baoya said without the slightest hesitation. Yes, you would. Kang Xu gave a long sigh. His heart sighed with sorrow. The mercenary life is a cruel competition. There are only a few mercenary corps that stand at the top. Triple Blade's mercenary corps is not one of them. The goblin Triple Blade only has an iron-level cultivation. His mercenary corps would be considered average at best, nothing more. How many mercenaries have a true happy ending? Youngsters like you are perhaps naive, however. These mercenaries have already lived half a lifetime. They already understand reality and recognize who they are. What kind of people are they? What kind of bloodline do they have? Kang Xu sneered. The chance to follow Zhen Ren is an incredible enticement because it is a possible opportunity to change their entire life. Receiving the favor of such a major character like Zhen Ren and being allowed to follow him is a rare opportunity. It is unlikely they are unaware of it. Then why did they refuse? Baya asked. Kang Xu laughed. People follow the crowd. Those mercenaries obediently follow Triple Blade. They cannot change for even a moment. Moreover, this is the first time they have seen Lord Zhen Ren. They realize how noble his lordship is. However, Lord ZD has already planted the seed in their hearts. In the future, that seed will germinate, and when Lord Zhen Jin offers to recruit them, failure will be non-existent. It is essential that he recruit them. This island is too dangerous. You two have experienced it. As a result, we must unite with anyone we can. We must cherish every bit of valuable manpower. Think about it, a future where we perhaps succeed in building a ship. As we sail the ship, we get caught in a storm. Due to a lack of sailors who are unable to drop the sails in time, we will capsize and drown to the seafloor. Although this is an extreme scenario, who knows what the future truly holds? Did you think the shipwreck would happen? Baya shook his head. Kang Xu, Lord Zhen Jin, has the advantage in the recruitment of these people. Zhang Yi is just a half-beast man. His status and bloodline are his biggest flaw. As long as they keep in contact, these people will naturally be attracted to Lord Zhen Jin. But Zhang Yi is likely the murderer. Baya softly called. He stopped sawing. Continue. Don't stop. Kang Xu immediately warned. Oh. Baya started sawing the monkey head again. Kang Xu looked at the youngster engrossed in his work and silently smiled. Do you think Zhang Yi is the murderer? How would I know? Bao Ya shook his head. Then why do you think it is so? Kang Xu changed his questions. Is he not the most suspicious? Sisu said that many times during dinner. Baya wanted to relay the story, but Kang Xu soon interrupted him. I want you to reflect upon it yourself, Baya. Carefully think back to how Zhang Yi acted. Do you think he is the murderer? Kang Xu continued to guide Baya. Baya earnestly thought back and said with uncertainty, I feel Zhang Yi is a haughty man, as if he is someone who can't assassinate another. Kang Xu declined to comment on Bao Ya's guess. Rather, he analyzed Zhang Yi's actions. I can say that Zhang Yi saved the boat craftsman for his own sake. However, Triple Blade and his people did not make a move on Zhen Jin, Xu, and their group, right? Based on the current circumstances, Zhang Yi and the others had a good opportunity to kill the oaf and forcefully take the unconscious boat craftsman captive. But they did not do such thing. Although he was not respectful towards Lord Zhen Jin and said offensive things, he did not attack and instead negotiated with Lord Zhen Jin. Bao Ya thought of something and became indignant. That negotiation of his... He had the audacity to request his lordship use a divine spell to prove his identity. Ha ha, I think that was just probing and not Zhang Yi being rude and impetuous. He does not understand how strong Lord Zhen Jin is. After all, a divine spell is a god-bestowing power. It is different from battle key and magic. Zhang Yi is unsure if this island can prohibit the usage of divine spells. Bao Ya's eyes shined. So Lord Zhen Jin actually saw through it. His berating of Zhang Yi made Zhang Yi fear the consequences. Thus, Zhang Yi did not dare to rashly attack. Good. You can think through these things well. Next, let us talk about Xu. Kang Xu said. What is going on with Xu? He is a very good person, although he is the third mate. He is not arrogant and is very amicable. Baya replied. Zisue is not simple. Kang Xu pushed up his lenses. Think about it carefully. The captain was his father. In other words, Zisu Wo was the heir of the Hog's Kiss. The Hog's Kiss was the captain's private asset. How have the sailors regarded Exisu? Even if he is not a young master, he is still their future boss. Zisue is also the third mate. One can easily imagine his status on the ship. When the shipwreck happened, the survivors landed on the beach. Do you think Exisu knew the first mate was keeping a large amount of food hidden? If I were the first mate who served as the leader, the first thing I would strive to do is to obtain the backing of the sailors. The third mate has a special status among the sailors as the first mate. In order to stabilize morale and my personal image, I would also privately show consideration to the third mate. However, the first mate was overthrown by Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji became their leader, and even if he reformed the ship construction process, it did not matter to Exisu. As his time as leader grew, so did his influence. In the beginning, the sailors would follow Exisu, but as time passed, they would follow Zhang Ji. Without a ship and without sailors following him, what would Exisu have left? Bao Ya listened blankly. Kang Xu gently stroked his white beard. Let us examine the captain's wound. The captain's corpse was discovered after Zhang Ji took power. It is a great coincidence that the corpse had a piercing wound that resembles one caused by a spear. What is more of a coincidence is that Zhang Ji carries 2 war spears all day long that greatly attracts the eyeballs of others. Bao Ya could not help but have his jaw drop. His hand stopped sawing once again. Chapter 98. Let me challenge Zhen Jin. Chapter status. Unedited. In the tent, Kang Xu continued. However, Zhang Ji is undoubtedly strong. He also has not chosen the solitary path. Triple Blade is following him. Triple Blade was a mercenary. The oppressive rumor that the half-beastman eats humans and that he is a suspect in the captain's murder caused opposition between the mercenaries and sailors to form. Because the mysterious attacks continued with someone dying almost every night, the camp was on high alert. Should they leave the camp to avoid the attacks? All of them must have had such thoughts. As their fear and the external dangers increased, the stronger their desire to attach themselves to the strong. Despite all kinds of rumors aimed at Zhang Ji was stronger than Exisu, thus Exisuo's influence continued to fall. Under such circumstances, if Exisu did not take advantage of his influence to start a new path, the sailors would attach themselves to the half-beastman Zhang Ji. Despite the people looking down on half-beastmen, such preferences are considered secondary when concerning their life and death. If that was the tentative plan, Exisuo establishing a second exploration team and secretly instigating the departure of his people is not strange. Baoye gazed at the old scholar before him, blinking again and again as he was left speechless for a moment. It was as if a door to a new world had opened. Now Baoye's heart was thrilled and fearful, yet it was also delighted. The complex mood that irritated the youngster was hard to put into words. I understand. Baoya suddenly shouted. I understand why Zhang Ji did not go to verify the wound. Is it just arrogance? No. It is because he also knows that such verification is meaningless. Sisu Wu would still try to prove he was the murderer. If the Zhongji's spears matched the wound, it would be definitive proof for Exisu. If it does not match, then Exisuo could say the wound deformed due to seawater. So, even if Zhongji verified things, it would not prove his innocence. It is possible that he would have sunk into Exisu's trap and be framed. Kang Exu nodded and gratefully said, "Youngster, you finally learned how to use your brain. Maintain this good habit and it will provide you with endless benefits." Baoya pursed his brows again. "However, Zhongji is stronger since Exisuo is only at the bronze level." Him daring to frame Zhongji is very brazen. Zhongji understands Exisuo is plotting against him. Why is Exisu not worried that Zhongji will just kill him? Kang Exu explained, "Zhongji is a strange half-beastman. If he were a pure-blooded human, it would be different." Zissou saw an opportunity because of that fact. More importantly, it is human nature to be greedy and selfish. Aren't there a few people with avarice in their heart who would take a risk out of desperation for their own benefit? However, Kang Exu's appeared solemn as he deeply gazed into Bao Ye's eyes. "You must understand that what we have talked about is mere speculation. There is no evidence. If this got out, it would make you the camp's biggest fool." Bao Ya could not help but feel depressed. He believed that this was the truth of the situation, but he couldn't speak of it. Everyone is confused. Some are actually confused, and some are only pretending to be confused. Once I was truly confused, but now I have to pretend that I am confused. Baya's mood became even more complex. Kang Exu reiterated, "Unity is the most important thing currently." You have to understand that. At the same time, our discussion really is just speculation. Like what Lord Zhen Jin said, the truth is not clear and the facts have not been proven. Don't believe others easily and don't be overly convinced by your own judgment. Our hearts need to be open. They need to have the courage to accept and be prepared to accept any possibility. So, Lord Zhen Jin actually saw that something was fishy. Before this, I was still dim-witted. He really deserves to be called Lord. Bao Ya lamented with adoration. Kang Exu smiled. "Did you know what the Bai Zhen clan motto is? It is, you should not overestimate people, and you should not underestimate people." Lord Zhen Jin is a true Templar knight, and he has noble virtues. However, at the same time, he is also a qualified noble. In this power game, he is handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. But Lord Zhen Jin is extremely tolerant. He even gave Zhongji a healing potion. Ba Ya gasped. "Haha, that shows his lordship's brilliance. Don't tell me it was a fake potion?" Bao Ya's eyes opened wide. "That is unlikely. Lord Zhen Jin is not that kind of person." Kang Exu replied, "Then if by chance, what do we do if Sanghi is healed? Wouldn't it be disadvantageous to his lordship?" Bao Ya was worried. Kang Exu's smile became profound. Lord Zhen Jin really gave a potion and Zhongyi also accepted it. The question is whether Zhongji dares to use it. When Zongye returned to his camp, he was still sizing up the potion in his hand. The potion was in a small glass bottle. It appeared to be a liquid, and it seemed to have a faint blue color. But Zongyi did not plan to use the potion, because he did not have the means to tell if this potion was harmless. This was the first meeting between him and Zhen Jin. Others told stories of Zhen Jin's nobility and knightly spirit. However, Zongyi believed his judgment more. Perhaps Zhen Jin is unlikely to use such a base scheme. But what about that small girl, Zidai? This potion was made by Zidai. I can't say for sure if Zhen Jin hid something in it. Zongyi could not use Battle Key. If he had Battle Key, even if the potion was poisonous, he had the ability to resist it. I cannot use Battle Key, but my bodily essence is greater than Zhen Jin's. Zhen Jin also cannot use Battle Key, but a divine spell. I cannot say for sure. The memory of the boat craftsman rescue and subsequent confrontation appeared in Zongji's brain. Zhen Jin had displayed a tough attitude and really was on the brink of attacking. To add on to that, he took the initiative to invite Zongji and his companions at dinner when he gave him a healing potion in front of everyone. All of this shows that Zhen Jin knows he is backing. So, it is very possible that when he prays, he receives a divine spell. Zongji's gaze deepened as he sat contemplating. It was quiet inside the tent, but outside of it, the faint discussion and conversation of Triple Blade and the mercenaries could be heard. Zongji's ears slightly trembled. His Lion Man bloodline gave him keen hearing. Should we use these potions? Are there any issues with them? Not only did Zhen Jin publicly give Zongyi a potion, he also gave Triple Blade and his people one afterwards. Bah! What is there to be afraid of? Would Lord Zhen Jin really scheme against us nobodies? Don't look at yourselves too highly. Be at ease. I used it and it made me feel better than the potion I applied onto my body. Alas, I spent a lot of money on this magic potion, yet it had no effect here. Help me apply it. I can't reach my back. Wow, how refreshing. The pain was immediately alleviated. It really is effective. Hold on, your buttocks are injured. I will apply some on it. What? I will do it myself. Can you see it? Obediently lie on your stomach. Oh, are you embarrassed? That's not something I usually see. Get lost. If you want to apply it, do it without delay and speak less nonsense. Pop, pop, pop. Essa says, I only let you apply it. You're slapping my wound. With this force, the medicine will seep into your body. Don't you understand? Give me that, you old man. After that outburst, all of the wounded smeared the potion onto themselves. The subject of conversation naturally changed to Zhen Jin. Did you guys hear what they said in camp? Lord Zhen Jin's fiancée is always standing by him. He has saved the small and weak many times. When there was a food shortage, he gave his own food to an old man and gave his water to a dying and unconscious person. Aren't those things being spread deliberately? I also heard something similar. Untrue rumors are unspecific, but in this matter is very definite, with even the smallest details being talked about. Other than that, seeing Lord Zhen Jin invite us to this camp is proof that he is different from other nobles. He is indeed a Templar Knight. What I really loathe is that Exisu and that gang of people don't want us to sleep in their camp. We saved them today. The camp is too small, and they are afraid we will harm them. That gang of sailors have no regard for others. They are unworthy of our trust. If it was Lord Zhen Jin, how would there be such a disgusting first mate? I heard that Lord Zhen Jin was on board to travel to the wilderness continent and compete for the position of White Sands City's master. It's a pity that because of the shipwreck he has missed that opportunity. When that was said, other different conversations ceased. When the talking resumed, Zhen Jin seemed to be thrown to the back of their minds, and no one took the initiative to mention him again. In the tent, Zhongyi was plastered with agony. He understood what these mercenaries were thinking about. They had received discrimination, they could not live how they pleased, and they longed to be recruited. "My lord, are you sleeping?" Triple Blade's voice could be heard. He was absolutely quiet when he walked. Even Zhongyi could not sense his footsteps. As he spoke, Zhongyi sensed Triple Blade's position. "Come in," Zhongyi replied. Triple Blade lifted the tent flap and arrived in front of Zhongyi. He knelt to the ground, saluted Zhongyi, and looked at the ground under Zhongyi's feet. "My lord, tomorrow morning, allow me to challenge Zhen Jin to verify how things stand with him." "Hey, why do you want to do that?" Zhongyi's eyes flashed. Triple Blade lifted his head, still kneeling. "Lord Zhongyi, although I have only followed you for a short time, I can feel your heart and ambition. You are wearing elite equipment and you embarked alone to the wilderness continent. Surely you want to accomplish something. If you want accomplishments, although being unaccompanied means you are unconstrained, building up a group will make your lordship's worth increase. Although the boat craftsman was saved by your lordship, he only paid a formal visit to Zhen Jin. Our statuses restrict us. Compared to Zhen Jin, your lordship's greatest advantage lies in your strong battle strength. As long as everyone realizes that your lordship is the strongest in the camp, Zhen Jin's status advantage will be greatly reduced. Zhen Jin cannot compare to your lordship's body. The only worry is that he has a divine spell. Allow me to find a path for your lordship. Tomorrow morning, I will understand the ins and outs of Zhen Jin. Chapter 99. I am a bat monkey. Chapter status, unedited. Under the faint yellow candlelight, Zhongyi calmly looked at Triple Blade. The goblin kneeling before him had a white scarf covering his mouth. However, his eyes were filled with sincerity and resolve. At that moment, Zhongyi's understanding of Triple Blade suddenly deepened. Apart from being his savior, Triple Blade followed Zhongyi for another reason: identity. We are all the same, people on the fringes of society. All of us are pushed aside, suppressed, and discriminated against. If we were pure-blooded humans, our lives would definitely be better. But in reality, even if we have strong abilities and have outstanding contributions, we will never receive fair treatment. As a result, Triple Blade wanted Zhongyi to succeed compared to Zhen Jin. Zhangji was silent for a moment before indifferently speaking. Triple Blade, I understand your loyalty. However, you cannot do something so rash. Zhen Jin, this youngster, is very skilled. He publicly invited us in spite of the opposition. During dinner, he gave us roasted meat and potions in front of everyone, and even actively suggested we share information. These kinds of actions are deeply embedded into the popular feeling. Regardless of your justification tomorrow, as long as you challenge him, it will enrage the others. They will believe you fail to appreciate kindness and don't know gratitude. They will surely believe that this was pushed by me and not your original idea because you follow me. Zhangyi laughed. It's like how they are framing me as the captain's murderer. The truth is not important, only the will of the people is. But my lord, if we do not take measures as soon as possible. Triple Blade bit his teeth and showed his hesitation. Zhangyi continued, if you challenge Zhen Jin now, the person who would benefit the most would be him. Do you know why we were invited and why we are staying in a nearby camp? Not only is he guarding against us or perhaps enticing our people, he is also deepening his influence over the sailors. He only met Xi Su today, yet he immediately ascended to leader and seized power from Xi Su's hand. Why did Xi Su not rebel, but would rather swallow a bitter fruit? Not only is it because of Zhen Jin's status, it is also because Zhen Jin saved the camp and their lives, and even more so on the account of our presence. Really? When Triple Blade was reminded, he suddenly realized, if I challenge Zhen Jin, it will surely cause Xi Su to attach himself more to Zhen Jin, and the gap between them will decrease to a negligible degree because of my actions. Zhangyi nodded. I cannot incite more conflict and increase the opposition between each other. Status and bloodlines are our weak points. We need to gain more of the sailors' trust. If not, even if we beat them, how can we sail a ship? We need to unite. At this time, my and Zhen Jin's views are identical. This is also why I agreed to come to their camp. This island is very dangerous. I still have no idea what mysterious culprit attacked the beach camp. Regardless of whether it was Xi Su or us, we were both attacked by bat monkeys and a silver rhinoceros. This is very fishy, and I have always felt that something is pulling the strings. The most important thing still is to leave this place. The time Zhen Jin declared that he was inviting us was the time he challenged me. However, this challenge does not only include me and him, it includes you guys, Xi Su, and more importantly, our chances of escaping this place. I agreed to come to this camp and accept his challenge. I already had a premonition that this is a fight that will break a new path. Our strategy cannot be crude, Triple Blade, or else we will lose. Examining the ins and outs of Zhen Jin's battle strength is something we do not need to do urgently. I had a premonition that the bat monkey and rhinoceros attacks are unlikely to stop. On the contrary, they will become more intense. Triple Blade's heart shivered and he promptly gave in. I completely understand, my lord. Okay, you may leave. This subordinate is excused. Triple Blade respectfully withdrew from the tent, just as Kangsu entered Zhen Jin's tent. Come in, scholar. Sit. Zhen Jin smiled. He had already waited a long time. Earlier, when he had left the camp to rescue the boat craftsman and Xi Su, Zhen Jin tasked Kang Xu to dissect bat monkeys and to report his findings. Kang Xu bowed. My lord, before I give my report, I ask that you order the camp surroundings be lit up with bonfires and torches. This is because I have found these bat monkeys have strong fighting capabilities. Zhen Ren looked solemn. This discovery was significant. At night, human vision was greatly limited. If the bat monkeys attacked without light, they would be at a disadvantage. Zhen Ren followed his advice and immediately gave the order. A group of people that were just about to sleep had no alternative but to get up and work after receiving the order. Zhen Ren also did not forget to notify Zhongji's group. After returning to the tent and hearing Kang Xu's report, Zhen Ren scowled. So according to your report, bat monkeys cannot see things at night, rather, they can produce a sound our ears cannot hear, and through its echo, they can determine everything in their surroundings. Kang Xu nodded. That is the case. It is like a person shouting in a valley. The valley will duplicate the shout's contents by echoing it. Bats that soar through the night and nimbly avoid obstacles utilize ultrasound to detect any hindrances in front of them. Seeing Zhen Ren's doubtful expression, Kang Xu continued to explain, the so-called ultrasound is a sound on a frequency higher than what our human ears can hear. Likewise, infrasound is a sound on a frequency lower than what our human ears can hear. Scholars have already researched these things. I once read many books regarding this topic at the Silver Bridge College. Zhen Ren was even more doubtful. Ultrasound and infrasound. Kang Xu nodded. Research indicated that there is a limit to the things the human ear can hear. There is an upper limit and a lower limit. We cannot hear anything outside of those limits. Sound above the upper limit is ultrasound. Sound below the lower limit is infrasound. Zhen Ren scratched his head. That word you mentioned, frequency, what is that? Kang Xu was patient. The exact definition of frequency is the number of times the source of a sound vibrates in 1 second. When I oscillate a plank, the plank representing a source of a sound, the more effort I put into oscillating the plank, the more the plank moves and the more vibrations per second the plank produces, thus increasing its frequency. When we chime a bell because the copper bell is struck, it will produce minute vibrations, thus producing the sound of a bell. When we humans speak, because of our vocal cords vibrating, we are able to produce sound. So, that's how it is. Zhen Ren felt his scope on the topic suddenly widen. Kang Xu continued, when I was dissecting a bat monkey, I discovered that they had strong vocal cords and that the structure of their throats resembled those of bats. At the same time, their ears are very developed. Their nasal cavities look the same as monkeys. However, inside their cavities, there is a large amount of folded skin. That noses can produce ultrasound because they have similar complex folds that can assist their vocal cords. The bat monkey's lungs, vocal cords, and nose all perfectly match up. Don't look at the bat monkey's small body. Its lungs have excellent contraction abilities and can even double in size. Bat monkeys do not have night vision, however. When they fly at night, they will constantly produce ultrasound of different frequencies. When the ultrasound hits an object, it will reflect back to the bat monkey. Bat monkeys can distinguish between the echoes of different frequencies, then they will nimbly dodge, making it unlikely they will run into any obstructions. So, that's how it is? Zhen Ren sighed incessantly. A truly wonderful bodily structure. Then are you saying these bat monkeys can see in thick fog? Kang Xu nodded. Your lordship understands. You have worked hard, Kang Xu. Go rest well. Yes, your lordship. After Zhen Jin slept in the tent until midnight, he got up and went to the barracks. My lord. Lord Zhen Jin. When those on night watch saw him, they saluted him one after the other. You all are working hard. This is the first night, and I am not at ease. Continue guarding. I will go scout out the surroundings. Zhen Jin said goodbye to these people indifferently. Seeing the young knights back from a distance, the guards could not help but quietly converse. Why is his lordship entering the forest? It is very late into the night. Didn't you hear? Lord Zhen Jin has gone through life and death trials. He has grasped the power of the spirit and can anticipate dangers. Any sneak attack on him is ineffective. He is actually so ferocious. The guard exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of this. When Zhen Jin entered the forest, the first thing he did was transform his eye into a lizard one. After verifying that no one was around, he began to undress. After stripping naked and putting away his clothes, he canceled the lizard eye transformation and began to transform into something different. After the red light flickered, he transformed into a bat monkey. Regardless of whether it was in the camp or when rescuing the boat craftsmen, Zhen Jin had killed many bat monkeys. On top of what the others had killed, there were many bat monkey corpses. Zhen Jin had asked for most of the corpses for Zidai's medical research. However, he only gave some of them to Zidai. The portion he had embezzled was quietly refined by his magic crystal. This allowed him to have a complete transformation, increasing the amount he had from 3 to 4. The moment he completely transformed into a bat monkey, Zhen Jin felt the entire world change. Countless sounds imbued his ears. There was the muffled hum of insects, there was sharp whistling, there was a clamorous rustle, and there was the snapping of chewing. Originally, the quiet forest only had the occasional nightingale or beast roar. But now, it sounded like Zhen Jin had suddenly arrived in a city center from the outskirts. So, this is what the bat monkeys experience. It is too noisy. At first, Zhen Jin did not feel good. He had never heard so many sounds. The sounds mixed together into his ears like agitated multicolored water. The disturbance made him jittery and disgusted. Zhen Jin resisted the noises with difficulty and began to move his limbs. Bat monkeys had similar bodies to humans. This allowed Zhen Jin to master the body quickly. After using the bat monkey body to run and jump, Zhen Jin controlled his excitement and began to flap his bat wings in an attempt to soar. Although he had once transformed into a fat ball flying fish that could also fly, it was very slow. Rather than saying it could fly, it would be more accurate to say that it floated. I can really fly now. Give me air. The wings on Zhen Jin's back strongly flapped and then fiercely fluttered. The ascending force drove Zhen Jin's small body upwards in an abrupt leap. Sump. After flying into the air, his head hit a treetop with a dull echo. Soon after, he lost control. The more he flapped, the faster he fell to the ground. Finally, he face-planted into the soil. As it turns out, flying is not easy. Zhen Jin pulled out his face from the ground and wiped the soil and grass plastered to his face with his hand. He stabilized his mentality, informed himself that he could not be impetuous, and began to flap his wings separately. After the left wing flapped a few times, the right wing would flap again. The wing's ample strength produced a strong ascending force. Zhen Jin tried to flap his wings together, and with put-put, Zhen Jin slowly flew up, staggering side to side as he flapped. He attempted to stabilize his figure at all costs, and when he soon ran into a tree branch, he reached out and grabbed it at once. After a moment, he stopped flapping his wings. He then used his arms to turn himself over and sat on the tree branch. That awkward matter happened again. He did not have enough time to put away his wings, thus they got stuck between the lush branches. Chapter 100, Nature's Beauty, the World's Great Love. Chapter Status, Unedited. Zhen Jin spent a moment of effort tossing his bat wings from side to side to free them from the branches. The youngster was unaccustomed to having a pair of wings. However, the excitement of another flight attempt quickly filled his heart. His first attempt to take off from the ground was not effective. Afterwards, Zhen Jin had an idea. He would climb a tree, jump from the treetop, open his large wings, and practice gliding. This experience would allow him to accurately determine the relationship between the air and his wings. After changing the way he trained, Zhen Jin's training efficiency immediately increased. The more flying he experienced, the deeper he understood it. The training had an additional gain. It was tree climbing. Bat monkeys had 4 strong limbs. Their hands were similar to humans and their feet's big toes could also hold things. This kind of body structure made tree climbing easy. After practicing for a while, Zhen Jin improved both his flying and tree climbing skills. He could now stealthily climb up trees by using his limbs, and after a few breaths, he could flee from the canopy. Sensing his progress, Zhen Jin changed the way he trained again. He began to learn how monkeys jumped between trees. First, he would climb up a tree, then he would jump into the air and spread his bat wings. After receiving lift from his wings, he would glide to another tree. This kind of training greatly improved his gliding and efficiency. At the same time, he also tempered his jumping abilities. When Zongyi saved the boat craftsman by intercepting the silver-level rhinoceros, he had been jumping between branches and seemed to have dropped from the sky. He must have trained in this aspect. From this point, I can infer that his martial skills are not lacking. Compared to him, my current form cannot lose to him in tree jumping. The monkey physique is extremely suited to move between branches. Zhen Jin then practiced flying for a while before taking the initiative to stop. With this kind of training efficiency, I estimate that in 3 days, I will know how many times I should flap my wings, making it unlikely that I will hit any obstacles again. It will take a long time to fly quickly and nimbly by instinct. Zhen Jin evaluated himself. He could still fail at flying. Gliding was more successful, however, when genuinely flapping his wings. Even if he did his best to control his body, it was hard to avoid a crooked flight. However, he had adapted to the bat monkey body. It was improbable that his wings would get stuck in branches again. After stopping flight training, Zhen Jin was sitting on a tree branch when his emotions suddenly stirred. There were countless sounds in the tranquil forest. There was the soft wind, the rustling tree leaves, the murmur of a distant brook, the voices of invertebrates, beast roars, and the song of nightingales. I've also adapted to the bat monkey ears. Zhen Jin understood what was going on. In the beginning, he was hearing too much. It was too noisy, and it made him sick. But after focusing his attention on flying, the noises were tossed to the back of his head. During the training, he had gradually adapted to his outstanding hearing ability. As he calmed his heart, he immediately discovered that he had made great progress in this aspect. The countless sounds were all received by his flourishing ears. At first, Zhen Jin attempted to differentiate between the sounds and guess at their sources. However, he quickly found himself wallowing in the symphony of sound. His mouth hung open and his eyes lost focus. He was like a young bird that just soared through the blue sky for the first time. He was like a drop of water assimilating into an ocean. At that moment, he deeply felt a type of beauty. It was the beauty of nature. Previously on this island, Zhen Jin had no clothes on him, no food on his stomach. He was between life and death and was full of anxiety and impotence. In a past moment, he had sat on a granite boulder and gazed into the night sky, transforming his heart so that it was no longer impatient and worried. In a past moment, he, Zidai, and Kang Yigzu gazed at 2 pieces of roasted meat. Their laughs turned their torment into calm optimism. And now, such a moment came again. This time, Zhen Jin forgot about himself. He was like an orphan searching for his mother's embrace after wandering for countless years. He had realized his own insignificance. He had sensed nature's beauty, and he finally sensed the great love of the world. That kind of beauty was boundless, and that kind of love was moving. The emotion produced was so powerful, so unexpected, that it seemed to pound against Zhen Jin's heart like a tidal wave and spread across his entire body and mind. He could not see, he could only listen. He heard nature's majesty, nature's abundance, and nature's beauty. Kanyek Su had said that the human ear had limits. It could only hear things within a fixed frequency. Yes, humans have limits. As a bat monkey, I can experience happiness that ordinary people are incapable of perceiving. Zhen Jin's train of thought consciously diverged. As he immersed himself in the murky happiness, he was unable to free himself for a moment. He thought of druids. He understood the druids. Druids can transform into bears, wolves, and eagles. They can also draw power from the forms of different living beings. They can feel how beautiful nature is. That is the reason why druids are fond of peace. Anything that tramples and destroys nature will make them angry. Nature is beautiful this way. If anything tramples and destroys it, it would be a great pity. The murderer is certainly a repulsive being. He thought of the core again. My bat monkey transformation was given to me by the core. Perhaps this core is not as dangerous as I thought. It is like a sword. The important part is who uses it. Regular use is regular use. Using it for evil is to be evil. Then, Zhen Jin inexplicably thought of Exisu. His understanding of Exisu deepened a layer. According to Zhen Jin's speculation and rumors in the beach camp, the wound in the captain's corpse should have come from Exisua's hand. Zisuo was treacherous and despicable. However, he was shipwrecked, orphaned, lost all his property, and with the death of the first mate, he had lost a close supporter. He urgently wished to grab anything that made him feel safe, that verified his value, and that allowed him to remain the sailor's leader. He is despicable and hateful. However, he is also pitiful. Perhaps this is the true meaning of benevolence and tolerance. Zhen Jin wiped his cheek clean. He wept. He understood the excitement bards felt when they saw ancient works, and the surge painters feel when they see an exceptionally beautiful scenery. That kind of pure beauty touched the heart. This beauty can create all kinds of other beauty, like the light and goodness in human nature. Unfortunately, all humans lack the ears to hear this beauty. As time passed, Zhen Jin's mood gradually calmed down. There is still a bit of time left. I can still practice something. If Kang Xu did not tell him, Zhen Jin would not have transformed into a bat monkey that night with the intent to shout loudly. But now, he tried to shout. The screech echoed under him a moment after. This isn't ultrasound. Zhen Jin deeply breathed. He tried to control his vocal cords to make his voice sharper. This time, his yell also made him slightly jump. At this level, it was similar to the screeching bat monkeys made when fighting. But this too is not ultrasound. Zhen Jin felt excited again because he had found the correct path. Next, he constantly raised his voice like a man pitching his throat. The frequency of his shouts became higher, like fingernails scraping a chalkboard. However, when using the monkey ears, those sounds were within a tolerable range, unlike human ears who found those sounds intolerable. After a short period of time, Zhen Jin succeeded in producing an ultrasound wave. At almost the next moment, he heard the echo. There's a tree there and a tree on a boulder over there. After hearing it, Zhen Jin automatically sensed the position of the trees, a boulder, as well as a portion of a shape. This kind of sensation was quite wonderful. In the deep night, Zhen Jin could not see anything in the pitch black. However, with this sensation, Zhen Jin's heart felt without explanation, a large tree and a tree leaning on a boulder coming into view. Zhen Jin immediately flew over to verify it and found his senses were correct. Bat monkeys do not have night vision, however, when they fly at night, they will constantly produce ultrasound of different frequencies. When the ultrasound hits an object, it will reflect back to the bat monkey. Bat monkeys can distinguish between the echoes of different frequencies, then they will nimbly dodge, making it unlikely they will run into any obstructions. Kang Xu's words appeared again in Zhen Jin's mind. Zhen Jin immediately realized the most crucial point: different frequencies. Thus, he continued to produce ultrasound waves by controlling his vocal cords. Each ultrasound wave was different from the other. The ultrasound waves echoed and were received by Zhen Jin's ears. Because of the different frequencies, Zhen Jin easily distinguished between them. As a result, his surroundings revealed itself in his heart. It was like an artist drawing an outline on a pitch black canvas with a white pen. In the wake of Zhen Jin's constant ultrasound waves, the canvas in his heart rapidly expanded to 200 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. The fuzzy things in the canvas became increasingly clear. A sense of control arose involuntarily. A sense of security came along with it. I know of everything and can detect any changes within 800 meters. Zhen Jin's heart grew increasingly excited. Although he had the lizard eye, the range of infrared vision was smaller than his hearing. Zhen Jin was constantly calculating the time in his heart. Now that there were more people, He could not go out by himself for too long. After sorting out his mood, he returned to where he was previously, transformed back into a human, and put on his clothes. Following his original path, he returned to camp. "Lord Zhen Jin, you came back." The guards saluted him in succession. Zhen Jin encouraged them with a few words and returned to his tent. He lay down on his bed, but for a long time he could not sleep. His crooked flying certainly irritated him, and his experience with ultrasound was also wonderful. All of these things gave him a rich aftertaste. After transforming back into a human, he could only walk on the ground with his legs. He could not hear the beautiful sounds, and worst of all, he could not use sound to detect things a kilometer around him. It immediately seemed as if he were a bird that suddenly lost his wings, or like an ordinary person that went blind. A dim feeling of frustration seemed to ripple across the lake in his heart, and Zhen Jin's heart could not help but ripple with it. Chapter 101. My Arrows Never Missed. The next morning. Thump. With a dull echo, an iron hatchet chopped into a tree and buried its sharp blade into the trunk. Afterwards, the axe handle wobbled, pulling out the blade along with some wood shavings. The one using the axe was a dwarf from Triple Blade's former mercenary corps. His body still had bandages, and because he was chopping wood, blood seeped out and stained the white bandages. Zhen Jin walked over, examined the dwarf's injuries, and asked, "Did the potion have an effect?" "Yes, Lord Zhen Jin." The dwarf put down his axe at once, bowed to and saluted Zhen Jin, and gratefully said, "Good, continue working." Zhen Jin patted the dwarf's shoulder and walked away. However, even if it was a simple greeting and pat, it made the dwarf's face glow. The people that saw this also looked on in envy. This was a noble, a Templar knight, expressing his greetings. The dwarf swung the axe again, and felt it had become somewhat lighter. The dwarf had injuries, however. In order to lumber as fast as possible, those injuries were flung to the back of his mind. After yesterday's fierce battle, although only a few people were killed, many were seriously injured and had to recover in camp. Those with minor injuries had to work like the one cutting wood with all speed. Not only was it because food and water needed to be found, it was also because of the teleportation. Zhen Jin and Kang Agsu originally thought the period between teleportations was fixed. However, they discovered from Mubane and the others that the teleportation interval was not like what they had presumed. Perhaps the teleportation had a regular pattern, however, they had not discovered it yet. As a result, swiftly cutting wood was the optimal plan. If they procrastinated and got teleported again without enough wood, it would be terrible. During today's breakfast, Zhen Jin and Zongyi negotiated this matter and had their groups work together to lumber. The lumbering still took place on the hillside where the boat craftsmen got into danger. The trees there seemed more lofty than anywhere else. Zhen Jin continued to walk and quickly saw Zongyi. Zongyi shouted as the shadow of his axe cut the sky and embedded itself deep into the tree trunk. Tree bark flew and the large tree shook tremendously. Zongyi chopped a second time and then pushed the tree trunk with his foot. The large tree groaned and slowly accelerated as it loudly fell to the ground with astonishing momentum. Lord Zong is mighty. He only took 2 swings. The mercenaries exclaimed in admiration as they looked at Zongyi with admiration. Zongyi faintly smiled, stepped on the fallen tree trunk, and looked at Zhen Jin walking over. Because he was cutting wood, he had taken off his chest armor. He was still wearing his lower armor, though. His stomach had been wounded with bandages twisting around his stomach and back. Still, Zongyi's massive pectoral muscles were hard to cover up. Due to his toiling, his upper body hair was glistening. On top of that, his heavy breathing, flowing sweat, and sticky brown hair made him appear all the more formidable. Zhen Jin arrived in front of Zongyi. The young knight was not fully mature. His height only reached Zongyi's stomach. Compared to Zongji's robust body, Zhen Jin's build seemed flimsy. "Are you going to try?" Zongyi gave Zhen Jin his axe. Zhen Jin smiled and shook his head. "I have come to give you guys potions." He gave Zongyi a bag. "These are the new potions ZD swiftly mixed last night. They can expedite your recovery," said Zhen Jin. Zongyi stared, laid down his axe, and took Zhen Jin's bag. "Many thanks," he faintly replied. "All of us are victims stranded on this island. We should help each other as much as possible." Zhen Jin's tone was sincere. "Oh, by the way, do you know if you still have any bear meat?" ZD said that if she had some bear meat and blood mixed into her potions, the efficacy of them would increase somewhat. "I can exchange my lizard meat for your bear meat." "No exchanges are necessary. I will give it all to you both," Zongyi loudly said. "Good." Zhen Jin's smile became more genuine. "Then I will take my leave first." Just as he walked a step, he saw a distant flock of birds suddenly fly into the air. The birds chirped with fright as they fled into the sky. Everyone cutting wood stopped working one after the other as they looked at the birds. They were troubled. They quickly heard a faint spell of clamorous roaring. As the roaring became more distinct, everyone knew what the source was. "It's the bat monkeys. Quick, prepare to fight." Everyone cried in succession. "Put on my armor," Zongyi deeply said. "Yes, my lord." Someone immediately got his chest armor and put it on him. Zhen Jin accelerated his steps and returned to the boat craftsman's and idiot's side. "Don't panic. This time not only do you have me, you also have Zongyi and his people. United together, we will surely prevail like the last fight." Under Zhen Jin's motivating words, everyone's gaze grew more resolute. The bat monkeys attacked again, however. Before setting out, everyone was mentally prepared for this. Thus, after some panic, everyone calmed down. Zongji's group, Zhen Jin's group, these two groups quickly formed up and calmly awaited the bat monkey group's arrival. In a moment, everyone on the right and left side heard the bat monkeys screeching. "Are we surrounded? How many bat monkeys are there?" Everyone inevitably became agitated. The momentum of this beast group invasion far exceeded the ones of the two previous battles. The forest blocked everyone's line of sight. The people did not know which direction had the most bat monkeys and where the strongest offensive was headed. Their formation was a square. Most of their power was concentrated in the front and the sides, leaving their rear quite weak. I could use ultrasound to determine how many there are and where their main force is. An idea flashed in Zhen Jin's mind, however, he quickly vetoed it. If he wanted to scout it out, he had to transform. If he wanted to produce ultrasound, he had to transform his throat and nasal cavity. If he wanted to hear ultrasound, he had to transform his ears. People could easily detect these things. Hold! Formation! Zhen Ren loudly reminded. There was no time to adjust their formation. They could only brace themselves for battle. Quickly, bait monkeys appeared in front, on the left, and on the right, charging toward Zhen Ren and the others. The boat craftsmen, Haiwan, and the others picked up their crossbows. Zhen Ren also raised his rapid-fire crossbow. As the arrows flew, the bat monkeys screeched incessantly as corpses continuously fell to the ground. Zhen Ren quickly emptied his arrow box and had remarkable battle results. He had killed 20 ordinary bat monkeys by himself. He lowered the rapid-fire crossbow, dropped the empty arrow box, and replaced it with a full one that was hanging from his waist. Whoosh, whoosh. His companions were constantly firing arrows into the sky. The shadows they shot each killed a bat monkey. Because of Zhen Ren's shooting skill, the bat monkey's frontal offensive became bogged down momentarily. After emptying his second arrow box, Zhen Ren began helping his companions on the sides. Under Zhen Ren's covering fire, both sides' line of battle rapidly stabilized. Seeing Zhen Ren's shot almost never miss, the sailors' morale greatly rose. After Zhen Ren changed to a third arrow box, the bat monkeys were routed. Zhen Ren did not slack off. He immediately assisted Zongji's group. Zongji and his people were still fighting. They were fighting as many bat monkeys as Zhen Ren's group was, however, because they were using close combat. Although they were winning, their killing efficiency was comparatively low. With the support of Zhen Ren's arrow, those bat monkeys were also routed. The battle was already decided. Everyone cheered. Zongji and Zhen Ren met. Both sides were worried. Although there was a great amount of bat monkeys, there were only a few bronze-level bat monkeys and only 2 iron-level monkeys, all of which escaped. That silver-level rhinoceros also did not appear. As the two people discussed, a pink flare suddenly exploded in the sky. The camp... They are under attack. We need to support them together. Zhen Ren and Zongji glanced at each other and without hesitation, quickly returned to camp with the group. All of the wounded Zidai and Kong Xu were in camp. If they fell to the attack, the losses would be inconceivable. Fortunately, the lumbering site was not far from camp and everyone quickly returned to camp. In the camp, the silver-level rhinoceros was wreaking havoc. The renovated wooden house had already been trampled by the rhinoceros. However, the people in camp suffered few casualties. Because the camp was surrounded by a thick smoke, ZD had thrown a potion she had mixed into the torches and bonfires to create the thick smoke. The thick smoke targeted the bat monkeys by irritating their sense of smell. Thus, the bat monkeys did not dare to penetrate the smoke. The silver-level rhinoceros was not afraid of the thick smoke. However, it only charged straight ahead, making it easy to dodge. There were few structures that could stop the silver-level rhinoceros, but at the same time, it gave the people adequate time to get out of the way. I will handle the bat monkeys. Zongji, I ask that you kill that rhinoceros. Zhen Ren growled. Zongji nodded. not because he was willing to follow Zhen Jin's orders, but because it was the most rational plan. Since the situation was urgent, Zhang Yi did not bother arguing with Zhen Jin much. There were not many bat monkeys in the sky, however they were clearly an elite group with a considerable amount of bronze and iron-level monkeys in it. Zhen Jin first led the group into the thick smoke and then shot his crossbow. The thick smoke obscured everyone's line of sight, but fortunately, the bat monkey feared the smoke scent and did not charge in. Sacrificing accuracy for everyone's safety was a worthwhile trade-off. Only Zhen Jin's arrows were still sharp. Because he had narrowed his eyes and transformed his left eye into a lizard's. With infrared vision, the thick smoke seemed to vanish. The bat monkeys did not dare charge into the thick smoke and could only be reduced to arrow targets. Presently, I can only transform into a bronze-level bat monkey. That kind of strength is too low. Only by killing a few iron-level ones can I strengthen the transformation. Chapter 102. I am certain the crotch is the bait monkey's weak point. Zhen Jin observed his target and threw a dart at it. With the bare arm's strength, the dart's destructive power could threaten an iron-level bat monkey's life. The iron-level bat monkey had always been flying the highest, changed directions more nimbly than the bronze-level ones, and was faster. Zhen Jin tried several times but failed. Then he was hit by inspiration. He first shot the crossbow in his left hand and then threw a dart with his right hand. With no choice but to dodge the crossbow arrow, its predicted path was limited, and as the dart shot out, the bat monkey did not have enough time to move out of its predicted path. It would be hit more times than not. Zhen Jin's repeated attempts had some successes and some failures. After he killed 3 iron-level bat monkeys, he suddenly heard a strange roar. The remaining iron-level bat monkeys immediately screeched. Zhen Jin did not pursue them. Rather, he immediately ran to camp to aid Zhang Ji. After a few steps, he saw Zhang Ji walking over with a deformed longsword. That rhinoceros has tough skin that let it escape. Zhang Ji regretfully said, "If you used the short spears on your back, would that still be the case?" Zhen Jin's heart asked. However, that was not something to focus on. Zhen Jin swept his eyes around after seeing Zidai Kang Exu, and the others were safe and sound. He said to Zhang Ge, "I heard a strange roar. I suspect it was from the hidden hand in the shadows." Hey. Zhang Ji's eyes flashed. Zhen Jin had a grave expression. This hidden hand is not simple. Not only can they mobilize the bat monkeys and the silver-level rhinoceros, they also have impressive tactical skills. They split their force into 2, with one simply meant to pin us down and another focused on the main target, the camp. They understand that the camp is our weakest and most important area. Good. We must eradicate them. Zhang Ji nodded. Then let us move with just the 2 of us. The others will just be a burden. Zhen Jin took the lead. Zhang Ji then threw away his sword before following. "My lord," Triple Blade shouted. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He was worried that this might be a part of Zhen Jin's scheme to put Zhang Ji at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Zhang Ji was courageous. He knew Triple Blade was warning him, and he nodded. "I will return. Clean the battlefield." In that pause, Zhen Jin had already walked off. Zhang Ji rushed off and quickly overtook Zhen Jin by the camp entrance. After that strange sound, the bat monkeys immediately retreated. They went this way. Zhen Ren began to run after explaining. What kind of strange sound was it? Can you describe it? Zhongji questioned closely. He spoke as he sped up. Zhen Ren scowled and deliberated. It resembled a dog bark. Saying this, he then jumped over a thick tree root. After 10 breaths, the two people hit their maximum speed. The wind whistled in their ears. Trees seemed to whiz past them as they quickly disappeared behind their backs. Zhen Ren did not hear the strange bark again. However, he had faith that he would find traces of the bat monkey's retreat en route. They could still faintly hear the bat monkeys screeching. As the chase grew longer, Zhongji's amazement of Zhen Ren did too. Although I'm injured, I have a beastman bloodline. Zhen Ren is currently relying only on his body, yet he can match me in speed and endurance without even showing any signs of fatigue. The Bai Zhen clan's bloodline is only outstanding in the aspect of precision. I fear this youngster is a genius. I don't even know his true battle kai cultivation. After running for a spell, the two people did not even see the shadow of the hidden hand that controlled the beast groups. I can barely hear the bat monkeys. Are they up in the trees? Zhongji anxiously said. Yeah. Zhen Ren nodded. He then immediately climbed up a tree, not even slowing down during the crucial process. Zhongji saw with his own eyes Zhen Ren climbing up the tree. The latter efficiently climbed up the tree like he was fleeing from something. What amazed Zhongji even more was that he sensed that Zhen Ren's movement had a natural feel to them, as if it were natural and unforced. Don't tell me the Templar Knights are now trained to climb trees? Zhongji's heart had misgivings as he too quickly climbed up a tree. On top of tall trees, the two's field of view opened up. The forest was different from the rainforest. Although the trees were lush here, their branches and leaves were not as thick as the rainforests. The two were jumping across the branches. Zhongji's amazement grew. Zhen Ren's jumping brimmed with wild nature. As Zhongji secretly observed, he discovered that Zhen Ren's limbs had exceptional coordination and jumped in a way that seemed to save the most effort. What kind of training does he have? Is not in the style of a Templar Knight. Don't tell me the Bai Zhen clan hired an Eastern Imperial military to teach Zhen Ren some wrestling technique. Zhongji could not help but guess things. Zhen Ren, it seems we cannot catch up. After a short time, Zhongji gave an exasperated sigh. When he climbed up the tree, he could still see the distant figures of the retreating bat monkeys. But now, he could only see the green layers of leaves and could no longer hear the screeches of the bat monkeys. No, we will persevere. You continue to chase them. I will run over that hill and perhaps cut them off. According to the bat monkey traces, they made a detour around a hill. Zhen Ren and Zhongji still had a chance. Not all hope was lost. Zhongji pondered before nodding his consent. The two then separated. Zhen Ren climbed over the small hill. After inspecting the surroundings and finding that Zhongji had not followed him, he immediately stripped naked and transformed into a bronze-level bat monkey. Zhen Ren clenched his teeth and secretly roused his spirit. Although he only had one night of practice under the current circumstances. He had to push beyond his abilities. After Zhen Jin transformed into a bronze-level bat monkey, his movement speed doubled. The bat monkey physique really was suited for jumping between branches. When encountering steep cliffs, lofty hills, and the like, Zhen Jin would immediately unfold his bat wings and glide down in a straight line. It was extremely convenient. Oh, that's right. I can also use ultrasound to scout out my surroundings. As he glided, Zhen Jin thought of that method again. He immediately attempted to produce an ultrasound wave. Bang! At that moment, he crashed into a tree and fell after smashing several twigs. A thick branch obstructed his crotch. Ow! The sharp pain caused Zhen Jin to subconsciously screech. His two legs divided as he rode the branch. His body could help but curl up from the pain. He grabbed the branch and did his best to separate his crotch from it. After a few cold breaths, Zhen Jin relaxed. So, the crotch is still the bat monkey's weak point. As far as this discovery was concerned, it had made a deep impression on the young knight. What is going on with me? Did I actually believe I could produce ultrasound while flying? Zhen Jin felt a burst of regret. He had only trained for a single night, no half a night. He still could not fly or run while producing ultrasound. Currently, he could only produce ultrasound when he was stationary. First, I need to scout around. Zhen Jin was not in a rush, since his crotch was still sore. He still needed to relax. Taking advantage of his skill, he tried several times and quickly produced an ultrasound wave again. The canvas in his heart slowly unfolded and rapidly expanded. 100 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, 1 kilometer. Then Zhen Jin looked pleased. He had finally caught the defeated bat monkey group's tail. Finally, some luck. As expected, the bat monkey group ran around the hill. According to their path, I can cut them off. Zhen Jin once more jumped through the undergrowth and glided with his bat wings from time to time. After quickly running for a distance, Zhen Jin stopped again to produce more ultrasound. This time, he only needed 2 tries to produce an ultrasound wave. As he was persisting in his efforts, 3 bat monkeys jumped to his side. Zhen Jin's head tensed up and he nearly attacked them. Because he saw that 2 of the bat monkeys were wounded, it was obvious that these were the bat monkeys he had fought. However, the 3 bat monkeys did not attack. Rather, they stopped in front of Zhen Jin, shouting and waving towards him. Zhen Jin stared blankly. Right, I am a bat monkey currently. The 3 bat monkeys shouting became impatient after discovering that Zhen Jin was a bit foolish. They shouted and moved even more. Zhen Jin surmised, "What on earth are they thinking?" It's as if they are communicating with me. The 3 bat monkeys found that Zhen Jin was not a bit foolish, rather that he was very foolish. Eventually, one of the bat monkeys immediately jumped next to Zhen Jin and pushed his back. Zhen Jin resisted the urge to punch it. He then looked at the other 2 bat monkeys jumping away as they waved to him again with an attitude that they were leading the way. They want me to go with them? Zhen Jin suddenly understood. Seeing that he was motionless, the bat monkey behind him shouted again, as if it were urging him. Zhen Jin's mind rapidly turned. He might as well leave and run with these 3 bat monkeys. After some jumping and flying, Zhen Ren began to see more and more bat monkeys. Finally, he was sandwiched between bat monkeys when he arrived in a forest clearing. A large amount of bat monkeys had gathered here along with the silver-level rhinoceros. Some of the bat monkeys sat on tree branches, some were climbing on trees, some were jumping across the ground, and some were flying in the air. As bat monkeys landed on branches, the branches would quickly bend and break under the bat monkeys' weight, causing the bat monkeys to fly away. There were several injured bat monkeys that had other bat monkeys attending to them. An attending bat monkey would approach its comrade's wound, then it would deeply breathe and swell up its chests. Afterwards, the bat monkey would bite its teeth, block one of its nostrils, and place the other nostril on the wound. Why on earth does it want to blow its nose? Upon witnessing the event, Zhen Ren had endless doubts. After a moment, the bat monkey's chest deflated, and it emitted many large ultrasound waves from its nostril. Under the enveloping ultrasound waves, the blood-drenched wound seemed to heat up, and the surface of the wound quickly congealed, emitting a burnt scent. However, by doing this, the bat monkey's nasal cavity was also greatly injured. Of the bat monkeys that quickly treated their wounded comrades, every single one had blood flowing from their nostril. They can unexpectedly heal with ultrasound. Zhen was very surprised. After that, he saw some bat monkeys climbing down from trees and producing ultrasound waves on the ground. After producing for a spell, the bat monkeys on the ground came to a certain area, dug the earth out their claws, and pulled out a type of white insect from the muck. The white insect looked like an earthworm, however, it was fatter than one. The bat monkeys placed the white earthworm into the mouths of the most heavily injured. The bat monkeys bit into the white earthworms, causing the earthworms to burst into a rich juice. The white juice was similar to cow's milk. It seems like those white earthworms are very nutritious. Do they serve as the bat monkey's tonic? The bat monkeys unexpectedly found these white earthworms in the depths of the earth. So, is that why they used ultrasound to examine the ground? What level of ultrasound is needed to probe things in the soil? The amazement in Zhen Ren's heart shot up. He had only been here for 10 breaths and had already learned so many things. They stopped here to rest and reorganize. Did the 3 monkeys I saw earlier treat me as a straggler? Then who is the hidden hand? Zhen Ren had accidentally intruded into the enemy's ranks and did not forget the reason he was here as he looked all around him. At the next moment, a silhouette entered the forest clearing. Zhen Ren's pupils shrunk. It is, actually, his heart shook. Chapter 103. I have a great plan to lure, conceal, and behead. It was a silver-level magic beast. It had deep blue fur and the shape of a wolf. Zhen Ren had a deep impression of it. Because when he had woken up in the rainforest, the first thing he saw was that silver-level magic beast. He and ZD named it the blue-haired evil wolf. The blue-haired evil wolf nearly killed Zidai, and Zhen Ren only defeated it by chance and with the help of an external force. Zhen Ren did not expect to find a second blue-haired evil wolf here. Dalk, dalk, dalk. The blue-haired evil wolf walked into the center of the clearing and suddenly issued a sound that resembled a dog bark. Zhen Ren stared blankly, Was the sound I heard previously produced by this blue-haired evil wolf? Is it not a wolf? After hearing the dog bark, the surrounding bat monkeys all gathered around the blue-haired evil wolf. Sure enough, it's the one controlling the beast groups. Zhen Jin's heart shook. Most of the bat monkeys dropped to the ground and squatted around the blue-haired evil wolf. However, there were a few bat monkeys that stayed in place with no intent of joining in. The bat monkeys on the ground called out to their unmoving comrades. They constantly screeched and waved at them. The stationary monkeys began to waver. Some of them were screeching and some communicated with each other. Some were hopping between the branches, and some were flying or gliding between the trees. They were trending towards leaving. After the silver-level rhinoceros heard the dog barks, it also hesitated. It circled around the forest clearing, but did not attack the bat monkeys or the blue-haired evil wolf. The blue-haired evil wolf kept its spirit up as it began to shake its tail and dispersed a strong fragrance. The fragrance quickly saturated the entire clearing, and the restless bat monkeys gradually calmed down. As the bat monkeys near the wolf breathed and absorbed the fragrance, they became infatuated. After the stubborn bat monkeys smelled the fragrance, they too no longer caused a commotion. They put away their wings, stopped on a branch, and began to breathe in the fragrance. Bark, bark, bark. After 10 breaths, the blue-haired evil wolf barked again. This time, all of the bat monkeys in the trees climbed down and gathered around the blue-haired evil wolf, lining up behind the other bat monkeys. The silver-level rhinoceros also calmed down. It no longer paced back and forth. Rather, it looked at the blue-haired evil wolf, seemingly awaiting its next order. Upon seeing this, Zhen Jin's heart could not help but be greatly shaken. The blue-haired evil wolf can control the bat monkeys and the silver-level rhinoceros to this extent? Bark, bark, bark. The blue-haired evil wolf barked again. At the same time, it also looked at Zhen Jin. Hey, why me? Zhen Jin looked around and found that he was the only one left on a branch. The blue-haired evil wolf suspiciously looked at Zhen Jin. It shook its tail again, and the strength of the fragrance in the air immediately increased. The surrounding bat monkeys, as well as the silver-level rhinoceros, deeply breathed it in and enjoyed the fragrance. It really does smell good. However, it has no effect on me. Zhen Jin relinquished his worries. The blue-haired evil wolf barked again. It could not help but show doubt as it looked at the still aloof Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin gazed at a nearby squirrel and some woodpeckers. They were also unaffected. I understand. Only the man-made magic beasts are affected by the fragrance and barking. I am a natural human. Thus, I too am not affected. If the blue-haired evil wolf could control people, it would have done so. But in reality, ZD and I never found that any of our comrades were being controlled. Zhen Jin was thinking this as he glided to the ground. He had studied the other bat monkey's expression. He then deeply breathed in the fragrance and showed an infatuated appearance. However, the blue-haired evil wolf did not relinquish its suspicions. It left the center, walked past many bat monkeys, and came in front of Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin was only a pace away from it. I am only a bronze-level bat monkey. If it bit me, I would be seriously injured. If it did not let me go and made the other bat monkeys attack me, I would fall into danger. If I am not mindful, I will lose my life. Zhen Ren naturally felt nervous. Although he had disposed of one blue-haired evil wolf, he knew the silver-level magic beast was formidable. The blue-haired evil wolf carefully examined Zhen Ren. It did not let a single detail slip by as it moved around Zhen Ren, including Zhen Ren's swollen genitals. The doubt in its eyes gradually dissipated. Because the exhibit before it was a bat monkey. Bark, bark, bark. The blue-haired evil wolf barked at Zhen Ren again. A question mark popped into Zhen Ren's mind. He did not know how to respond, so he wisely stood in place. Seeing that the blue-haired evil wolf was within reach, an idea grew stronger in Zhen Ren's heart. If I attacked now, could I kill the wolf? The blue-haired evil wolf could control all kinds of creatures on top of its outstanding intelligence that was comparable to a human's. These two aspects combined produced a qualitative change. It had intentionally divided the beast group into two groups. One was to impede Zhen Ren, Zongyi, and the others, while the other focused on attacking the camp. It knew to attack the enemy's weak point. Generally speaking, the bat monkeys and the silver-level rhinoceros could not coexist. But now, because of the blue-haired evil wolf's existence, they calmly knew their place in the forest clearing and were not aggressive. When they attacked, the silver-level rhinoceros would attack the fortifications while the bat monkeys attacked the enemies. This pair was very compatible. The blue-haired evil wolf made different animals cooperate and formed a monster legion that could use tactics. It was extremely formidable. I must eliminate this wolf. Zhen Ren's killing intent grew stronger. However, at the same time, he also looked at the surrounding bat monkeys and the silver-level rhinoceros. All of them were watching him attentively. If he suddenly attacked now, the ferocious beasts would definitely surround and kill him. At that moment, the blue-haired evil wolf suddenly lowered its head. It no longer circled around Zhen Ren. Rather, it walked forward and used its nose to sniff Zhen Ren. Its nose nearly touched Zhen Ren's monkey hair. Seeing its exposed neck, Zhen Ren smelled the fragrance even more, and his killing intent grew towards violence. I am only a bronze-level bat monkey. Thus, the blue-haired evil wolf is very careless. It believes that there is nothing I could do to threaten it, and has unexpectedly lowered its guard. Relying on my current state, I am naturally not its opponent. But I have the magic core. If I suddenly attacked the blue-haired evil wolf while activating the core, what would happen? As long as he touched his target, the core would be unleashed. Zhen Ren had once used that method to directly refine a silver-level spear scorpion. Forget it. Attacking now is too risky. Activating the core requires time. Although it only takes a brief moment, it is enough for the blue-haired evil wolf to tear me to shreds. I need to wait until Zongyi appears to cause chaos among the beast group. When the blue-haired evil wolf's attention is focused on Zongyi, I will take advantage of the crisis to assassinate it. Could I break away and transform into a silver-level spear scorpion? The scorpion shell has outstanding defense. It could rush straight into the beast group and kill the blue-haired evil wolf. No, the blue-haired evil wolf is also a silver-level magic beast. It is unlikely that I would kill it quickly. The silver-level rhinoceros is also here. It is about to trample me and would definitely not be good if the silver-level scorpion provoked it. Furthermore, there are the bat monkeys. If the bat monkeys produce sound waves, the silver-level scorpion cannot withstand them for long. Zhen Ren knew that silver-level scorpions also had a keen sense of hearing. Under sound waves, having a keen sense of hearing was no longer an advantage, rather it was a weakness. That will happen if I transform into a spear scorpion early. I will deliberately capitulate to the blue-haired evil wolf and wait until I can approach it. Then my scorpion spear will pierce it. If that happens, the bat monkeys cannot screech, and the rhinoceros cannot charge because I am entangled with the evil wolf. I cannot kill the silver-level evil wolf quickly if I rely on the spear scorpion. However, I can use the core to eradicate it. As Zhen secretly planned his attack, the blue-haired evil wolf finally lost its interest in Zhen Ren. It seemed to think this bat monkey was an anomaly because it was quite foolish. The blue-haired evil wolf turned around and leisurely left Zhen Ren. Seeing its back, Zhen Ren suddenly altered his plan slightly. No, I should not rush to eliminate it. Currently, the evil wolf and its beast group are not threatening the camp. I should do my best to gather some information. After finding a second blue-haired evil wolf, there would naturally be a third and a fourth. After experiencing many life and death moments, Zhen Ren first thought of the future and considered the worst situations possible. If he didn't take the opportunity to gather information now and increase his understanding of his enemy, what would he do if he encountered another blue-haired evil wolf in the future? The most crucial thing is that the blue-haired evil wolf can emit a fragrance that can subdue all kinds of creatures. At the same time, the fragrance's effects should have a time restriction. The most important thing now is figuring out what that time limit is. At the same time, I also need to figure out if all the artificial magic beasts are affected by the fragrance. Zhen Ren did not hurry. He chose to stay with the fragrance-affected magic beasts. Besides gathering information, he was waiting for Zhongji. Zhen Ren's plan to use the spear scorpion shape to kill the evil wolf was likely to have external interference. However, if he used Zhongji well, Zhen Ren could save effort when making the kill. Zhen Ren decided to wait for Zhongji. Bark, bark, bark. The blue-haired evil wolf walked into the center and barked again. Afterwards, it took the lead and left the forest clearing. The bat monkeys and the silver-level rhinoceros set out, closely following the blue-haired evil wolf. Zhen Ren mixed in with the large bat monkey army as they jumped through the trees, ran across the ground, and flew through the air. The blue-haired evil wolf was leading, its fluffy tail rocking back and forth. As Zhen Ren observed that detail, his heart said, "When the wolf tail droops, it doesn't shake." That is not a wolf tail, on the contrary, it more resembles a fox tail. Calling it a blue-haired evil wolf is not accurate. Perhaps it should be called a fox wolf dog. A wolf dog fox? Fox dog wolf. The blue-haired evil wolf gradually moved the beast group away from the hill as it increased its speed. Where is Zhongji? Zhen Ren began to worry that Zhongji had lost the trail because the distance between him and the small hill was growing. Zhen Ren waited for a good while. After not seeing Zhongji's figure, his heart grew impatient. Should I wait for him, Or should I just transform into a spear scorpion to carry out my plan to lure, conceal, and behead? Chapter 104. The Strong Life White Rhinoceros. As Zhen Ren hesitated whether or not to start his plan, the bat monkeys in front suddenly screeched. Zhen Ren's heart stirred. Then he realized. So it turns out that we ran into a new bat monkey group. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf barked a few times. Half of the bat monkeys next to Zhen Ren flew out and disappeared into the undergrowth. After a moment, those bat monkeys flew back out with many more new bat monkeys. It was just like when Zhen Ren was pulled into the army by the 3 bat monkeys, just on a larger scale with over 20 being pulled in. The bat monkeys dropped next to blue dog fox wolf. The latter then shook its tail and dispelled its strong fragrance. After the fragrance seeped into them, the blue dog fox wolf's magic beast core immediately gained over 20 new members. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf ordered again. The new members flew and jumped away, returning to their ethnic group. After a short period, they returned with no less than 40 other bat monkeys. It was clear that the first group had a stronger conviction. The blue dog fox wolf followed its recipe and subdued the additional bat monkeys too. Next, it immediately commanded an attack. More than half of the monkey group had defected. However, there were still 10 bat monkeys remaining, including the iron-level bat monkey leader. Under the blue dog fox wolf's fragrant onslaught, the bat monkeys could not run, and they became Zhen Ren's new comrades in arms. What insanely high efficiency! Upon witnessing this, Zhen Ren's heart chilled. There were artificial magic beasts everywhere on the island. In other words, the blue dog fox wolf could replenish its forces anywhere and with anything. In just one harvest, it had replenished 30% of what it had lost in the camp battles. The blue dog fox wolf continued to lead the magic beast corps forward. The bat monkeys were the most numerous species in the forest. In one morning, the blue dog fox wolf had run into 3 bat monkey groups in a row. Through its effort, its ranks gained 5 new iron-level bat monkey leaders, a dozen bronze-level bat monkeys, and a great number of ordinary bat monkeys. By noon, they came across a flying squirrel group. The magic beast corps charged into the flying squirrel group's territory and immediately attacked the flying squirrels. As far as the flying squirrels were concerned, Zhen Ren was not unfamiliar with them. At the time, he had ordered the exploration team to make wooden bows, arranged a battlefield, and lured a flying squirrel into it to hunt them, thus successfully aiding the exploration team's food shortage. Now, the blue fox dog wolf encountered an even larger flying squirrel group. The group had 3 iron-level chieftains and 1 silver-level leader. Flying squirrels discharge electricity when close-quarter fighting occurs. The bat monkey group will take great losses. Zhen Ren inwardly smirked. He was familiar with both beast groups, thus he could assess the military capabilities of both sides. It was different from the bat monkey groups. There were no flying squirrels in the magic beast corps, thus there were no peaceful invitations. The blue fox dog wolf suffered disastrous losses, an advantage to the humans in camp. But after a moment, the blue fox dog wolf barked. All of the bat monkey group's iron-level chieftains flew into the air, deeply breathed, and produced an offensive sound wave together. The ear-piercing sound created a translucent ripple in the air. The flying squirrel group charging the blue fox dog wolf was immediately overwhelmed by the sound wave. The entire flying squirrel group collapsed with a loud bang. Most of the ordinary flying squirrels died. The bronze-level ones were shrieking miserably, and the iron-level ones were struggling. Only the silver-level flying squirrel leader stumbled as it persevered with its assault. Flying squirrels had weak vision. However, they had outstanding hearing. This advantage caused their collapsing war situation. Bark, bark. The blue foxdog wolf gave another order. The silver-level rhinoceros then immediately charged out. The flying squirrel sidestepped it. Unfortunately, many behind it were trampled by the rhinoceros and died on the stop. Among those that died was an iron-level flying squirrel chieftain. The blue foxdog wolf seized the opportunity to shake its tail and quickly enveloped the battlefield with its fragrance. The flying squirrel's resistance rapidly declined. However, the silver-level flying squirrel was still resisting as it bit into the rhinoceros' right hind leg while discharging a burst of intense electricity. The silver-level rhinoceros gasped and screamed. Its body then violently twitched and toppled to ground with a loud rumble. It fainted as white smoke emitted from its open mouth and nostrils. It seemed that its internals had been scorched by the electricity in an instant. Good. This silver-level rhinoceros is dying. Zhen Ren watched with exultation. But at that moment, the blue dog fox wolf suddenly attacked. Originally it was standing in place. It had been like that since the two beasts started fighting and never moved a step. Now, it had suddenly turned around faster than a fired arrow. This was the first time Zhen Ren had seen the blue dog fox wolf charge with all of its strength. It could easily cross 100 meters in just a few breaths. It arrived next to the silver-level rhinoceros just as the silver-level flying squirrel was ruthlessly tearing into the rhinoceros. It rammed the silver-level flying squirrel into the air, causing the squirrel to fall to the ground and roll into the distance. The blue dog fox wolf struck while the iron was hot and opened its mouth, ready to bite. It seemed the silver-level flying squirrel consumed too much of its strength because it had electrified the rhinoceros into unconsciousness. It had sunk into a powerless state and was unable to retaliate in time or discharge more electricity. Thus, the blue dog fox wolf ferociously crunched the silver-level flying squirrel with its wolf teeth and smashed it up. The silver-level gave a blood-curdling screech. Its life aura then dissipated as it died from the blue dog fox wolf's bite. It didn't want to subdue the silver-level flying squirrel leader? Zhen Ren was puzzled. At the same time, the youngster was also secretly happy. During this encounter with the flying squirrel group, the blue dog fox wolf lost the silver-level rhinoceros and only gained 2 iron-level flying squirrels, some bronze-level squirrels, and the few ordinary squirrels that survived. It has a massive deficit. The flying squirrels that were still alive defected under the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance. Just a moment ago, both sides were fighting to the death. Now, all of them obediently submitted to the blue dog fox wolf and peacefully coexisted, as if they had been doing so since ancient times. As long as the blue dog fox wolf subdued them, different species could coexist. It was quite scary. What's scarier is that the blue dog fox wolf can order all the iron-level bat monkeys to clamor at the same time. Why did it not use this attack when it attacked the camp? Was it scared that we would find it while it was commanding and beheaded in a surprise attack? Zhen Ren surmised. The blue dog fox wolf's intelligence made his heart skip a beat. Regardless of whether it was Zhongji or Zhen Ren himself, if they found out about the blue dog fox wolf, they would charge through the enemy lines and behead this key existence. The blue dog foxwolf knew this. As a result, it had always hidden itself well. Thinking carefully, according to the time calculated, the first opponent the blue dog foxwolf found was Zhongji, Triple Blade, and their people. Zhen Jin recalled everything that had happened. Zhongji fended off the silver-level rhinoceros, and it seems Triple Blade's people's formidable military strength made the blue dog foxwolf think it had an error of judgment. Since they were all people, it might not have discovered that Zhongji's and Exisu's split up and opposed each other. As a result, when it attacked the camp, it did not show itself. Rather, it controlled things from a distance and did not reveal the magic beast corp's true strength. Maybe it wanted to appear to fight, however I had already arrived with darts that could threaten iron-level bat monkeys. When the blue dog fox wolf saw the war situation, it took the initiative to order a retreat. That is the reason why the silver-level rhinoceros only charged once and then withdrew. Perhaps I missed the blue dog fox wolf's bark because of the distance or simply me not paying attention. Afterwards, when the blue dog fox wolf wanted to kill the boat craftsman, Exisuo, the big guy, and their people, I and Zhongji joined hands to beat it back. During today's lumbering, the blue dog fox wolf still actively attacked the camp until disastrous losses forced it far away in order to replenish its troops. Even after these attacks, Zhen Jin, Zhongji, and the others never found a trace of the blue dog fox wolf. Until the attack this morning, when Zhen Jin heard the dog bark and at last caught a clue. Bark, bark, bark. Next, the blue dog fox wolf started ordering the bat monkeys to clean the battlefield. The bat monkeys only gathered the flying squirrel corpses while the defecting flying squirrels entered their own nest and took all of their food out and gave it to the blue dog fox wolf as an offering. A pile of food quickly amassed in front of the blue dog fox wolf. The pile of food was at the silver-level rhinoceros side. The silver-level rhinoceros was still motionless. As all of the beasts gazed at it, the blue dog fox wolf began to enjoy its lunch first, the silver-level flying squirrel. Its sharp teeth easily tore the flying squirrel's flesh and easily broke its bones. The silver-level squirrel quickly became a pile of bones. Almost all of its flesh, internal organs, and brain fell into the blue dog fox wolf's belly. The blue dog fox wolf then gave 2 barks. The bat monkeys then began choosing and eating food from the pile. From this, Zhen Jin discovered the bat monkeys were in fact omnivores. Because some of the bat monkeys were gnawing on flying squirrels and some gathered and ate potatoes and nuts. Zhen Jin did not want himself to be too much of an anomaly, thus he followed the bat monkeys to the food pile. He did not want to eat a flying squirrel, instead he chose a tree fruit. The fruit he ate was one the exploration team had discovered many of in the flying squirrel group's food reserves after eliminating them. After confirming that the fruit was harmless, Zhen Jin found the tree fruit was actually tasty with its sweet and sour taste. However, his action caused the surrounding bat monkeys to look at him strangely. Zhen Jin took a bite of the tree fruit. Oh, pa. His entire tongue numbed in an instant, and the intense bitterness attacked his heart, causing him to nearly vomit on the spot. The surrounding bat monkeys looked at Zhen Jin's embarrassed form. They could not help but laugh and jump with joy. Some of them shoved Zhen Jin and looked at Zhen Jin like they were looking at an idiot. It seems this food does more harm than good to bat monkeys, or else it would not be so painful to taste. Zhen Jin was on bad terms with these lesser beasts. He tossed the half-eaten tree fruit and looked at the many flying squirrel carcasses. Zhen Jin's emotions were unaffected. Although the blue dog fox wolf ate the silver-level flying squirrel after my magic crystal absorbs these flying squirrel carcasses, I can transform into a complete iron-level flying squirrel. In addition, the silver-level rhinoceros is quickly dying. Although it has no personal strengths, it is still a silver-level magic beast. If I can absorb it, regardless of what I can transform into, it will strengthen me. Ever since the silver-level rhinoceros was electrocuted, it had fallen motionless on the ground. Its mouth and nose have already stopped smoking. Its eyes were still rolled over, and its life aura was nearly gone as it continued to drop. It really is dying. Despite Zhen Jin's emotions, he did not act blindly without thinking. Because after the blue dog fox wolf finished eating the flying squirrel leader, it sat next to the silver-level rhinoceros, as if preparing to eat it too. But the blue dog fox wolf did not move. As time passed, the blue dog fox wolf calmly sat next to the silver-level rhinoceros. It seemed to be waiting for something. The other bat monkeys and flying squirrels did not receive any orders as they crowded around it, none of them scattering. After a dozen minutes, the silver-level rhinoceros suddenly moved. Zhen Jin thought his eyes were fooling him. But soon after, he sensed the silver-level rhinoceros's aura rapidly strengthening. It had been inaudible at first, but quickly its breathing became as solid as ever. Then the silver-level rhinoceros eyeballs suddenly rolled back. Its immense body suddenly trembled, then its limbs seemed to regain their strength. After a spell, it miraculously stood up again. This silver-level rhinoceros has a strong recovery ability? Zhen Jin was stunned. The silver-level rhinoceros was undoubtedly dying. Its internals had been electrocuted and burned. But by forcibly relying on its recovery ability, it managed to keep living. The silver-level rhinoceros stood up and scattered the surrounding bat monkeys and flying squirrels. Previously, many bat monkeys and flying squirrels had been sitting on the rhinoceros body, treating it as a dead thing. Only the blue dog fox wolf was not surprised as it slowly got up. Zhen Jin suddenly realized, as it turns out, the blue dog fox wolf did not want to eat the rhinoceros, rather it was waiting for it to recover. This silver-level rhinoceros seemed to be mediocre with no oddities, however its recovery ability and vitality is extremely strong. It would be better to call it the strong life white rhinoceros. If I could absorb it and possess that kind of self-recovery, how could I ever be worried about sustaining injuries? Chapter 105: Luring and Killing the Blue Dog Fox Wolf. Zhen Jin had realized what the strong life white rhinoceros special ability was, and it made his heart beat harder. The strong life white rhinoceros did not die. Thus, the blue dog fox wolf made a steady gain when it annihilated the flying squirrel group and enlisted the survivors. Why hasn't Zhongji come yet? I deliberately made many obvious traces. Don't tell me he encountered some mishap en route. Zhen Jin gradually grew impatient. As time passed, the blue dog fox wolf's force grew stronger, subsequently increasing the problems Zhen Jin's beheading plan had to deal with. After the strong life white rhinoceros came back to life, it buried its head into the food pile. It ate a great amount of food, including fruits, leaves, and more, leaving only the meat behind. It was still not enough for the strong life white rhinoceros as it began to eat the grass on the ground. It seems that although its recovery ability is strong, it consumed a great deal of its internal energy. After it recovers, it urgently needs nourishment. Dowk, dowk, dowk. The blue dog fox wolf barked again at that moment. After the bat monkey and flying squirrels heard the order, they immediately dispersed. They pulled out the grass or plucked out tree fruit and placed them next to the strong life white rhinoceros' mouth. In order to conceal his identity, Zhen Ren went with the crowd and did the same. It was the first time he had fed a wild, silver-level magic beast. It was a novel sensation. With the beast's assistance, the strong life white rhinoceros did not need to go through the trouble of moving as it ate from the steady pile of food before it. After eating for a good while, the strong life white rhinoceros finally stopped. The blue dog fox wolf gave another command, making the bat monkeys carry the leftover flying squirrel carcasses or piling them on top of the strong life white rhinoceros's back. This blue dog fox wolf is beginning to stock army provisions. As he observed more, Zhen Ren became more fearful of the blue dog fox wolf. The troops set out once more. Perhaps since they just ate their fill, the blue dog fox wolf knew its military strength had dropped greatly, thus it deliberately slowed their speed. During that time, they encountered 2 bat monkey groups and 1 flying squirrel group, with nearly all of them assimilating into the blue dog fox wolf's ranks. When dusk arrived, the Magic Beast Corps arrived next to a hillside. The current scale of the Magic Beast Corps was larger than when it attacked the camp that morning. I must kill that blue dog fox wolf. As long as it does not die, it can subdue numerous magic beasts and continue to constantly attack us. The killing intent in Zhen Ren's heart grew even deeper. There was a cave under the towering hill. There were 3 monkey-tailed brown bears under the cave, all of them silver-level magic beasts. The blue dog fox wolf had been watching them, concealing itself in the underbrush as it observed them for a long time. If the blue dog fox wolf subdues these 3 monkey-tailed brown bears, it will increase its strength massively. Zhen Ren was worried. However, this is also my opportunity. After so long, Zhen Ren had already lost hope that Zhongji would come. He decided to set in motion his beheading plan. If the blue dog fox wolf first needs to deal with the 3 bears, its strength will fall. After that, I will transform into a spear scorpion and lure it into subduing me. Otherwise, if Zhen Ren had transformed into a silver-level spear scorpion earlier and joined the Magic Beast Corps, perhaps the blue dog fox wolf would have used him to deal with the 3 bears. However, what Zhen Ren did not expect was that the blue dog fox wolf did not decide to directly deal with the 3 bears. It first used a small portion of bat monkeys and flying squirrels to lure out 2 of them, leaving the youngest of the monkey-tail brown bears behind. Then it commanded the rest of its forces to encircle and annihilate it. The strong life white rhinoceros was the main force that dealt with the monkey-tail brown bears. Both magic beast species had enormous builds and they fought each other with great prestige. The monkey-tail brown bear stood up like a human and became taller than the strong life white rhinoceros. Its hot claws could easily impale through the strong life white rhinoceros hide. The strong life white rhinoceros was heavier than it. When it charged, the monkey-tail brown bear did not dare meet it. It could only dodge it. Both sides were evenly matched, however. Don't forget that the blue fox dog wolf controlled an army of bat monkeys and flying squirrels. From time to time, bat monkeys would fly through to help the strong life white rhinoceros or harass the monkey-tail brown bear. The monkey-tail brown bear killed many of the bat monkeys and flying squirrels, however, as a result. The strong life white rhinoceros grabbed the opportunity to attack. It charged straight ahead. The monkey bear had no hope of making a comeback unless the two other monkey-tail brown bears returned in time to help it. The blue dog fox wolf barked while emitting its fragrance. Finally, after 6 magic beasts from the bat monkeys and flying squirrels died, the monkey-tail brown bear lost as its fighting spirit fell. It tried to escape first, but after a few steps it stood in place. After a few breaths, it was completely taken by the fragrance as it sluggishly turned around and walked to the blue dog fox wolf. It then leaned forward and exposed its neck to the blue dog fox wolf to express its allegiance. The magic beast core has strengthened again. Zhen Ren sighed in his heart. From start to finish, the 2 other monkey-tail brown bears never returned. The disparity between having intelligence or not was too great. When the blue dog fox wolf wanted to deal with other artificial magic beasts, its attack simply descended on them. However, the blue dog fox wolf did not go to subdue the 2 other monkey-tail brown bears. Rather, it made the bat monkeys plunder the cave of its ores. Then, it led the core away to rest and reorganize nearby. This blue dog fox wolf is absolutely a qualified high-ranking officer. It understands what the core's military strength is. Zhen Ren followed the large army and saw the bat monkeys beginning to treat each other. They used ultrasound to cauterize wounds, thus stanching the bleeding. As for the strong life white rhinoceros, it relied on its recovery ability as it voluntarily bled. After a short period, its mangled body was already beginning to scab. I fear that after a while the rhinoceros blood scabs will fall off. It's as if time is sped up for it. The monkey-tail brown bear that had been subdued limped over and began to gorge itself on ore. It could heal itself by devouring a great amount of ore. Zhen Ren had a deep understanding of that point when he was between life and death. And the most dazzling of them all, the blue dog fox wolf, sat motionlessly as the magic beasts healed, its eyes closed and its aura weak. It seems very tired. Is it because it was frequently emitting fragrance, and, in particular, because it subdued a second silver-level magic beast? Zhen Ren also keenly discovered that the bat monkeys on the outskirts were beginning to recover their monkey nature. They became unruly and no longer held a united attitude. That is the first batch of bat monkeys. It has been roughly 10 hours since they ingested the fragrance. So it seems the fragrance lasts less than 10 hours. Because along the way, the blue dog fox wolf repeatedly emitted its fragrance and subdued many beast groups. These bat monkeys also constantly absorbed more fragrance during that process. Zhen Ren had spent most of the day following them. Finally, he had obtained the information he had wanted most. I can't wait any longer. Zhen Ren snuck into the forest after finding an opportunity. After putting some distance between him and the magic beast core, Zhen Ren transformed into a green lizard. He spat a ball of acid onto a stone. The acid quickly corroded the stone and melted hemispheric indentation into it. Afterwards, he transformed into a spear scorpion and soaked his tail in the stone bowl. Zhen Ren tried his best to amplify the scorpion tail's threat potential by soaking it in the stone bowl. The acid could not corrode the scorpion tail. However, the acid could not stay on the scorpion tail for long. Zhen Jin's attempts failed. Wait a second, I have another transformation. Zhen Jin was gazing at his scorpion tail when divine inspiration flashed through his mind. He thought of the poisonous green spot moss. He could transform into a highly poisonous plant. After a moment, the magic crystal in Zhen Jin's heart intensified and his scorpion tail radiated with a wonderful bloodlight. After the bloodlight faded away, a layer of green moss had grown all over the golden scorpion tail. It worked? Zhen Jin was happy. It had been the first time he tried doing such a thing. With the scorpion form, Zhen Jin began to hurry over to the magic beast core. The bat monkeys in the core began to give warning cries. The blue dog fox wolf quickly opened its eyes. It then lifted its head and attentively listened to the bat monkey's cries. Soon after, it barked a few times and then turned around to flee. The bat monkeys, flying squirrels, and the rhinoceros followed close behind. The wolf is running away. It really is cautious. Upon discovering this, Zhen Jin could not help but feel depressed. The cunning blue dog fox wolf did not hold its hand. If it continued to hide, it was likely Zhen Jin's beheading plan would be fruitless. Zhen Jin could transform into many things, however. His strongest one was the silver-level scorpion, followed by the iron-level green lizard. Did the blue dog fox wolf take the initiative to retreat because I'm at the silver level? What would happen if I transformed into an iron-level lizard? Zhen Jin shook his head. If he transformed into an iron-level lizard, the likelihood of the blue dog fox wolf retreating of its own accord was small. However, Zhen Jin could not rely on that form to deal with the blue dog fox wolf. Just the strong life white rhinoceros could make Zhen Jin accept the consequences. Zhen Jin could also transform into a fat ball flying fish to hide his tracks. However, the blue dog fox wolf had bat monkeys who didn't use eyes to see. Rather, they used echoes to probe around. Zhen Jin could not stealthily approach the blue dog fox wolf with the fat ball flying fish form. He would be besieged by bat monkeys and likely be torn to shreds by iron-level bat monkeys. I will not give up. Zhen Jin chose to persevere. After being chased several times, the blue fox dog wolf stopped running. Instead, it charged toward Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin happily sunk into a predicament. He had to guard against the silver-level monkey-tail brown bear and strong life rhinoceros, while at the same time guarding against a possible sneak attack from the blue dog fox wolf. Finally, there was a great amount of bat monkeys and flying squirrels disturbing him with occasional sneak attacks. Zhen Jin relied on his hard scorpion carapace and bit his teeth as he persevered for a good while. After his scorpion carapace was covered with claw scars, Zhen Jin began to retreat. The blue dog fox wolf barked twice and used all of its willpower left in its weak body to produce its strong fragrance. Zhen Jin was fundamentally aloof, however, on the surface he showed hesitation. Afterwards, he used what he learned from the monkey-tail brown bear as he obediently turned around and crawled towards the magic beast core. After the blue dog fox wolf barked, the strong life white rhinoceros and monkey-tail brown bear no longer troubled Zhen Jin. Rather, they opened the path for him at their own accord. Zhen Jin came in front of the blue dog fox wolf. He then sat on his stomach and placed his tail on the ground. The blue dog fox wolf seemed excited. It was a spent force. Yet it had subdued 3 silver-level magic beasts. What amazing luck! The blue dog fox wolf circled around Zhen Jin as it observed its new subordinate. Just as the blue dog fox wolf drifted out of his line of sight, Zhen Jin suddenly crushed its tail with his enormous pincers. Its tail was weak and nearly pinched off by Zhen Jin pincers as the blue foxdog wolf immediately gave a world-shaking scream. It turned around toward Zhen Jin. Subconsciously, it did not want to run, but to pounce. But its teeth were at a disadvantage. The scorpion carapace only caved in a little from the teeth marks. In Zhen Jin's exultation, the scorpion tail ejected like lightning. The blue dog fox wolf tried its best to dodge, but its left eye was still hit by the scorpion tail. Die. Zhen Jin's heart loudly roared. Chapter 106. One man murders an army. Even if the blue dog fox wolf possessed an intelligence not inferior to humans, it never could have foreseen a magic beast it had subdued, turn traitor, and bite its master. At that crucial moment of life and death, it broke out with unprecedented strength to escape. It would retreat regardless of anything, even if its tail would snap off in Zhen Jin's pincers. It would not hesitate. Zhen Jin's scorpion tail was still in its left eye when the blue dog fox wolf violently moved. It caused more blood to spurt from its eye. Bark, 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 bark. The serious injury made the blue dog fox wolf sink into a rage and snarl. The surrounding magic beasts were roused one after the other and proceeded to besiege Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin originally thought that a spear through the blue dog fox wolf's eye would stab its brain and kill it. However, he also did not think that the blue dog fox wolf would explode with a lightning-fast response time and speed under the stimulation of death. To the extent that Zhen Jin only destroyed the blue dog fox wolf's eye. When the monkey-tail brown bear ruthlessly attacked, Zhen Jin had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of the blue dog fox wolf and dodge to the side. The strong life white rhinoceros also charged as Zhen Jin threw his scorpion tail to assassinate a bronze-level bat monkey. The strong life white rhinoceros brushed dangerously close to him. Zhen Jin had already tangled with these 2 silver-level magic beasts for a long time. Thus his scorpion carapace was currently riddled with scars. The silver-level scorpion carapace was very hard, however, in front of the strong life white rhinoceros and the monkey-tail brown bear. It could not be excessively relied upon. It could not resist many attacks, thus choosing to evade was sensible. The magic beast core erupted like the tide and flooded Zhen Jin. With great difficulty, Zhen Jin cut a bloody path out of the battlefield and escaped. There were magic beasts everywhere. Him pursuing the blue dog fox wolf would bring about his own destruction. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf howled. It was burning with the flames of vengeance. The magic beast core pursued Zhen Jin closely and relentlessly. Zhen Jin was greatly troubled. He was not good at running as a scorpion, especially in a forest where trees and rocks often appeared, forcing him to constantly change directions. Running in a straight line was tolerable, but changing directions under high speeds often made him flip over. If he flipped over onto his belly, it was difficult for Zhen Jin to instantly get back on his feet. In front of the monkey-tail brown bear and the strong life white rhinoceros, he would be a living target. Zhen Jin could only do his best, but changing directions caused an unavoidable drop in speed. An iron-level flying squirrel took advantage of this opportunity to pounce Zhen Jin's back. It exploded with intense electricity and paralyzed Zhen Ren in an instant. The strong life white rhinoceros soon hurried over. It then suddenly raised its head to jab its horn into Zhen Jin's bottom. Zhen Ren was immediately flung into the air and flew over several trees before falling to the ground. The iron-level flying squirrel's electricity greatly caused a great amount of interference for Zhen Ren. The bat monkeys were just as threatening. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf loudly barked again. After a moment, the iron-level bat monkeys produced a sound wave together. The spear scorpion Zhen Ren had broken countless branches as he fell. The sound wave surrounding him made him dizzy and his eyes blurry. But the other magic beasts were in a worse situation. The flying squirrels caught in it screamed as they were paralyzed in place. The sound wave even killed some of them on the spot. The rhinoceros and monkey-tail brown bear were also affected. The monkey-tail brown bear stopped in place and used its orangutan palms to block its ears. The strong life white rhinoceros could bear the sound wave. However, its charge speed was cut sharply in half. The blue dog fox wolf was between life and death, and it was very emotional. Presently, its mind was filled with killing Zhen Ren, the evildoer it could not understand, to the extent that it lost its normal calmness. The entire Magic Beast Corps was also in chaos. When Zhen Ren finally hit the ground, he landed on his back and needed a moment to turn himself over. The young knight promptly activated his core and transformed into an acid-green lizard. He had done this after careful deliberations. The silver-level scorpion form's greatest strength was its outstanding defense. However, in the forest, with its many trees, rocks, bulging tree roots, and more, Zhen Ren could not quickly escape. The bat monkey form was faster, however, it was only at the bronze level. If it was surrounded, the other bat monkeys would tear it to shreds. The monkey-tail brown bear and strong life white rhinoceros would not be needed. The lizard form was not his strongest, but it was also not his weakest. It was at the iron level, unlike the bat monkey, which was at the bronze level. Zhen Ren had mastered this form. It was easier to run in than the spear scorpion and was not as affected by the forest environment. In addition, compared to the spear scorpion form, the lizard form used less of the magic crystal's energy. Thus, Zhen Ren transformed into an acid-green lizard. The sound wave still made him feel unwell. The green lizard form also had impressive hearing. However, the bat monkeys that were pursuing him, as well as the strong life white rhinoceros, lost their target. After Zhen Ren finished his transformation with their intelligence, even if they had watched the transformation process, they would have found it incomprehensible. When dealing with these magic beasts, I can transform into another form and cause them to lose their target. Zhen Ren had discovered another clever use for his core. That was the benefit of practice and usage. One could discover good things deductions and training could not. Of course, if the blue dog fox wolf saw it, it would definitely target the acid-green lizard. The blue dog fox wolf is not dead yet. Since the entire Magic Beast Corps threw themselves at me, there is nothing next to the blue dog fox wolf. I must bypass them and attack the blue dog fox wolf again. Zhen Ren was undaunted by repeated setbacks. Each failure just invigorated his fighting spirit even more. He began to move immediately. Bark, bark, bark. But after a moment, the blue dog fox wolf barked again. After receiving the order, The black iron bat monkeys stopped producing a sound wave. The bat monkey group then scattered and started massacring every living being. Small squirrels, forest birds, rats, ants, and more, all were murdered. The strong life white rhinoceros and monkey-tail brown bear soon rushed over to join in on the massacre. The blue dog fox wolf seems to have gone insane, Zhen Ren lamented. One has to say, the blue dog fox wolf's crazy order really was inconvenient for Zhen Ren. The acid green lizard was the biggest target around. Many of the bat monkeys pounced at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren rapidly swelled his round bag. The round bag then slipped into Zhen Ren's lizard mouth. His large lizard mouth then opened up and sprayed a ball of corrosive acid. The acid accurately hit the pouncing bat monkeys, causing them to immediately scream and fall to the ground. First their bat wings corroded, then their fur. After corroding, an unbearable burning stink rose. Their flesh corroded soon after and changed into pus. All of the bat monkeys hit died in a few breaths. The bat monkeys were frightened and showed clear hesitation. They did not want to charge at Zhen Ren and throw away their lives. The blue dog fox wolf's control over the bat monkeys is weakening, Zhen Ren keenly discovered. It was considerably good for him. After all, he had just transformed and only had half his acid. It was not enough to kill every bat monkey. The monkey-tail brown bear and the strong life white rhinoceros chased after him. Zhen Ren's current speed was nearly the same as theirs. He ran in a circle while turning around to spray acid. Both the bear and the rhinoceros had a massive surface area. Thus, the acid was unavoidable. However, they were both silver-level magic beasts. The corrosive acid did not have an ideal effect on them. The monkey-tail brown bear's thigh was wounded, causing it to quickly stumble and slow down. The acid was ineffective on the rhinoceros' thick hide or skin. Zhen Ren shook off the monkey-tail brown bear. However, it could not lose the strong life white rhinoceros. As he ran, Zhen Ren suddenly had a bright idea. He sprayed acid at a tree trunks in front of him. After the acid corroded a giant hole into the tree trunks, the tall trees slowly began to fall. Zhen Ren quickly ran through the danger zone. However, when the rhinoceros soon arrived, it exacerbated the vibrations in the ground and caused the trees to topple one after the other. At least 8 trees toppled over, some of them smashing into the rhinoceros's back and some blocked the rhinoceros' path forward. The rhinoceros could not run and jump, it could only make a detour or start charging through the trees. Regardless of what it chose, it could not overtake Zhen Ren in the short term. Zhen Ren charged towards the blue dog fox wolf's last known position. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf's barking disseminated through the forest. The bat monkeys, bear, rhinoceros, and recuperating flying squirrels all began to draw close to the blue dog fox wolf. Because of this change, Zhen Ren's attack plan had fizzled out. It calmed down. It seemed to sense my attempt. Zhen Ren had endless regrets as he watched the magic beast core surround the blue dog fox wolf and escape. Should I give chase? Zhen Ren hesitated. At this moment, the sun was sinking under the horizon, the sunset glow shined on Zhen Ren's green lizard form and the messy battlefield. The messy battlefield before him made Zhen Ren determined. Give chase. The blue dog fox wolf would be too much of a threat if it were left alive. He did not want the camp to become as dilapidated as this battlefield in the future. Zhen Ren started moving his forelegs and chased after the blue dog fox wolf. Just as he was about to leave the battlefield, he stopped again. He had arrived in front of the magic beast corpse provisions. The blue dog fox wolf's escape was too hasty. It did not have the time to take the provisions. Most of the provisions were flying squirrels. There were also bat monkey corpses and a pile of ore, the monkey-tail brown bear's food. Zhen Ren activated the core, absorbing and converting all of the corpses. The core's magic was greatly replenished and had a few qualitative changes. I can now transform into a complete bronze-level flying squirrel. My bat monkey form has also been upgraded to the iron level. After finishing, Zhen Ren continued his pursuit. The blue dog fox wolf had received a serious injury that caused it to incessantly bleed as it ran. Zhen Ren had found the blue dog fox wolf sprinkled blood along the way. After the magic beast core retreated a distance, the blue dog fox wolf stopped temporarily to rest. Whenever the green lizard Zhen Ren closed in, the bat monkeys would cause a commotion and give warning cries. The blue dog fox wolf had no choice but to flee again. Zhen Ren discovered that whenever he approached the magic beast core, the core would rapidly retreat and never let Zhen Ren near it. Zhen Ren realized, "It is very frightening." It also knows I am pursuing it. With the bat monkeys probing with ultrasound, it seems that when I use the green lizard form, there is nothing I can do that can get me close to them. The fat bat flying fish form is also out of the question. Although it can go invisible, the bat monkeys can find it with ultrasound. Besides, the fat bat flying fish will make frog noises. Chapter 107. I can also do treatment. After pondering, Zhen Ren transformed into an iron-level bat monkey. Following this, he did not immediately rush towards the magic beast core. Rather, he went in a diagonal direction while pretending to be a lone and wild bat monkey that happened to be passing through by chance. This time, the bat monkeys no longer made any warnings. The blue dog fox wolf stayed somewhere temporarily. Zhen Ren gradually approached the magic beast core. Some of the bat monkeys were leaving the magic beast core and entering the forest. The blue dog fox wolf is seriously injured, and it seems it cannot replenish the fragrance in these bat monkeys. It just lost its control over them. After discovering this, Zhen Ren was naturally happy. The bat monkeys would start moving without restraint and will create a chaotic situation. If this happens, it will give Zhen Ren an opportunity. Zhen Ren quickly flew into the magic beast core without arousing any vigilance. He found that the magic beast core had been divided into 3 defensive layers, each of them separated clearly. The outermost layer had ordinary bat monkeys and flying squirrels. The middle layer had magic beast bat monkeys and flying squirrels. The innermost layer had the monkey-tail brown bear and the strong life white rhinoceros. The 2 large silver-level magic beasts surrounded and protected the blue dog fox wolf. They were loyal, devoted, and meticulous. Zhen Ren took note. The acid injury on the monkey-tail brown bear's thigh had already stabilized, and there was barely a scar on the strong life white rhinoceros. Its recovery ability really was absurd. As for Zhen Ren's target, The blue dog fox wolf was resting with its head on the ground. It was in weak health. Its left eye was a blood hole. Currently, an iron-level bat monkey was using its nostril and ultrasound to staunch its bleeding. But its blood did not stop. There were traces of green in the blood that flowed from its eye socket. Don't tell me that the poisonous spotted green moss is effective on the blue foxdog wolf and is preventing it from healing. Zhen Ren inevitably guessed. As the iron-level bat monkey repeatedly and quickly treated the blue dog fox wolf, its ultrasound grew more and more weaker. The blue dog fox wolf became angry. It suddenly opened its mouth and bit the iron-level bat monkey's neck, killing the latter on the stop. Soon after, the blue dog fox wolf grabbed the iron-level bat monkey's carcass with its claws and began to eat it. It quickly ate the iron-level bat monkey. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf barked and used its remaining eye to look at another iron-level bat monkey in the middle layer. The iron-level bat monkey immediately came to the blue dog fox wolf's side and used its ultrasound to treat the blue dog fox wolf's wound. After treating it for some time, the bleeding did not slow down even a little. The blue dog fox wolf flew into a rage and ate the iron-level bat monkey. Seeing the iron-level bat monkey die before their eyes, the other bat monkeys grew fretful and began to stir. The blue dog fox wolf's control over them was growing weaker. Zhen Ren immediately realized, this might be my chance. If he suddenly transformed into a spear scorpion leader and stormed in now, he would have little hope of killing the blue dog fox wolf. The previous fight would likely repeat itself. However, he could pretend to be a bat monkey. If the blue dog fox wolf chose him for treatment, Zhen Ren could approach it again. At that time, with such a short distance and the blue dog fox wolf being so weak, Zhen Ren transforming into a spear scorpion and assassinating it would be a cinch. Using the time when the blue dog fox wolf was immersed in tearing apart its food, Zhen Ren stealthily flew into the second defensive line. The second defensive line had magic beast bat monkeys and flying squirrels. There were a number of them standing around or resting. Zhen Ren was not conspicuous when sneaking in. However, after waiting for a good while, the blue dog fox wolf did not point at him. The iron-level bat monkey could not treat the blue dog fox wolf's injury. With blood still incessantly draining from its injury, not only was the blue dog fox angry, it was panic-stricken as it ate a third bat monkey. Why did it not pick me? Zhen Ren was a bit gloomy. He could not help but guess as he saw the bat monkeys healing each other. Don't tell me the blue dog fox wolf only chooses those that successfully treat their comrades. Zhen Ren had been standing still and hadn't blindly acted. That kind of calm display, contrary to expectations, did not enter the blue foxdog wolf's scope. Zhen Ren pondered for a while. He increasingly felt that his guess made sense. He looked around and saw an iron-level bat monkey next to him. The bat monkey had a wound on its back. Seeing Zhen Ren at its side, it immediately cast an odd gaze. Zhen Ren first cleared his throat, then he blocked one of his nostrils, then he placed his other nostril on the bat monkey's wound. After seeing Zhen Ren's movement, the injured bat monkey immediately relaxed. His eyes also showed a hint of appreciation. I must succeed in producing ultrasound, Zhen Ren silently said as he puffed up. He was not skilled in this, and would fail 50 to 60% of the time. But luckily, he succeeded the first time. He produced ultrasound. However, Zhen Ren did not shut his mouth, causing nearly all the sound waves to come out of his mouth, bombarding the bat monkey's hand. The bat monkey's body immediately swayed. Its ears were buzzing and its eyes were blurred. The sound it felt seemed like a thunderclap heard by human ears. The surrounding bat monkeys were also scared by Zhen Ren's action. They jumped or flew away from Zhen Ren. The wounded monkey steadied its body, then it indignantly glared at Zhen Ren and shouted at him. Its hair exploded. Despite Zhen Ren not knowing the bat monkey language, he completely understood the wounded bat monkey's opinion. Zhen Ren promptly looked at the blue dog fox wolf. He found that the latter was still eating the iron-level bat monkey and wasn't paying attention. Zhen Ren's heart mouthed, "Quiet, quiet." At the same time, he put his hand on the wounded bat monkey's shoulder. However, the bat monkey shook off his hand and ran away alone. Zhen Ren helplessly watched it distance itself and was forced to choose another target. However, when the other bat monkeys saw Zhen Ren approach, they left at their own accord and did not let Zhen Ren treat them. What happened to basic trust between monkeys? Zhen Ren was incessantly vexed. At that moment, the blue dog fox wolf selected another bat monkey and ignored Zhen Ren again. "I've got a solution." As Zhen Ren looked at the ground, he suddenly had an idea. He dropped to the ground and used ultrasound to probe for underground food. He quickly found his target and began to dig with his hands. After a while, he dug out a white fat earthworm from the ground. The white and fat earthworm immediately attracted the attention of the other bat monkeys. The blue dog foxwolf's order limited the activities of these bat monkeys. They could heal each other, but they could not break away from their sentinel positions. One is not enough. Zhen Ren dug out 3 more. The white fat earthworm had a strong fragrance. It resembled high-quality cow's milk and had a wonderful sweetness. Almost all of the bat monkeys stared at the 4 earthworms in Zhen Ren's hands. "You are still the most heavily injured." Zhen Ren looked at the iron-level bat monkey that had run away from him. This time, as if being enticed by the earthworms in Zhen Ren's hands, the iron-level bat monkey remained still as it watched Zhen Ren approach. "I will give you one first." Zhen Ren put 1 white fat earthworm into the injured bat monkey's mouth. The wounded bat monkey immediately opened its mouth and ate the white fat earthworm. The other bat monkeys looked on helplessly at the injured bat monkey's constant chewing, as if they were secretly choking on their saliva. Finally, one of the iron-level bat monkeys was unable to hold back. It then imitated Zhen Ren by falling to the ground and starting to dig up earthworms. The wounded bat monkey that had eaten a white fat earthworm wanted to eat more. But at that moment, Zhen Ren clapped its shoulder and put his nostril on its wound. The injured bat monkey hesitated but did not run away. Zhen Ren was inwardly happy. This time he closed his mouth and blocked his nostril as he produced ultrasound. After a moment, pop! Scarlet blood sprayed from his nostril, with a great amount of it directly spraying onto the bat monkey's wound. The wounded bat monkey was startled. It then jumped onto a tree. The ultrasound this time was too energetic. Zhen Ren was very embarrassed. He had discovered that his nostril had a grave injury and blood was incessantly flowing from it. At last, this action had attracted the attention of the blue dog fox wolf. Seeing Zhen Ren fail to heal his comrades and instead wounding his silly self, the blue dog fox wolf clearly looked inquisitive, skeptical, and doubtful. Am I overreaching? At that moment, Zhen Jin had a feeling that he had been hoisted by his own petard. No, I can do it. Zhen Jin flew to where the wounded bat monkey climbed to. He had to prove as soon as possible that he could heal his comrade. After a second white fat earthworm, the wounded bat monkey accepted Zhen Jin's treatment. This time Zhen Jin took note of his power as he smoothly applied ultrasound to the bat monkey's wound. However, the wounded bat monkey was unsatisfied as it shouted. Zhen Jin understood that his power was too small as he began to gently increase it. But in the end, he was still a novice that could not stabilize the power of his ultrasound, causing the power of the ultrasound to fluctuate between strong and weak. The wounded bat monkey was being tortured, however. When Zhen Jin fed it the last 2 white fat earthworms, it persevered through Zhen Jin's treatment. Finally, its wound cauterized and stopped bleeding. Zhen Jin also paid a price. Blood was also flowing out of his healthy nostril because of his repeated usage of ultrasound. The wounded bat monkey looked at the bleeding Zhen Jin, its manner becoming tender. Casting a gaze at Zhen Jin's swelling genitals, the wounded mother bat monkey expression grew a bit more tender. It lightly grabbed Zhen Jin's hands, then it unfolded its wings and covered Zhen Jin's back as if embracing Zhen Jin in her bosom. This action intimidated Zhen Jin and he jumped away. The mother bat monkey quickly raised her wings and released her hands. Zhen Jin then detected the bat monkey's gaze as if something was amiss. Especially the male bat monkeys, who seemed to look at him with hatred and envy. Then, the wounded mother bat monkey spat into both its palms. It then put both palms on Zhen Jin's chest and smeared the saliva across him. This time, the surrounding bat monkeys became agitated. An abundance of them wanted to row with Zhen Jin. What is the meaning of this? Zhen Jin felt both stupid and somewhat nauseous. Cow. At that moment, the blue dog fox wolf had an unusual change. It raised its head and gave a howl. As it turns out, it can howl. But why did it suddenly howl? This immediately attracted Zhen Jin's interest. Chapter 108, The Whistling Moon and Death. The blue dog fox wolf's howl destabilized the weather, and when Zhen Jin heard it, he felt his blood rush. Pop! The blue dog fox wolf's howl was suddenly interrupted by a mouthful of blood. The blue dog fox wolf lowered its head and vomited green-laced blood onto the ground. After vomiting, the blue dog fox wolf opened its mouth and gasped for breath. It seemingly wanted to persevere and did not want to lie down again. However, it was extremely weak and its situation was not good. Zhen Jin could clearly see its legs trembling in the moonlight. Finally, the blue dog fox wolf no longer had the strength and was forced to lie down again. After resting for a while, it did not make a bat monkey give it treatment. Rather, it used its strength to straighten its back, hold up its head, and howl at the crescent moon in the sky. The howl was shorter than the previous one, because the blue dog fox wolf quickly coughed up blood again. It laid down again and rested for even longer. In addition, the corners of its mouth had blood foam and its ice blue eyes became dim, as if a layer of mist was covering them. Its eyes were no longer as clear and sharp as before. As it gasped for air, its belly rapidly undulated, giving people the impression that its situation was hopeless. It seemed to spare no effort every time it breathed. After gasping for breath for a good while, the blue dog fox wolf crawled back up and howled for a third time. The wolf howl was already weak and was even briefer. The blue dog fox wolf lay on the ground again. A thought suddenly leapt into Zhen Jin's mind. It's dying! The poisonous spotted green moss efficacy greatly surpassed Zhen Jin's expectations. Although Zhen Jin had at least a silver-level cultivation, he was a human. The blue dog fox wolf was a silver-level magic beast. Its bodily essence was far stronger than Zhen Jin's. Perhaps it was too gravely wounded. Not only did I stab out its eye, I also snapped off its tail. It had been violently running throughout its journey and lost too much blood. Following this, the blue dog fox wolf howled several times. The blue dog fox wolf's howls became increasingly muffled and fleeting. It seemed to resemble an elderly coughing. However, Zhen Jin calmly listened when he saw these changes. He did not find the blue dog fox wolf's sorry figure funny. Instead, sorrow sprung up unbidden. The blue dog fox wolf seemed to have magnificent aspirations. However, it was already at its life's end. It still wanted to run, it still wanted to attack, and it still wanted to control the beast groups. However, it was indeed at its life's end. In the end, it fell to the ground and waited for death to come. The blue dog fox wolf seemed to have a premonition. It did not want to resign itself to the ground. It wanted its legs to support its body. But it could not do so. It used all of its strength. However, it could only slightly squirm and claw its way out of its pool of blood. Its breathing had already ceased. Its eyes fell and lost their luster. Its body lay as motionless as a statue. Under the moonlight, a statue stood in a pool of blood. The night wind slowly blew and faintly brushed its fur. It seemed to be the last of its vitality and its final stubbornness. When it completely died, its magic power also rapidly dissipated. Zhen Jin was in a complex mood. As he degenerated and struggled to survive on this island, he had encountered many magic beasts. Things like the python vines and the gigantic lava turtles have reached the gold level. The spear scorpion, monkey-tail brown bear, and blade spider made him face death. However, the thing that gave him the deepest impression was still the blue dog fox wolf. This was the second blue dog fox wolf he had killed. In fact, when he discovered that Zongji and his group were sweeping their traces, Zhen Jin had already started a battle of wits against the blue dog fox wolf. Later, Zhen Jin saved the camp, quickly helped the boat craftsman and the others, then invited Zongji. Because of Zongji and his people, along with those guarding the camp, Zhen Jin began to unravel the blue dog fox wolf's cruel diversionary tactics. If Zhen Jin made a strategic error, it might have led to a chain of defeats and would have left the blue dog fox wolf as the final victor. The fight this morning in the camp was the turning point in the war between Zhen Jin and the blue dog fox wolf. When Zhen Jin heard the dog bark, he did not hesitate to rely on his heart's intuition. Thus, he tenaciously grabbed the flaw and exposed the blue dog fox wolf. Later during the pursuit, Zongji gave up, but Zhen Jin persevered. After dealing a serious injury to the blue dog fox wolf, Zhen Jin definitely knew the following risks were greatly increased. However, he still persevered and took risks. His determination remained incomparably resolute. Finally, he snuck into the magic beast core again, took the trouble to act, and wanted to deal a fatal blow to it, until at last, the blue dog fox wolf succumbed to its injuries. Seeing the wolf corpse in a pool of blood, Zhen Jin's heart was full of admiration, accomplishment, and a faint feeling of loss. If it were a human, he would definitely salute his counterpart. So much so that Zhen Jin might recall this time in his later years, perhaps in a snowy paradise where his aged body was lying on a couch, with a fireplace illuminating his elderly spots and a group of children surrounding him. His vision would sink into the depths of his memory as he perplexed over and analyzed this great adversary. However, the blue dog fox wolf was only a blue dog fox wolf. Zhen Jin also wasn't a human. He was only an iron-level bat monkey currently, nothing more. The monkey-tail brown bear and the strong-life white rhinoceros stuck at the corpse's side. The bat monkeys and flying squirrels also did not scatter. There was still time before the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance reached its time limit. Zhen Jin sorted out his feelings as he swept his eyes around his surroundings. His eyes became burning hot. These were all good prey that could be absorbed and converted by the core. Zhen Jin was used to thinking and was more deliberate. It could be said that most of what happened to the blue dog fox wolf was due to the core. Without the core, Zhen Jin could not have pursued it or carried out his plan to lure, conceal, and behead it. Look at how suave the monkey-tail brown bear's body is. Look at its muscles and its bare legs. Look at the strong-life white rhinoceros again with its frightening recovery ability. What injury would I fear if I had it? The most crucial thing is the blue dog fox wolf. If I am able to emit the fragrance, I can subdue other magic beasts. With it, I can go anywhere on this island. Of course, it is not likely I can transform into a complete blue dog fox wolf by just absorbing one. It doesn't matter. Zhen Jin was full of hope. Because this was the second blue dog fox wolf he had encountered. With two, would a third and fourth be close? Cow. As Zhen Jin was thinking, wolf howls were suddenly heard from the northeast and the southeast. Zhen Jin was stunned and his heart quaked. He was familiar with these wolf howls. The two wolf howls signified that at both ends there was a blue dog fox wolf. Zhen Jin had his wishes come true. He wanted a third and fourth blue dog fox wolf, and they had appeared. But Zhen Jin did not laugh one bit. As it turns out, it was calling out to its companions before it died. It seems to have left its will through its wolf howl. What did these blue dog fox wolves exchange between each other? Did it expose the camp's location? Did it expose that the fragrance cannot control spear scorpions? No way. These two blue dog fox wolves will also die. I will simply kill them when they are alone. Zhen Jin's heart held a strong killing intent. The beast group here had not scattered, thus it could be disregarded. The two new blue dog fox wolves were the biggest threat. However, when Zhen Jin used ultrasound to probe, he was astonished to find that both blue dog fox wolves were not alone. Both were leading their own magic beast core. From the ultrasound image, Zhen Jin found the familiar silhouettes of bat monkeys, flying squirrels, and monkey-tail brown bears. In addition to this, he found a type of immense snake. The immense snake's head was pointed. It had an enormous build and a very obese tail. This is far from good. In the short term, I cannot kill them. Zhen Jin's intuition informed him. If he transformed into a spear scorpion again and wanted to use the same plan as before, he feared that both blue dog fox wolves would beat him at his own game. Zhen Jin gave up on killing the blue dog fox wolves. He decided to fly away from the magic beast core and then transformed into a green lizard. The green lizard once again charged into the alerted magic beast core. Its constant acid spraying attracted the interest of the monkey-tail brown bear and strong life white rhinoceros, as well as the bat monkey and flying squirrel groups. Zhen Jin rotated around them in a circle. Then he transformed into an iron-level bat monkey and hurried to the wolf corpse. He then transformed into an iron-level lizard and carried the corpse away. Without the blue dog foxwolf's commands, the magic beast core lacked a leader and had limited intelligence. Thus they were duped by Zhen Jin's simple scheme. The blue dog foxwolf's corpse was finally in his hands. Zhen Jin hoped that after the core converted it, he had the organ that emitted the fragrance. Chapter 109. My lord, your nose is bleeding. The moonlight tonight was not bright, and the forest made it seem even darker. A green lizard was walking through the forest. Strangely, the green lizard was carrying a silver-level wolf corpse. The corpse's blood decorated the path with its blood. Doing this is making me easy to track. The green lizard was a transformed Zhen Jin. When he sensed the bloodstains, he stopped. His current position was far from where the blue dog fox wolf had died. Zhen Jin sunk into pondering. It would be unfortunate if all this wolf blood fell to the ground. Perhaps I can gather it and give it over to ZD for research. She can examine why the poisonous spotted green moss can restrain the blue dog fox wolf. Maybe ZD can make more poisons. Thinking of this, Zhen Jin tossed the wolf corpse to the ground, then sprayed acid. He emptied his venom sac of acid and made sure it was completely clear. Then he put his mouth onto the wolf corpse and used the special muscles in his mouth and neck to produce a strong suction force. Zhen Jin quickly sucked in all of the wolf corpse's remaining blood into his venom sac. Even if Zhen Jin weren't worried about being poisoned, he could use his magic crystal to detoxify himself. Turning around, Zhen Jin decided to scout out the magic beast core and their associated blue dog fox wolf. Wait a moment. Zhen Jin was just about to transform into a bat monkey when he suddenly had a new notion. He thought of before, when he overlaid the spear scorpion transformation with the poisonous spotted green moss transformation. What if I used the green lizard body but transformed my head into a bat monkey's? Zhen Jin tried to do this and quickly succeeded. Now he was a green lizard with a bat monkey head. If I spray acid now, I will certainly die. The acid can travel through the green lizard neck, however. When it arrives at the bat monkey mouth, it will not shoot out of it. With this form, Zhen Jin attempted to produce ultrasound. His vocal cords were similar to a bat monkey's. However, his lungs were still that of a green lizard's. After failing twice, Zhen Jin succeeded the third time. The probing sounds echoed without a hitch. The area he was originally at was in chaos. The magic beast core left behind was being pincered by the other two magic beast core. Without a blue dog fox wolf commanding them, the remaining magic beast core was sure to lose and have its survivors annexed. What made Zhen Jin amazed was, these two magic beast core are not fighting against each other, and the two new blue dog fox wolves are not hostile to each other, as if they are in some cooperative relationship. Do they want to first annihilate the remnants of this magic beast core before attacking each other? Or have they begun to join hands because of the prior howling? Zhen Ren guessed, if it were the latter situation, that would indicate that the dying blue dog fox wolf might have left behind a lot of information in its howls. Zhen Ren then stopped producing ultrasound and transformed back into a complete green lizard. The overall result is still pretty good. Perhaps because the green lizard had a longer neck and airflow compared to a bat monkey, Zhen Ren was able to have an adequate perception and controlled his airflow better. As a result, the ultrasound he produced no longer swung between extremes. It maintained a frequency range. However, the frequencies this form could produce was far lower than what a bat monkey could produce. I was using green lizard lungs. In contrast, bat monkey lungs can contract and expand, making them more powerful. Anyways, I really managed to combine the life forms of the bat monkey and the green lizard together. How wonderful! The green lizard is a cold-blooded animal while the bat monkey is a warm-blooded one. It is a contradiction for both to coexist together. Zhen Ren had once asked Kang Xu for guidance. Every life form had their own unique system. It was not possible to combine the best parts of each creature to create the strongest beast. But now, Zhen Ren clearly was trending towards this achievement. To his surprise, the bat monkey head and the green lizard body coexisted harmoniously. However, this multi-layered transformation severely consumes the core's magic. Zhen Ren's eyes suddenly flashed. Maybe I found the reason. The position of these body parts does not need to rely on themselves to be assembled and coexist. Their real core is my magic crystal. By constantly consuming the magic core's magic, I can transform and possess the form and organs of other creatures. In fact, Zhen Ren had already done a multi-layered transformation earlier. When he was dealing with the fat ball flying fish in the oasis, he had transformed his arm into a bear's and his eye into a lizard's. Zhen Ren's thoughts continued to diverge. Hold on, can I sprout bat wings as a green lizard? A pair of bat wings quickly sprouted from Zhen Ren's green lizard form. He seemed to resemble a wyvern. Zhen Ren tried to flap his wings. He could fly, however, it was very strenuous. Regardless of whether it was the altitude, speed, or flexibility, all were inferior to a bat monkey's. Bat monkeys have special muscles on their backs that allow them to flap their wings more powerfully and at a higher frequency. The muscles on a green lizard's back are for running or swimming. It is very tough for these muscles to support a pair of bat wings. With practice came real knowledge. After trying, Zhen Ren immediately had many profound experiences. I got a little carried away. Now is not the time to be experiential. Zhen Ren quickly reversed the spell and cancelled the transformation. Then he continued to run with the wolf corpse. Without wasting too much time, he finally returned to the hilltop he had jumped off of. He succeeded in finding his clothes and equipment. Looking at the wolf corpse again, Zhen Ren sank into hesitation. What should he do with it? Zhen Ren knew he had two choices. The first choice was to return with the intact wolf corpse and give it to Kang Xu for dissection. Maybe he could analyze the secrets behind the fragrance the blue dog fox wolf used to control other beasts. The second choice was to absorb and convert it with the core. The first was dependable, while the second was actually a gamble. Zhen Jin understood that absorbing just one blue dog fox wolf would not allow him to transform into a complete form. However, if his gamble paid off, Zhen Jin would have the organ that produced the fragrance. It would be extremely profitable. Zhen Jin thought for a while, then decided to gamble. He used a spider blade to cut off a few blue wolf hairs. Then he poured out the water pouch and sprayed the wolf blood in. Then he activated the core to absorb and convert the wolf corpse. Now I can transform. A wolf nose. And wolf hair? Zhen Jin felt very regretful. His gamble failed. There was nothing great about the two options. The wolf nose's sense of smell exceeded a human's. However, Zhen Jin had the spear scorpion and green lizard form, both of which had a pretty good sense of smell. The wolf hair could protect against the cold, however, in this weather it was unnecessary. Without any other options, Zhen Jin transformed back into a human, put on his clothes, strapped on his sword and water bag, then set out once again. After a few steps, he pursed his brows. He had been fine when transforming into other forms, but after he had put on his clothes, every movement caused his clothes to chafe genitals, deepening the pain and injury there. If I eliminated the strong life white rhinoceros and absorbed it, with luck, this injury would not pose a problem for me. Zhen Jin sighed. He had no alternative but to take off his clothes and equipment and transform again. He transformed into an iron-level bat monkey. He then grabbed his clothes, rapier, boots, and water pouch as he flew through the night sky. Flying through the treetops saved him a lot of time. He would fly for a bit, then stop to scout with ultrasound to guard against anyone seeing this particular scene. Although at night, human line of sight was greatly limited. However, if by any chance... Zhen Jin was still very cautious. His trip to camp went smoothly and no inconveniences were encountered. He then dropped into a dark corner and transformed into a human. After putting on his clothes and enduring his indisposed crotch, he arrived at the camp's large gate. "Who are you?" Zhen Jin's appearance caused the guards to become vigilant. When the other guards clearly saw him, they shouted with pleasant surprise, "Ah, it's you, Lord Zhen Jin!" Lord Zhen Jin. It really is Lord Zhen Jin. Lord Zhen Jin has returned. The two guards opened the gate together. Zhen Jin came and saw a gigantic snake corpse. Is that... Zhen Jin's eyes flashed. The snake corpse was 6 meters long and resembled a forest bow. However, its head and tail were unusual. It had a crocodile head and a bloated tail that looked like a giant hammer. Zhen Jin scanned again and found that the snake's scales were also non-standard. They looked like crocodile skin. The prey Zongji killed was a silver-level magic beast. Kang Xu has dissected a portion of it and called it Crocodile Head Hammertail Boa. The two guards had introduced Zhen Jin to it. So, that's how it is. Zhen Jin nodded and asked, "How did Zongji eliminate it, and is he wounded?" The guards shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. "Your lordship and Zongji pursued the hidden hand together. Zongji has returned with something, but your lordship has not. Lord Zidai, Lanzoa, Haiwan, and the others went over to the other camp to interrogate Zongji. Zongji gave us this crocodile head hammer tail boa. It is truly good that your lordship has returned. Zhen Jin muttered to himself. The guards found that he looked a bit sorrowful. It was clear that when Zongyi returned while he was missing, Zidai, Kong Xu, and the others were faced with great pressure. Ah, Lord Zhen Jin, it really is you. Zisuo was the first to hear the commotion and ran over. Although Zhen Jin had seized his authority, his heart was joyous when he saw Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin nodded to Zisuo and commanded, "Now that I have returned, there is an important matter I need to discuss with everyone. In addition, please ask Zongji and Triple Blade to come over." Half an hour later. The wooden house. On the wooden table, there were many candles illuminating a pile of wolf hair. That is approximately what happened. Zhen Jin had finished narrating to the others in the house. Mu Bang gasped in surprise. That is hard to imagine. With just a scent, it can control other beast species. Scholar Kong Yaksu, what is your opinion? Zhen Jin inquired. Kang Xu muttered, "Scents have a wide range of effects on creatures. Take the ant, for example. When ants are searching for food, they will leave a scent behind so others can follow it and collaborate to find food. Another example is bucks. When bucks are seeking for a mate, they will wipe their bodies on trees and leave behind their scent. When a doe smells the scent, they will search for the buck at once. In addition, hyenas, lions, wolves, and others all use urine to mark their territory and as road signs so they don't get lost. Skunks use foul odors to defend themselves by assailing an enemy's nose so they can flee. Ringtail lemurs use foul odors to duel each other. Whoever wins acquires a higher status in the lemur group. As Kang Xu spoke of this, he shook his head. But I have never heard of a scent subduing other types of beasts. The actions of the blue dog fox wolf are actually similar to that of a sheepdog's. Farm owners keep sheepdogs that help the farm raise sheep, prevent the escape of cows, goats, and horses, and defend against the attacks of bears and wolves. ZD started talking. According to Lord Zhen Jin's description, only the artificial magic beasts are affected. It is extremely likely that the effects of the blue dog foxwolf scent were specifically arranged by the island master. Think about it, everyone. The island master, so many conflicts and weapons. How could there not be an army? The island owner made the blue dog foxwolves to be the commander of the beast groups. ZD had always been a supporter of the weapons conjecture. In fact, she was the first to mention it. Afterwards, Kang Xu also changed his mind and backed this conjecture. It's a pity that we do not have an intact wolf corpse on hand, otherwise I could dissect it and understand more of its secrets. Kang Xu shook his head regretfully. ZD immediately retorted, "No, what Lord Zhen Jin did was correct." How could his lordship carry such a heavy wolf corpse so far in the woods late at night? His lordship had been tailing the beast group for a long time, and just as the blue dog foxwolf attempted to subdue a monkey-tail brown bear, he risked his life to ambush and kill the blue dog foxwolf. Lord Zhen Jin, to just use a human strength to resolve the persistent threat to the camp is already extraordinary. Zhen Jin looked at the girl's beautiful amethyst eyes. He slightly smiled and reached out to hold Zidai's hand on the table. Zidi subconsciously pulled back her hand slightly. However, she stopped and let Zhen Jin hold her hand. Zhen Jin continued, Unfortunately, I heard 2 additional blue dog fox wolves howling. I do now understand what the howls were expressing and passing on. However, we must be vigilant, according to the worst circumstances. We might very well be faced with the combined forces of 2 blue dog fox wolf magic beast core. Everyone looked grave. It seems we need to change our strategy. Muban said, "We cannot just cut wood. We need to make powerful crossbows with all speed." Lord Zhen Ren once led the exploration team and annihilated a flying squirrel group with short bows. We can draw from this success. We know many models of crossbows, and we discussed it with Lord ZD during dinner. Lord ZD can provide potions that can corrode metal. As long as we have enough metal crossbow prods, wood, and time, we will have a steady flow of crossbows. Everyone listening nodded. This was a good suggestion. Zhangji then opened his mouth. "It is extremely likely the blue dog fox wolves magic beast core will continue to trouble us. Rather than passively waiting for their attacks, it would be better to take the initiative and attack them. We are a lone army in a boundless sea of trees. That is too risky." Sisu immediately shook his head. Zhangji laughed. "I am of the opinion that we should purge all beast groups near the camp." Everyone's eyes shined. Triple Blade agreed. Lord Zhangji is right. According to Lord Zhenjin's information, the fragrance has a time limit. The scopes of the magic beast core are also limited by food. They cannot increase without restrictions. If all nearby beak groups are cleanly purged, the blue dog fox wolves cannot find support. At the same time, we can obtain beast meat and increase our food reserves by purging them. If we want to do this, we need more detailed information first. Zhen Ren muttered. Zhangji laughed heartily. There seemed to be spears behind his gaze as he looked at Zhen Ren with a challenging attitude. "Then let's investigate first. You are in charge of half and I will be in charge of the other. Let's use the camp as the center and investigate all the terrain and beast groups within a kilometer. What do you think about that, Templar Knight?" Zhen Ren looked at Zhangji silently for a moment. He knew what Zhangji was thinking. This time Zhangji had massacred a silver-level magic beast, but in the end lost track of the blue dog fox wolf. But Zhen Ren had achieved that, even according to the description he gave. He had used his human strength to kill the greatest threat, the blue dog fox wolf. This accomplishment would certainly be made public and everyone would know about it. Thus, Zhangji would undoubtedly be compared. Zhangji's status was a flaw, and with the addition of being compared to this military success, Zhen Ren's influence over the group would rise rapidly. Zhangji did not want to see this happen. Perhaps because you have trained in the army, you are well acquainted with intelligence gathering. But is it really beneficial to have a competition with me? After thinking of this, Zhen Ren sighed and slightly nodded. "Then, let's do that." The discussion ended and everyone dispersed. As Zhen Ren was thinking, he came to Zidai's tent. "Zidai, are you sleeping?" "I'm still awake, my lord." "Please, come in." Zidai's voice came from inside the tent. Zhen Ren opened the flap and entered. Zidai was still wearing her hooded magic gown. The spacious magic gown made the girl appear more petite and pitiful. Seeing Zidai's appearance, Zhen Jin sighed as he walked over to ZD and hugged her. ZD's body slightly trembled, but she did not resist. What are you afraid of? Zhen Jin quietly comforted. He understood that the blue dog fox wolf had been an immense psychological shadow over Zidai. With your lordship here, I am unafraid. Zidi softly replied. Yes, I will always be by your side. The first blue dog fox wolf died under my foot, and the second one is dead too. The third and the fourth, even if more appear as long as you have me, none of them will harm you. I guarantee you. Zhen Jin consoled. Zidi raised her head up in Zhen Jin's chest. Lord Zhen Jin, I trust you. As if sensing something, the girl's expression became peculiar. Oh, right. The main reason I found you was because of some blood. Zhen Jin smiled at Zidai. I need you to do something covertly. Don't tell anyone else about the outcome. Zidi's face suddenly blushed. My lord, what do you want to do? Zhen Jin looked at Zidai's expression after a moment of reflection. He realized that she had misunderstood him. Don't misunderstand me. I am referring to. His words were interrupted by Zidai. My lord, your nose is bleeding. Zhen Jin also felt the blood flowing down as he said with extreme awkwardness, Listen to me, Zidai. It is not the thing you are thinking of. Chapter 110. My lord, please be nervous. The sky was filled with the glow of sunset. The red made people palpitate. A rain of blood showered. With the wolf howl, 2 murderous blue dog fox wolves arrived. With bodies as massive as a strong life white rhinoceros, they smashed into the camp gate. The people in the camp were fleeing in panic. My lord, save me. As she was running, ZD tripped. The 2 blue dog fox wolves stepped closed in on the girl, their sharp teeth bared and red gums exposed. They expressed their malevolence, and their eyes seemed to shine green, as if showing their extreme hunger. Zidai, don't be afraid, I am here. Zhen Jin shouted as he ran over. But when Zidi saw Zhen Jin, she instead shrieked, Don't come any closer! Another blue dog fox wolf. Sorry, I can't save you. Eey, Wan shouted, and he began to flee Zidai's side. His trembling tone revealed his intense dread. An arrow pierced the air and hit Zhen Jin's back. I hit it. Bao Ya cheered from a distance. Lan Zio, with a knife in hand, pounced Zhen Jin and cut his belly, causing blood to flow from it. Lan Zio indignantly gazed at Zhen Jin as he shouted, Even if my master is gone, I will use my life to protect his mistress. Get lost, brute. Let me handle it. Suddenly there was a figure under him. It was Zhongyi. Zhongyi's hands were holding the short spears that had been on his back. He used them to pierce Zhen Jin's chest and stab his heart. Zhen Jin had suffered a mortal blow, and his eyes widened as he fell to the ground with a bang. Lord Zhongyi killed a blue dog fox wolf. Triple Blade yelled. The remaining 2 blue dog fox wolves fled in fear. Zongji! Zongji! The camp's cheers echoed. At that moment, Zhen Jin reverted from a blue dog fox wolf form back to his human one. The cheering stopped spontaneously. Everyone encircled the body and gazed at Zhen Jin's fallen body with shock, doubt, disdain, disgust, and more. ZD suddenly burst into the crowd, knelt to the ground, sobbing as she embraced Zhen Jin's head. "My lord, you are bleeding!" After a moment, Zhen Jin opened his eyes suddenly in the tent. Pant, pant, pant. He gasped as his eyes focused and found himself still sleeping in the tent. He slowly sat up and touched his forehead. It was covered in cold sweat. Another nightmare. After realizing this, Zhen Jin gradually calmed down. There was no light source in the tent. The candle in it had already been extinguished by Zhen Jin. Sunlight passed through small cracks in the tent. It was already dawn. Outside the tent, there were sounds of people moving about. "How long did I sleep?" Zhen Jin stood up, tidied up his underwear, and put on his leather armor and boots. Finally, he strapped the rapier, his water bag, and a few rations on his waist. Putting on these supplies was a habit that was immediately formed after Zhen Jin had been teleported. Before opening the tent flap, Zhen Jin examined himself. He found that the swelling in his genitals had already gone down. In a split second, yesterday's awkward scene in Zidai's tent floated into his mind. Originally, Zhen Jin wanted to ask Zidi for some potions that reduced swelling. However, in the end, he did not bring it up. Instead, he gave a hurried goodbye to Zidai. Fortunately, after resting for half a night, Zhen Jin's recovery ability had already restored him. After leaving the tent, Zhen Jin found Lan Ziao. The latter was standing straight as he meticulously guarded the tent. Detecting Zhen Jin's arrival, Lan Ziao immediately saluted and respectfully said, "Good morning, my master." Zhen Jin nodded. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet, master." "Then let's go eat together." "Yes, master." With Zhen Jin in front and Lan Ziao behind him, they walked into camp. The camp was doing repairs everywhere. At the most important wooden house, the small giant was beating stakes with his fist. The stakes penetrated deep into the soil, creating a new foundation for the wooden house. The small giant's injuries had already disappeared. One of the benefits of the giant bloodline was a powerful recovery ability. On the other side, Mu Ban's team was using axes, saws, and other tools to process wood. "Don't use that kind of saw. Use this one." "Stop. Let me see how you did." "You simply wasted wood doing that." Mu Ban was constantly berating his subordinates. His anger was not small. At Zidai's tent, a sunroof had been intentionally opened. Black, pungent smoke rose from it. It was evident that she was mixing potions. Zhen Jin and Lan Ziao stopped in front of the bonfire. There was an iron cooking pot on the bonfire. The broth bubbling in it gave off a strong aroma. The camp still did not have a kitchen, and it was unlikely to get one in the future. At most, a work shed would be built to shield against rain and wind. However, there was a specialist in charge of cooking. Breakfast was quickly presented to them. Breakfast was simple. It was the meat broth. However, having boiling water already made Zhen Jin happy. The meat flavor was decent, and most crucially, it had chewiness. Is this the meat of that crocodile head hammer tailbow? Zhen Ren asked. The cook immediately replied, "Yes, my lord. Lord ZD has already inspected it and found no traces of poison. The snake really is huge. Its body can feed us for 3 whole days." Okay, Zhen Ren with the bowl walked over to the corpse of the crocodile head hammer tailboa. He had returned late last night. He did not have time to examine it carefully. After the emergency discussion with everyone and consoling ZD for a while, he returned to his tent and slept. He had been sleeping until now. Zhen Ren drank the broth while examining the giant snake corpse. The crocodile head hammer tail boa's body was enormous. If one calculated its weight, it should be heavier than a strong life white rhinoceros. Of all the magic beasts Zhen Ren had seen on this island, only the gigantic lava turtle was larger and heavier than the crocodile head hammer tailbow. It seems it cost Zhongji a lot of effort to kill this silver-level magic beast. Zhen Ren surveyed the entire snake corpse. He did not find any spear wounds. Instead, he found many bite marks. Lord Zhen Ren. At that moment, Bao Ya came to pay his respects to Zhen Ren. His arm was still bandaged. The fracture on his arm, according to a normal person's recovery ability, would take at least 1 to 2 months to heal. At dawn, Zhang Yi and his people went out to investigate. My lord, I grew up in a small forest. Maybe I cannot hunt now, but I can surely help your lordship in reconnaissance. Bao Ya enthusiastically volunteered at his own accord. Zhen Ren smiled. Have you eaten? I already ate, my lord. Bao Ya's face was fervent. He wanted to hear Zhen Ren say, "We will set off at once." But Zhen Ren gave Bao Ya the wooden bowl. Then get me another bowl. I still need to eat a bit more. Bao Ya was stunned. He soon reacted and took the bowl. It is my honor, your lordship. Zhen Ren began to leisurely eat a second bowl of broth. Lan Xiao ate a bowl and followed Zhen Ren, maintaining his silence. Bai Ya looked at the unhurried Zhen Ren, his heart becoming increasingly impatient. He wanted to urge, but couldn't open his mouth. After all, he knew that Zhen Ren had returned to the camp late into the night. It seems my heart still has fear after all. Zhen Ren sighed as he recalled his dream. Zhongji's investigation challenge was not in Zhen Ren's heart because he knew he held victory in his hands. However, he had taken in Bao Ya's entire expression and it touched his heart. Lows. After eating his fill, Zhen Ren led a group of people out of camp. Outside of Bai Ya, the group consisted of a few others, including Lan Xiao and Xi Su. This was all Kong Xu's arrangement. Zhen Ren had already approved it during last night's meeting. Just one person conducting investigation work was very inefficient. This place prohibited the usage of magic and battle key. Zhen Ren would be more effective as the reconnaissance team's protector. Nothing about drawing a map was easy. The pink potion was quickly depleted. Of course, there was not much of it left. At noon, Zhen Ren's team returned to camp for lunch. Bao Ya reported to him with worry. Lord Zhen Ren, we have not seen Zhongji, nor his people return. They should have eaten outside. When evening came, and as the sun fell below the treetops, Zhen Ren's team had already returned to camp. Baoya reported again. My lord Zongyi and his people still haven't returned. They are using their full strength. The phrase full strength moved Zhen Jin's heart. He suddenly realized he felt pressure under the current situation, and Zongyi was surely feeling even more than him. It's not easy. Zhen Jin sighed. Baoya slightly glared. He thought his well-meaning advice and tactful persuasion would arouse vigilance and nervousness in Zhen Jin. He did not expect a sigh of regret. Baoya was really anxious. My lord, we can also carry rations. Continue our investigation past noon. We need not squander valuable time going back and forth from camp. Okay, that is a good proposal. Let's do that tomorrow. Zhen Jin was willing to accept his advice. This was his original plan. Although victory was in his grasp, he still needed to pretend to prevent others from having doubts. When the curtain of night completely descended, movement was heard near camp. Zongyi's group had finally returned. Because of the bloodlines in Zongyi, Triple Blade, and the others, there must be one among them that had night vision. But Zongyi still returned. They had used their full strength during the day. All of them were physically and emotionally exhausted. Their military strength had drastically declined. There were many predators in the night forest. It was a risky place. The most crucial thing was the intelligence Zhen Jin returned with. It was likely the two blue dog fox wolves would try to find trouble with everyone. As a result of that, even if Zongyi was brave, he was still worried about the magic beast corps launching a surprise attack. This choice was very convenient for Zhen Jin. After eating dinner, he went into the forest alone, justifying that it was a patrol. The pretext he had intentionally tossed out was already effective. No one doubted his intentions. After going far from camp and confirming no one was around, he took off his clothes and practiced all kinds of magic beast forms. With the silver-level spear scorpion form, he mainly practiced turning at high speeds. With the iron-level bat monkey form, he used ultrasound more proficiently. With the bronze-level flying squirrel form, he attempted to discharge an electrical attack. Time is too short. The amount I need to practice has also increased. Zhen Jin spent half the night strenuously training, almost never stopping to rest. When it was very early in the morning, Zhen Jin turned back to camp, entered his tent, and took a nap without delay. Chapter 111. It is time to take it out. When the second day arrived, Zhen Jin was awakened by a noise. What is going on? Zhen Jin opened his hazy eyes. After listening attentively for a moment, it seemed like he was hearing Zongji's voice. Because he had been engrossed in training last night and was really tired, Zhen Jin hadn't taken off his leather armor. He only threw off the rapier in his water bag before sleeping. This time he got up, put on the rapier, lifted the tent flap, and left the tent immediately. The dispute had just ended, and Zongyi and his people were leaving. There were crossbows in their hands. Lord Zhen Jin. When Zissou saw Zhen Jin, he seemed to find his spine. He promptly ran to Zhen Jin and pointed to Zongyi and his people. Those people are too barbarous. They are running off with most of the crossbows. When the people at Zongyi's side saw Zhen Jin arriving, they stopped one after the other with nervous expressions. Zongyi calmly gazed at Zhen Jin and indifferently said, Yesterday we explored for a distance of 8 kilometers and were met with no less than 20 attacks. The more crossbows we have, the more we can investigate and decrease our losses. Templar Knight, I think you should understand what the current situation is. Zhen Jin looked at Zongji, staying silent for a moment. After the youngster keenly observed, he found his impression of Zongji's armor had changed. It was cruder and had been modified a lot. In particular, there were clear traces of a gigantic squeezing force around the waist. In addition, not only were there 2 short spears on Zongji's back, there was also an enormous white bone hammer. The bone hammer was astonishingly dense and very heavy. It was obvious that it was a remolded crocodile head hammer, tailbone. Zhen Jin knew about this point. Yesterday, Zongji dispatched some people to take away the crocodile head hammer tailboa's tailbone. They were unexpectedly quick, and after a day, Zongji added this new weapon to his arsenal. Zhen Jin did not speak, and neither did Zongji. Both sides sunk into a brief silence, and the deadlock situation gradually turned tense. That bone hammer doesn't seem half bad. Suddenly, Zhen Jin slightly smiled and smashed the silence. Anyone wounded? Any casualties? Perhaps I can arrange something and have ZD mix some potions. Zhen Jin continued. Without knowing why, when Zongji saw Zhen Jin smile, his heart instead became even more tense. But Zongji seemed considerably tranquil on the surface. Our casualties are small. Please don't bother Miss ZD with other things. Just have Miss ZD make more corrosive potions and more triggers. We need more crossbows now. The more the better. Zongji reiterated again. Zhen Jin nodded. It seems our opinions are unanimous. So, I hope your day goes smoothly. My lord, Su was stunned. He did not expect that Zhen Jin would immediately release Zongji and his companions. Contrary to expectations, Zongji was not surprised. He nodded to Zhen Jin. His expression caused the mercenaries to relax and left camp. Seeing Zongji's back, Zhen Jin found that his new weapon was very crude. It was just a pole inserted into the bone as a handle. It was similar to the time Zhen Jin used a spider leg as a sword. Thus, Zhen Jin spoke again. Tonight. When Zongji's people heard Zhen Jin suddenly speak, they immediately breathed and turned around in succession. Zhen Jin continued, You can give us the bone hammer. Muban's craftsmanship will make it better. Zongji stopped walking, but he did not turn around. The majestic half-beast man continued to walk away and past the camp gate. Only then did he leave a word. Many thanks. Zissou looked at these people leaving the camp smoothly with crossbows. My lord, you are letting them leave immediately? Zhen Jin smiled. They really need those crossbows. Zissou shook his head, but those were most of the crossbows on hand. We don't have enough. It doesn't matter. Mu Ban came over. He had heard what Zissou had said. We can make more. With President Zidai supplying corrosive potions and my manufacturing template, we can make batches of triggers. The quality of these triggers will get better and the crossbows we make will become stronger. As for those Zongji and his people took away, those have gone through seawater and battle while not being maintained well. All of them are defective goods. Dealing with and using them is fine. What do you understand? Zissou glared at Muban. Muban yielded and said no more. He was just an ordinary person while Exisuo was a bronze-level cultivator. No, when we have new crossbows, you will supply Zongyi with a portion. Zhen Jin replied, "Ah. My lord, if we do that." Zisuo was stunned. Zhen Jin looked at Zisuo. His dark blue eyes became abstruse. "Compared to some crossbows, I want to know how Zongji and his people entered camp more. Who is on duty right now?" Zhen Jin asked. "Me, your lordship." Zisuo yielded at once but soon wrangled again. Zongyi and his group came here with tumultuous momentum and asked for crossbows. If I kept the gate closed, I feared it would have led to more conflict. You know, I am just a bronze-level sailor, nothing more. As a result, I had no alternative but to let Zongyi and a small portion of his group into camp. Zhen Jin asked again, "Why did you not inform me?" Zisue licked his dry lips. "My lord, I was just about to send someone to inform you. Originally, I planned to socialize with Zongji and persevere for a time. How was I to know that Zongji would push aside common sense and directly walk to the arms storehouse to forcefully take away crossbows?" Zhen Jin was silent and did not speak. He only looked at Zisuo. It seemed the incorporeal pressure of Zhen Jin's gaze gradually became hard to bear as Exisu lowered his head. As Mu Bain saw this, his heart could not help but be inwardly carefree. Zhen Jin suddenly said, "Zisuo, my lord, I await your command." Zisuo replied at once. Zhen Jin lightly sighed. "All of us are pure humans. We should not scorn each other's intelligence. Isn't that right?" My lord, at this moment, the spirit of Fei she seemed to possess, Exisu. "This time, your performance has really disappointed me," Zhen Jin continued. "However, I understand you. I know the pain and worry in your heart. But I also ask you to understand the situation before us. You participated in yesterday's meeting, correct? Go and personally guard the gate. If today's situation reappears, shouldn't you know what to do?" Zisuo knelt to the ground. In that short time, he was already covered in cold sweat. He then put his hand to his abdomen and promised Zhen Jin, "My lord, I will hold the gate with my life. If Zongyi and his people return, I will guard the gate to the best of my capabilities." "Very good, then I await your performance." "Go on." After going through Zhen Jin's admonishment, Ezisu put away his small thoughts. He guarded the gate all day long. He even ate his 3 meals there. Regardless of how he genuinely thought, accepting punishment already satisfied Zhen Jin. Today, the young knight was still investigating the surroundings with Baoya and the others. Last night, he had trained for a long time and did not sleep enough without enough rest. The mountainous trek made his back and waist ache constantly. As a result, Zhen Jin returned to camp earlier than the previous day. During dinner, Baoya came to Zhen Jin. "My lord, Zongyi's group has not returned." However, at noon, they returned with a seriously injured person. I heard that they walked over 10,000 meters that morning. After calculating in today's investigation results, they have completed 1/10 of their assignment. Baoya then said, "Since we did not return to camp at noon, we can also eat dinner outside. Doing this will squeeze out more time for more investigations." Zhen Jin looked at Baoya's worried face with a warm heart. He then clapped his shoulder. Don't be anxious, Bao Ya. Investigative work is meticulous, and more importantly, we need to guarantee the safety of our own. This cannot be advanced prematurely. The forest is full of dangers. One must be vigilant at all times. If one is even a bit careless, a beast will ambush them. So we must rest. After eating dinner, Zhen Ren returned to his tent and gave himself as much rest as possible. Then late into the night, he set out under the pretense of patrolling so he could train secretly. This persisted for 3 days. The pace of Zhongji's group had already surpassed Zhen Ren's. Baya became impatient. My lord, we are about to lose. I heard that your lordship patrols every night. It's no wonder your lordship has no energy during the day. Lord Zhen Ren, I ask you to stop doing this. Bexi, Su, guards the camp seriously. He is enough. Zhen Ren shook his head. Before marching to battle, one needs to relax, Bao Ya. Bao Ya anxiously glared. But my lord, every day we rest well with nowhere to vent our energy. We can walk more and investigate further. Zhen Ren smiled. You do not understand my opinion. I said that as Zhongyi and his companions exert themselves to investigate their surroundings, their military power is severely declining, and every day they have wounded. If the blue dog fox wolves attacked at this time, what could we do? Therefore, we must retain a portion of our battle strength. If at that crucial time Zhongji's group cannot display their military strength, then they can rely on us. So that's what your lordship believes. Bai Yi stared blankly. My lord, you are too benevolent. You take the big picture into consideration. That repulsive half-beastman Zhongyi is surely using your lordship's big picture and benevolent heart. Lord Kang Exu mentioned to me that Zhongyi was intentionally doing this. He initiated this investigation challenge of his own accord. If he could defeat your lordship in this, his influence would greatly increase. He deliberately marches every day and makes his ranks bear crises but contains the damage. This is clearly the mannerism of a soldier. As the people at his side stay in danger, their hearts will evolve to rely on Zhongyi's strength. Every crisis Zhongyi resolves will deepen his influence over his people, even deepening it into appreciation or adoration. My lord, Zhongyi is directly challenging your authority? Zhen Ren nodded. His sharp sight is worthy of a scholar's. My lord. Baya anxiously stamped his feet. The will of the people is now changing. Our comrades are beginning to slack off. Some people believe that our laziness makes Zhongyi's group sacrifice more, and that we are reaping what we have not sown. There are also some who are unsatisfied. According to this kind of trend, the half-beastman, goblin, and the rest will beat us. But we can definitely work harder. We are not doing our best. Zhongyi's group also had some windy speeches for us. They despise us, believe we fear danger, are too prudent, and are not manly. There is even a rumor being passed between the wounded. Saying this, Bao Ya became very indignant. Say it. The rumor says that your lordship didn't actually behead a blue dog fox wolf. Perhaps there were 2 blue dog fox wolves initially, and your lordship only picked up some wolf hair off the ground. When you returned to camp, you saw the crocodile head hammer-tail boa Zongji killed. You were anxious that this military success attacked your position and thus told a lie about the wolf hair you were holding. Your lordship's true military might cannot compare to Zongji's. They can tell what kind of person your lordship is from the investigation outcomes of the past few days. Baya finished with more anger and some anxiety. Zhen Ren laughed. That is an interesting rumor. It seems Zongji is inseparably close with his people. My lord, are you not angry about this misunderstanding? Bao Ya was baffled. Zhen Ren smiled. Didn't you also say this was only a rumor? But my lord, Zhen Ren continued, I am more concerned about the casualties in Zongji's group. Didn't they say that 2 of them died? Yes, one was killed on the spot by a viper. The other lost his footing and died halfway back to camp. In addition to this, 10 of them are wounded. His casualties are somewhat large. Zhen Ren sighed. Looks like it's time to take out the completed map. Chapter 112, A Spell of Silence. In the dim light of night, Zongji was leading his people back to their camp. Lord Zongji, Lord Triple Blade, you've returned. A person garrisoning the camp welcomed them at once. Ha! They've finally returned. Today was also a hard day. What I really want to do now is drink some hot water. No time to chat. I still have some potion in my tent I should apply to my wounds. Everyone began to disperse through the camp gate. Everyone had rumbling stomachs and completely exhausted. Some of them even had new injury. But Zongji and Triple Blade did not rest. Rather, they went into a big tent first. This tent was originally Zongji's swelling, however, because of the increase of wounded people, and the fact that tending to oneself was inconvenient, Zongji allowed the wounded and their caretakers to stay here of his own accord. Opening the tent flap, Zongji began to examine the wounded. The large tent had an area of about 50 to 60 square meters. Candles were used to dimly illuminate its interior. There were many wounded, each of them was lying on a straw bed. Hearing movement, the sober, wounded people opened their eyes and looked at Zongji with reverence. It's Lord Zongji? One of them struggled to sit. Another had been groaning. Their eyes had only opened a sliver. The pain was already unbearable for them. In addition, some were unconscious and had high fevers. No need to get up. Zongji stopped them without delay. How is your situation? He questioned the nearest wounded. His face was wooden. Give me 2 days, and I will be able to join your lordship's investigation group again. The wounded person shouted. Zongji laughed and patted his shoulder. His mouth was full of praise, but his heart knew that this person's leg wound needed at least a week. You. Zongji looked down at another wounded person. The wounded person was an old dwarf. A jumbled white beard encompassed his face. The old dwarf laughed. I am almost dead, Lord Zongji. My dying wish is that I want a cup of beer. If I can have a cup before death, I will die with no regrets. Zongji was silent. Triple Blade mocked. Old bastard, do you want to drink again? Your injuries won't kill you. The old dwarf looked miserable. I fear I cannot live without alcohol. If there is no beer, rum is fine too. Zongyi was forced to say, "I have a way." The old dwarf's eyes immediately brightened. "Many thanks, your lordship. As long as you have alcohol, you can end my old life." After the inspection, Zongyi walked into the innermost part of the tent. The wounded person here had a serious injury. His entire body was inflamed and his wounds no longer oozed blood, but pus. This individual stunk. The wounded person did not react to Zongji's arrival. He was not unconscious. To be more precise, he was in a coma. If he stopped breathing, no one would be surprised. Triple Blade's gaze darkened. He knew this person well. He had fought, drunk, and trekked with this person for 10 years. Everyone knew that he did not have much hope. Zongyi stroked his forehead. It was boiling. He checked the wound on his back. It was in a frightening situation. Zongyi warmed a dagger on a fire and used it to open the wound's rotting flesh. Afterwards, he used a wet, clean cloth to tentatively clean the wound. The water was boiling but soon cooled down. Finally, Zongyi actually leaned over and used his mouth to suck up the wound, seeping pus and watery blood. After treating him, Zongyi sprinkled a potion on the wound. The comatose man did not respond. His breathing seemed to weaken again. During this, Triple Blade had been standing in place watching Zongyi actions. This was not the first time Zongyi had done this. 3 days ago, because of where this person was standing, he had unintentionally protected Zongyi from a poisonous attack. He had fallen into a coma after returning to camp that evening. The potions ZD had were not effective. Ever since that day, his situation grew worse and his hopes of survival grew increasingly uncertain. When Zongyi did this the first night, it caused Triple Blade to stop him and shocked the others. He did this every day. Triple Blade no longer stopped him. When the surrounding people saw Zongyi do this, their shock gradually changed into reverence, love, and respect. After finishing everything, Zongyi and Triple Blade left the big tent. In the camp there were many bonfires, with people circled around them, eating their dinner and chatting with each other. From time to time, there would be a peal of laughter. At this time, they had adequate food and water, and their tense nerves were also relaxing. After Zongyi arrived, the mercenaries shifted their buttocks and made space for the two. Zongyi and Triple Blade sat close to each other. The flames reflected on Zongyi's shoulder. Long yellow hair and bits of warmth passed through chinks in his steel armor, seeping into his body. Zongyi pulled out his steel dagger and softly cut some roasted meat. After blowing once, he ate the meat slice. He silently ate as he listened to the people around him conversing. "Did you know? When I thought that bronze-level magic was about to pounce me and bite my head off, I nearly pissed myself. Just when I thought I was really dead, a big white hammer smashed down, brushed past my scalp, and pounded into the bronze-level magic beast. My face was covered with blood and brains. I swear I will never forget this for the rest of my life." The surrounding people guffawed. "Two of us sent the bone hammer to that guy named Muban. Boss Zongyi indeed has strength. He can hold and swing that hammer with one hand." At least 10 magic beasts died under the bone hammer today. Indeed, this crocodile head hammertail boa's bones are hard. I heard that the old scholar's constant grinding as he dissected it. I can say that this crocodile head hammertailbow's head is as thick as its tail. Saying that, it is a true pity that its meat is very chewy. We suffered a loss when Boss Zongyi sent them the crocodile head hammertailboa. Ha! Did you dare eat it at the time? Did you dare to bet your life that it wasn't poisonous? Returning to the main topic, how is the progress of Lord Zhen Jin's group? Someone asked. This time, the wounded that stayed at camp shared their information. Lord Zhen Jin led his group back when evening came. So early again. It seems our win is determined. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing extraordinary about Templar Knights. Hey, you're speaking loudly. Do Templar Knights even care about you? I adore Boss G the most. Boss Song Gay saved my life from now on. Whatever the boss wants me to do, I will do it. Hey, you didn't say that earlier. You only shouted that when the boss sat down. You bootlicker. Everyone roared with laughter. This is my team. Zongyi had remained silent as he ate his meat. He was gazing into the fire as if looking for his future in the flames. Continuing like this is good. Triple Blade sat next to Zongyi and looked at the spectacle of everyone uniting. In just a few days, his lordship has carved his authority in their hearts. By following his lordship, I will surely reach a height I cannot attain alone. Triple Blade was also full of hope. At this moment, the gate guard came to report to them. After getting Zongyi's permission, the gate guard brought a youngster. Are you called Baiya? Zongyi looked at the youngster and spoke first. Baoya was somewhat overwhelmed with favor. I did not expect that Lord Zongyi would remember this humble one's name. Triple Blade spoke. What have you come for? Baoya fished out a map and lifted it above his head. He then said with a tone full of arrogance, This map is a record of the camp's surroundings. All of the terrain within 3,000 meters as well as the scattered beast groups are in it. This was just bestowed by Emperor Shang Ming during Lord Templar Knight Zhen Jin's evening prayers. All information related to the camp's surroundings was imparted into Lord Zhen Jin's mind. Lord Zhen Jin promptly drew out 2 maps from memory. Then he dispatched me to gift your lordship Zongyi 1 map. What? Why are you guys staring at me? The prior raucousness and guffawing vanished without a trace. The only thing that remained was the jumping flames and the sound of burning firewood. That is really good news. Zongyi serenely said as he broke the silence. Triple Blade was roused by those words. He stood up at once and took the map Beiyao was offering. Soon after, Triple Blade impatiently sat down, opened the map and showed it to Zongyi. Everyone present gazed at the map. The only sound in the peaceful environment was the spinning of the map. The map's distinct lines and rigorous structure now exhibited themselves in front of Zongyi and the others. Zongyi and Triple Blade had another spell of silence. After a long time, Triple Blade hoarsely said, It seems this map is real. In the regions we scouted, there are no differences between this map and ours. In fact, this map is more accurate and detailed. Of course it's real. Baoya raised his tone. We have also compared this to our map. Our investigation gains over the past few days completely match with it. It's a miracle. Of course, there are many of you who don't believe in Emperor Shengming. If you still don't believe it, you can continue to investigate and validate. Another absolute silence. No need. Zongyi faintly said. His hand caressed the map, saying this is a miracle is exaggerating it somewhat. But it really is a god's power. Because one can scout out the terrain, however, every scattered beast group is on it, with their scale, quantity, and even life rank all meticulously detailed. Although we can accomplish this, it is hard to imagine how much time and energy it would cost. As expected of Lord Zongyi. Baoya praised. When Lord Zhenjin dispatched me, he said that Lord Zongyi has intelligence. He can definitely verify this map's authenticity. Zongyi. Baoya continued. Lord Zhenjin is still anxious about your lordship's casualties, considering your lordship has risked too much investigating to the best of his abilities. Lord Zhenjin said that when we purge the beast groups, the magic beast groups that have silver-level magic beasts are our responsibility to clean up. The surroundings were silent again. Chapter 113. This shall be a fair competition. The trees here were more towering than normal. The emerald layers of branches and leaves nearly covered the sky. Zhenjin led a group of people here. However, he did not penetrate deep into the forest, because he knew that there was a group of bat monkeys there. Zhenjin and the others entered the fringe of the bat monkey group's territory and soon stopped. Start. With Zhenjin's order, Baoya led the group in putting the firewood and other things on their backs into several piles. Then they crowded around them. A number of them took out some spark stones and struck them together to create sparks. The sparks dropped onto the fluffy sawdust and quickly ignited them. Afterwards, the team members put the sawdust onto the piled firewood, igniting them. The flames gradually roared and many large bonfires smoothly formed. Zhenjin fished out some paper bags and gave them to everyone. The others went to the bonfires, taking advantage of the fire's small size to get close. They then opened the paper bags and exposed the brown medicinal powder in them. As they sprinkled the medicinal powder on the fires, the smoke of the fires quickly changed color. The thick smoke rapidly expanded. It did not circulate upwards with the heat. Rather, it remained on the ground, enveloping the group and expanding out to the surrounding area. A screech seemed to sound out in the distance, as if a bat monkey had discovered something odd. Zhenjin had an arrow quiver on his back. He now took out one arrow. This arrow was specially crafted by Mu Ban personally. It had a hollow arrow shaft, a hole in the arrowhead, and holes in the arrow shaft. It was a whistling arrow. Zhenjin also grabbed a crossbow off of his back. He had 3 crossbows, 2 rapid-fire crossbows, and 1 waist crossbow. Aside from magic crossbows, there were 3 types of ordinary crossbows that could be wound with manpower. They were arm crossbows, foot lever crossbows, and waist crossbows. As the name implies, the bowstring of arm crossbows used arms. Foot lever crossbows used leg strength to wind itself. Waist crossbows have waist hooks. When a crossbowman sits on the ground and winds it, they step on the crossbow with both feet and use the waist hooks to wind the bowstring. When winding it, the crossbowman not only uses their leg strength to step on it as much as possible, they also use their back and arms to wind the crossbow. Human leg strength typically surpassed human arm strength. As a result, there were more waist crossbows than foot lever crossbows and more foot lever than arm crossbows. Zhen Jin now held a waist crossbow. The 3 crossbows he had were the best the camp had to offer. When the waist crossbow was placed on the ground, it was taller than Zhen Jin's waist. The crossbow was also wider than Zhen Jin's body. But Zhen Jin did not have any waist hooks. He directly reached out to pull the bowstring, while simultaneously using the crossbow pedal. Afterwards, he used his arm strength to pull the waist crossbow taut. His every movement was watched by the others, and after seeing Zhen Jin easily tighten the crossbow, the surrounding people's eyes shined with excitement and admiration. Zhen Jin placed the whistling arrow on the crossbow, then he easily lifted it like it was a rice straw. This movement also made everyone's heart exclaim in admiration. Zhen Jin lightly pulled the trigger and the whistling arrow shot out at a diagonal angle. The whistling arrow cut a parabola through the air, sharply whistling as it flew into the depths of the bat monkey group's territory. Bat monkeys were very susceptible to sound. The forest quickly became thoroughly agitated. Most of the bat monkeys flew into the sky, and upon discovering Zhen Jin and the others, they immediately attacked. Zhen Jin lifted the waist crossbow and shot several iron arrows. Almost none missed as he immediately annihilated 3 iron-level bat monkeys. The 2 remaining iron-level bat monkeys promptly hid in the forest. Their constant shrieking made the bronze-level bat monkeys the leaders of the attack. As the distance closed, Bai Yao and the others were constantly returning fire with their crossbows. Bat monkeys were constantly dying from arrows and falling to the ground en route. When 3/10 of the bat monkeys finally reached Bai Yao and the others, they smelled the thick smoke's odor. This odor attacked their sense of smell. No, to be more accurate, it destroyed their sense of smell. The bat monkeys' charge was eliminated, and their formation soon became disorganized. Some of them were circling in the air, some were running on the ground, and some were jumping in the undergrowth. They were not enough. The thick smoke made the bat monkeys step back. This was a compound ZD had mixed once it had bought time when the blue dog fox wolf attacked the camp, and one could say that it had saved the camp. The same thing happened here with the bat monkeys incapable of breaking through the smoke while Zhen Jin and the others were turning the bat monkeys into living targets for a firing exercise. The hunt quickly stopped. All of the surrounding bat monkeys were corpses. Zhen Jin commanded everyone to move deeper into the bat monkey group's territory after finding that the 2 iron-level bat monkeys had already disappeared without a trace. Zhen Jin and the others were not surprised. This was not their first fight with bat monkeys. Bat monkeys had an extremely nimble temperament, and if a battle were going poorly, it was very likely that they would choose to flee. And when the bat monkeys fled, outside of shooting them, there was nothing Zhen Jin and the others could do. They were not stronger than this beast group, rather, they used the thick smoke as a clever method. Meanwhile, on a hillside, as Zhen Jin was cleaning the battlefield, Triple Blade was wildly running as he escaped out of a cave. Behind him was a pursuing monkey bear. The bear's stout body was deceiving and was very fast when it charged. The bear could double the speed of any creature of equal life level. Triple Blade was only at the iron level, while the monkey-tail brown bear was a silver-level magic beast. As the distance between both closed, with Triple Blade soon being overtaken, the ground under the monkey-tail brown bear collapsed. The monkey-tail brown bear fell into a pitfall. The pitfall was very deep and had many sharp wooden spears in it. After the monkey-tail brown bear fell it loudly roared with anger. The wooden spears did not cause it great harm, and after many spears punctured the bear's skin, they snapped under the heavy weight. The monkey-tail brown bear looked up and saw a group of people covering the pitfall. "Not bad, Triple Blade," Zongji praised. Triple Blade wiped the sweat off his head, gasped for breath, and gave a rare non-reply. His heart was still beating. He had just sensed the aura of death. Of course, the pitfall was arduously dug by Zongji and the others. It was very deep. Even if the monkey beat stood up, it could not even reach half the pitfall's depth. "Shoot." Zongji waved. The surrounding team members took out their crossbows and shot the monkey-tail brown bear. For a moment, the monkey-tail brown bear seemed to suffer a downpour. In the end, the monkey-tail brown bear was a silver-level magic beast, and suffering through a rain of arrows made it indignant. Its orangutan palms changed. Its iron-cast-like fingertips became a burning red. They looked as if they were taken out of a railroad. The monkey-tail brown bear inserted its fingertips into the wall, while simultaneously using its strong leg muscles to quickly climb up the wall. However, just when it emerged from the pitfall, a massive white bone hammer ruthlessly beat its head. The dull bang made the hearts and livers of the surrounding people tremble. The powerful attack threw the monkey-tail brown bear into the pitfall again. Its head swayed, and after dispersing its dizziness, it stood up ready to fight as it angrily roared at the main culprit, Zongji. The response it got was another rain of arrows. Thus, the monkey-tail brown bear's continuous attempts to climb out were met by Zongji constantly knocking it back into the pitfall. With endless sullenness and hatred, the silver-level magic beast collapsed into a pool of its own blood. As the setting sun's afterglow illuminated the horizon, Zhen Ren's group returned to camp first. They returned with a great quantity of bat monkey corpses. It was clear that their main target today was a bat monkey group. Among the dozen iron-level bat monkeys, 2 to 3 of them had been dismembered by Zhen Ren's rapier. The thick smoke was not a big deterrent to iron-level bat monkeys, and if an iron-level bat monkey were sufficiently angry, they would charge into the smoke to kill. However, all of the iron-level bat monkeys that tried this died by Zhen Ren's hand. From this, one could also see that the nature of beasts was certainly enigmatic. Zhen Ren's victorious return made the camp cheer. When Zhen Ren's group was eating dinner, Zongji's group returned. Zissou blocked them as he guarded the camp gate. After reporting to and getting Zhen Ren's consent, Zongji's group was able to enter the camp. They returned with no less than 3 monkey-tail brown bear corpses. The people in camp were greatly shocked. After all, these were 3 silver-level magic beasts. As Zongji gave Mu Ban the bone hammer on his back for repairs, the people's vision straightened somewhat. Because they discovered the bone hammer's wooden handle had already snapped from the ferocious force applied to it. Zongji's dauntlessness frightened the people's hearts. Zongji looked around and saw Zhen Ren sitting next to a distant bonfire. Then he looked at Mu Ban. "Can you repair it?" Mu Ban gave a supercilious look and put his hands together. "In this case, repairing it is an arduous and thankless task. It would be better to build a new wooden handle. This will happen with how you use it, unless you exchange a wooden handle for an iron one." Zongji shook his head. "Just improvise. Iron had better be used for arrowheads. Wooden arrowheads cannot be used, and bone arrowheads are barely effective." ZD walked over at this time. "Although my potions can dissolve and purify iron, it wears and tears it greatly. Only with a great quantity of iron ore can we make enough iron arrowheads. Perhaps you could lead some people to go mining, Zongji. Zongji shook his head. He was not interested in mining. But then Zidi gave him a list of items. Zongji glanced at the list of items, his complexion changing slightly. 1 silver-level brown bear can either be exchanged for 10-foot lever crossbows, 2 waist crossbows, or 20 newly made arm crossbows. What is this pricing? Some insignificant crossbows need to be exchanged? When all is said and done, we are not an army, Zongji. Zidi smiled. I believe this is fair. Zongji was just about to sneer when Zhen Ren also walked over. The young knight then said, I use my reputation to swear that I will also act in accordance with the established exchange. This is a fair competition. Zongji looked at the waist crossbow on his back. Templar Knight, what did you exchange for that crossbow? Today was bat monkeys. This list of items doesn't say you can buy or sell on credit. Zhen Ren shrugged his shoulders. Of course, don't forget that, in a previous fight, I killed a blue dog fox wolf. Zongji slightly raised his eyebrows. He thought of the crocodile head hammer tail boa he had killed. But Zidi then said, Your battle result has already been exchanged to Zongji. Don't forget, you took crossbows from our camp already. Zongji and the others. Chapter 114. Purging a silver-level bat monkey group. She really is the president of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. It seems I underestimated her. Zongji looked at Zidi in a new light. At the time, Zongji led his group in taking away crossbows by force. Of course, he did not act without justification and sensible reasons. The crossbows would lessen casualties while investigating the environment around the camp. However, when Zhen Ren produced the map, a problem emerged. Because Zongji and his group were benefiting from Zhen Ren's map, Zongji's group's investigative results were completely covered by Zhen Ren. Even more so when the map appeared, it also ferociously shook the hearts of Triple Blade's mercenaries. The map was a blow to their pride and enthusiasm. From then on, the mercenaries thoroughly understood the significance of Zhen Ren's identity. There were no more delirious utterances or contempt for Zhen Ren. All of them realized one thing. Even if Zhen Ren was impoverished on this island without his clan's power to assist him, he still had a patron. This patron was comparable to heaven and earth. Templar Knights believe in Emperor Shangming, a living god, and even quite possibly the strongest living god. Zongji's group invested a huge price, did their utmost, left early and returned late every day, had 2 people die, and many others wounded, yet in the end it was all inferior to Zhen Ren's prayer. This ice-cold fact exhibited itself now. It told everyone again the immense disparity between their identities. After this lesson, Zongji's group had Zhen Ren in the forefront of their minds. Even if Zhen Ren was just standing there, it made them feel pressure from him. Many of them even subconsciously slowed their breathing. Templar Knight. For a long while, Zongji's gaze was lost in Zhen Ren. His voice seemed to become hoarse. Then, I can only believe your reputation. Certainly. Zongji, I use the Bai Zen clan's honor and my knightly name to guarantee this is fair. Zhen Ren's speech was straightforward and vigorous. I ask you to believe me, sirs. We are not an army, nor are we a mercenary corps. This system will simply unify us closer together. Let everyone understand how much we can contribute to each other as a group. And each contribution should have positive feedback that corresponds to it. We should not allow any of our members that invest fail to receive reciprocation. Regardless of who they are or what their identity is, they cannot bleed or sacrifice their life in vain. Zhongji's eyes flickered coldly. He always sensed that Zhen Jin's words had deep meaning and contained hidden thorns. The rest of the people's eyes were concentrated on the blonde youth, their doubtful appearances gradually waning. ZD added on, "Sirs, the contents of this list of items are not unchanging. If you have any ideas or believe something is too unreasonable, we can discuss it properly." Everyone's complexion eased somewhat. Triple Blade still looked indifferent. He had dealt with merchants many times. Previous experiences told him, merchants usually had strong communication skills. Their debates can help them survive, and typically, it is the mercenaries who get the worst of it. But at this time, Zongge gave him the list of items. "Triple Blade, do you see anything good to exchange for?" Zongji's words allowed Zhen Jin and ZD to relax. Since Zongji already approved of this system, there was nothing Triple Blade could do. He carefully looked at the list's contents. His mercenary commander experience allowed him to immediately sense the list had valuable things. We need crossbows and iron arrows. The stronger the crossbows, the less attrition our personnel will take. Of course, it also depends on what your lordship is hunting next. If it's still monkey-tail brown bears, we shall exchange for the strongest waist crossbows. If it's bat monkeys, flying squirrels, and so on, then we shall exchange for armed crossbows so each person has as many as possible. The crossbows we obtained before were terrible. Most of them have already been scrapped. Zongji nodded, then exchanged for waist crossbows. This implied he still wanted to hunt monkey-tail brown bears. We only have 2 waist crossbows, and it will take at least 3 days to finish a new waist crossbow. ZD warned. Triple Blade slightly frowned. Only having 2 waist crossbows was not enough. He could only settle on the second best thing, foot lever crossbows. But following his inquiries, ZD informed, Zhen Jin's group had already exchanged for the foot lever crossbows. After all, Zhen Jin returned to camp earlier. Triple Blade was angered but found it laughable. "Are you saying we can only exchange for armed crossbows?" "You might as well negotiate, frankly." ZD smiled. "This list of items also has many potions that I believe are essential supplies. I did not calculate in the potions Lord Zhen Jin gave to you previously." That influential hold was Triple Blade's weak point, causing him to choke his retorts and be at a loss. ZD showed clear regret, and her tone became more sincere. "Sires, all of know what situation we are in now. We have a small foothold here and have 1,000 things to do. Our supplies are limited. We also don't have a workshop or assembly line, therefore, regardless of whether it is potions or crossbows, the output of them is small. The goods on this list of items are in short supply. It is normal that this matter will continue for a long time. I hope you all can comprehend this." The surrounding people looked at each other. Some of them subconsciously nodded and acknowledged ZD's words. Zhen Jin now looked at Zongji. "In fact, I still strongly suggest that you exchange for armed crossbows, Zongji. Today, we purged 3 bat monkey groups. We found that when most iron bat monkeys found themselves in an unfavorable situation, they would lead the retreat. The other bronze level and ordinary bat monkeys would also retreat too. Bat monkeys can fly through the trees at an astonishing speed. We cannot pursue them. According to scholar Kang Exu's deductions, the bat monkeys live together. When these bat monkeys flee, they can reassemble into a new beast group. It is possible that the new group will absorb most of the old bat monkey group. Thus, the more bat monkey groups we purge, the greater the amount of leftover bat monkeys. This will make hunting more troublesome. Zhongji, this is my opinion. Let us cooperate together and annihilate the biggest bat monkey group in the vicinity of the camp. Zhongji thought of the information on the map. The biggest bat monkey group had a silver-level bat monkey leader. It really was the most threatening beast group. Zhongji pondered for a moment, then he nodded his consent. According to the list's contents, a silver-level monkey-tail brown bear could be exchanged for 20 armed crossbows. Zhongji killed 3. Altogether, he could exchange them for 60 armed crossbows. However, there were only 40 armed crossbows in camp. After Zhongji and Triple Blade discussed for a while, they first got all of the armed crossbows, so every single one of their people had one. Soon after, they exchanged for potions such as the pink road sign potion, the bat monkey smoke repellent potion, and more. On the second day, Zhen Ren, Zhongji, Triple Blade, Lan Ziao, Haiwan, Baoya, and others set off to purge the biggest silver-level bat monkey group. As before, the smoke potion tactics were employed. A whistling arrow attracted most of the bat monkeys over. First, Baoya's group half-squatted on the group and fired their foot-lever crossbows. After waiting until the bat monkeys rushed closer, Triple Blade's group also fired their armed crossbows. The more bat monkeys they shot dead, the angrier the entire beast group got. The silver-level bat monkey quickly rose to the sky with over 20 iron-level bat monkeys and closed in on Zhen Ren and the others. Zhen Ren silently observed them. He found the silver-level bat monkey leader was bigger than the iron-level ones and had wider wings. If it were not squatting on the ground, it would be almost as tall as Zhen Ren. If I convert it, my bat monkey form can be upgraded to the silver level. Zhen Ren relying on himself to kill the silver-level bat monkey leader was highly troublesome. After all, the bat monkey leader had many bat monkeys surrounding it. But now, with the strength of everyone, the common bat monkeys suffered disastrous casualties, with the bronze-level bat monkeys losing many also. In particular, the bat monkeys' charge was forced back by the thick smoke and disrupted their formation. At this close distance, Baoya's group's accuracy was greatly upgraded, causing the bat monkey group's casualties to instantly build up. The one with the most outstanding military success was, of course, Zhen Ren. He had a rapid-fire crossbow in each hand. A rapid-fire crossbow needed 2 hands to control it, one to steady the crossbow arm and one to pull the trigger. However, Zhen Ren only held the triggers, causing his arms to constantly shake. The constantly trembling rapid-fire crossbow's flying arrows nearly created a dashed line. Wherever the dashed line went, every bat monkey in it would fall. Zhen Ren's efficiency in slaughter was entirely worthy of being number 1. Even Zhongji was shocked, his heart lamenting the Bai Zhen clan's bloodline. Although he had trained his archery skill for many years, he paled in comparison to Zhen Ren. The purging of the silver-level bat monkey group was a stage Zhen Ren used to demonstrate his archery skills. The silver-level bat monkey leader was finally angrily provoked. It then led all of the iron-level bat monkeys to fly with it. Their target was Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren's iron arrows shot towards the silver-level bat monkey, but it easily evaded them. Its flexibility was above an iron-level bat monkey. It looked like a purple-black demon. Coordinate together. Zongyi suddenly shouted. The silver-level bat monkey ran into the thick smoke. Zhen Jin had been standing in place until he suddenly withdrew and allowed Zongyi to step forward bravely. The gigantic white hammer ruthlessly swung into the silver-level bat monkey, swatting it like a ball. The silver-level bat monkey sharply screamed as it crashed into a tree trunk, its back breaking the large tree. It spat a mouthful of blood as its gaze exposed its terror. It then immediately flew high into the air and no longer dived down. When the iron-level bat monkeys saw their leader do this, a portion of them flew up with it, while another portion still continued the assault, dying under the well-prepared hands of Exisu, Lan Zhao, Triple Blade, and the others. Casualties also appeared in their ranks. The iron-level bat monkey's numerous sacrifices had some result. Seeing 80% of its beast group gone, the silver-level bat monkey leader sorrowfully roared. Soon after, it deeply breathed and issued a soundwave attack. More than a dozen iron-level bat monkeys issued soundwaves with it. Even if all of the iron-level bat monkeys' soundwaves were added together, their power was inferior to the silver-level bat monkeys. As the soundwave traveled, a translucent ripple appeared in the air. The soundwave greatly disturbed the smoke and caused it to rapidly spread. According to this trend, the smoke would be quickly cleared away. Baoya's group did their best to cover their ears as they fell to the ground, howling in grief and pain. They already had things stuffed in their ears. Lan Zhao, Exisu, and a few others' bodies shook. They were unable to stand firmly. The arrow rain stopped at once. Only Zongyi and Zhen Jin still remained standing straight. Zhen Jin resisted the feeling of jitteriness and dizziness. He quickly ordered someone to replenish the powder while shooting his waist crossbow intermittently at the bat monkeys. The waist crossbow was the heaviest crossbow, and it severely interfered with the bat monkeys' preservation of the sound waves. Many iron-level bat monkeys were shot dead by Zhen Jin, until finally, the silver-level bat monkey was also disturbed by a flying arrow, causing its sound wave to stammer, preventing it from displaying its true might. Zongyi had already left the front and proceeded to wantonly slaughter the ordinary bat monkey group. The huge white hammer had a vicious and impressive power. Even if it was an iron-level bat monkey, it would immediately die as long as it was hit. Finally, the silver-level bat monkey sorrowfully screeched and retreated to its home at its own accord. Under the cooperation of Zongyi and Zhen Jin, the largest bat monkey group was nearly eliminated. The remaining iron-level bat monkeys also dispersed and escaped. None of them followed the silver-level bat monkey. After resting and reorganizing in their current location, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and returned in triumph. The camp was in jubilation. The unprecedented pile of bat monkey corpses was then temporarily placed in a corner, as it was difficult to handle them in a timely manner. On the basis of Zhen Jin's opinion, Beisha was in charge of management. Everyone then held a simple and crude feast to celebrate heroic deeds. Even if food was short in supply, the feast's atmosphere was warm from beginning to end because of the wine. Everyone centered around Zhen Jin, greatly praising him for his heroism and unfailing archery skills. The former mercenary corps members also looked at him with reverence. It was because Zhen Jin's interference forced the silver-level bat monkey leader to retreat. Zhen Jin was absolutely a critical character in the battle. Zhen Jin was the lead in the feast and the focus of everyone's gaze. Zongyi only had Triple Blade at his side, although the two were sitting in conspicuous spots. It gave the people the impression that they were sitting in the corner. Chapter 115. The Mysterious Monsters, Terrifying Murders. My lord, this is newly crafted crocodile boa leather armor. That night, Kang Xu paid a formal visit to Zhen Jin and brought an entire set of leather armor. The leather armor was made from a crocodile head hammer tail boa, and although its workmanship was crude, because it was made from silver-level materials, its defensive power far exceeded Zhen Jin's ordinary leather armor. It was so strong that even thin iron armor and chainmail were inferior to it. Zhen Jin was greatly interested, saying as he tried it on, "Tell me, what have you gained from dissecting the crocodile head hammer tail boa? What are its weaknesses and strengths? There are still 3 silver-level magic beasts near camp. How should we handle them?" Kang Xu reported, "When it comes to weaknesses, its biggest failure is its inferior hearing. Most snake species lack outer and middle ears. They only have inner ears. They do not have eardrums, tympanic cavities, or ear pharynxes, only ear bones. As a result, when a sound travels through the air, snakes cannot hear it. However, because the ear bone is connected to the inner ear oval window, external bones, and square bones, snake bones are very sensitive to vibrations. This is the reason why ordinary snakes are frightened when we beat the ground and underbrush ahead of us with wooden sticks. The hearing of snakes is inferior by itself, and this crocodile head hammer tail boa's hearing is even worse. Because what I found during the dissection is that its hearing structure is more in line with the crocodile's. Crocodiles don't have ears. Instead, they use a small bone in their tongue to sense vibrations. Anyways, the crocodile head hammer tail boa has a crocodile head. As a result, its sight is stronger than a snake's and is especially good at prying into things above water as it lays below the water's surface. Its eyes have nictitating membranes, a natural diving lens no terrestrial snake has. Its throat also has a biological valve in it that can block its respiratory tract. Thus, the crocodile head hammer tail boa can open its large mouth underwater without worrying about water pouring into its throat. From this, I can also infer the fighting strength of this silver-level crocodile head hammer tail boa underwater is no small matter. Besides the crocodile mouth's terrifying, biting strength, the crocodile head hammer tail boa's strongest weapon is its twisting snake body. Your lordship probably saw Zhongyi's steel armor and all the deformations on it the crocodile head hammer tail boa created. Its third weapon is the crocodile head hammer tail boa's hammer tail. Its tailbone is extremely dense, and when it is swung, it can easily smash wood. Snake scales do not cover the crocodile head hammer tail boa's body. Rather, it is covered with sturdier crocodile skin. This can blow almost any crossbow arrow. Only an iron arrow shot by a waist crossbow can truly harm it. When Zhen Jin heard this, he could not help but ask, "Then, how does it compare to a spear, scorpion leader?" Kang Xu thought for a moment, then immediately answered, "The scorpion carapace is tougher than crocodile skin. Even if the arrow was shot by a waist crossbow, I fear it could not pierce a silver-level scorpion carapace." Zhen Jin nodded. Presently, he had already put on the set of crocodile leather armor and was not putting on the leather helmet. He first felt heavy. The second thing he felt was that his actions were restricted. It was very inconvenient. After all, the man who made the leather armor was not a specialized smith or tailor. However, compared to the previous leather armor, wearing it would upgrade defense beyond a level. To an ordinary person, this leather armor had more advantages than detriments to them. but to Zhen Jin the crocodile leather armor was instead a burden. Currently, it was an inconvenient time to say this, thus he could only falsely praise. "It's a good set of leather armor." Kang Exu replied, "I will not hesitate to remind your lordship that the defensive power of this armor will constantly drop as time passes. We processed it too crudely." Of course, the crocodile head hammertail boa's skin was a magic material. But this place prohibited low-level magic and battle ki. As a result, the leather armor on Zhen Jin was simply cut up and sewn together. It only utilized the life form's properties and hadn't truly been deeply processed. In time, this leather armor would end up like Zhen Jin's spider blade. Seeing Zhen Jin's slight nod, Kang Exu also said, "There is one more thing I want to remind your lordship of. Be careful of Zhongji. Killing this crocodile head hammertail boa with his own strength is sufficient proof of Zhongji's formidableness. Your lordship's equipment is still inferior to Zhongji's. Zhongji's steel armor surpasses your lordship's. His bone hammer is also very threatening. Even a monkey-tailed brown bear cannot withstand it. Furthermore, he has never used those short spears. However, one can see they are extraordinary weapons. Based on my years of experience, I know Zhongyi is not an accepting person. Even though today he agreed to the exchange system, it does not signify he is giving in. My lord, please be careful of this person. If he challenges your lordship publicly, it would be very inconvenient. His beastman bloodline gives him a unique advantage on this island. Many thanks for warning me. I understand." Zhen Jin had Kang Exu retire. Resting was difficult while wearing crocodile boa leather armor, so despite it being annoying to remove, Zhen Jin still took it off. He rested on the best for a few hours until it was late into the night. Then he put on the crocodile boa leather armor without trouble. After arranging all of his equipment, he left camp again. The guards were already familiar with Zhen Jin's nighttime patrols. After arriving at an uninhabited nook in the dark forest, Zhen Jin took off all of his equipment and transformed into an iron-level bat monkey. The bat monkey Zhen Jin traveled through the forest with unconstrained nimbleness. Sometimes he would jump between branches, sometimes he would glide with his wings, and sometimes he would stop on a treetop to smell the light night wind. His nose had already been transformed into a blue dog-fox-wolf nose. In previous training nights, he discovered a clever use for the wolf nose. It could find surrounding beast groups by means of scent. This is also why blue dog-fox wolves could lead magic beast corps. They could accurately sense the position of beast groups in the boundless ocean of trees, and thus be able to travel to them to subdue them. But this time Zhen Jin was not looking for beast groups. Instead, he was pursuing that silver-level bat monkey leader. During the day, Zhen Jin relied on everyone to defeat the entire bat monkey group. Now most of the bat monkeys became their food reserves. The silver-level bat monkey was wounded and fled from its difficult situation. When Zhen Jin was cleaning the battlefield, he intentionally picked up the arrow stained with the silver-level bat monkey's blood and firmly remembered its scent. The remaining scent left a distinct trail for Zhen Jin's wolf-dog nose. The silver-level bat monkey leader's current position was beyond the ultrasound's investigative range. The ultrasound probing range is very wide and is very accurate. However, to pursue the trail, I still need to use scent. Zhen Jin summed up as he practiced. Found it. Not long after, Zhen Jin found his target in the ultrasound canvas. It was the wounded silver-level bat monkey leader. Although it fled, it did not flee far and was still nearby. It converged with some iron and bronze level bat monkeys, along with many more ordinary bat monkeys. The silver level had the power to rally supporters and to stand out from the masses. It was like when people curried favor and attached themselves to Zhen Jin's and Zhongji's strength. It was in the habit of bat monkeys to act this way. Without hesitation, Zhen Jin charged at the silver level bat monkey. At this moment, he had cancelled the wolf nose transformation, allowing him to appear as an iron level bat monkey. This resulted in Zhen Jin being able to fly into the silver level bat monkey's perimeter, while the other party remained still. When Zhen Jin was about 300 meters away from it, the silver-level bat monkey screeched, unfolded its wings, and straightened its body to make itself more imposing. Zhen Jin lowered his head and showed a servile appearance. The bat monkey was greatly satisfied. It had already discovered Zhen Jin at an earlier time. That is why it stopped here in order to subdue Zhen Jin. The bat monkey Zhen Jin put away his wings to look subdued. Thus he jumped to get closer to the silver-level bat monkey. The silver level was not vigilant. It had already gathered bat monkeys like this many times in the past 10 hours. Otherwise, where did the bait monkeys at its side come from? Only when Zhen Jin climbed onto the branch the silver-level bat monkey was standing on did the magic beast have some suspicions. This new little brother seemed enthusiastic about it. However, at that exact moment, a red light emerged and transformed Zhen Jin's head into a crocodile head. Zhen Jin opened his large mouth and suddenly bit down on the silver-level bat monkey's head. As the silver-level bat monkey leader sustained the attack, it immediately scratched at Zhen Jin subconsciously. An iron-level bat monkey's body could not resist a silver-level bat monkey's claws. However, Zhen Jin had foreseen that and transformed his chest into a scorpion carapace. The bat monkey leader's claws nearly broke when it scratched the scorpion carapace. The instant the silver-level bat monkey realized Zhen Jin's strength, it fiercely flapped its bat wings while simultaneously breathing fiercely. It wanted to produce a sound wave. Under the stimulation of death, the bat monkey leader erupted with an unprecedented sound wave. But Zhen Jin's senses were on better terms than when he was in human form. The hearing of the crocodile head hammertail boa was quite lacking. After this, Zhen Jin also transformed his arms into thick, bare arms. The bare arms' two four-fingered orangutan hands grabbed the base of the bat monkey's wings. After a moment, the bare arms pulled. Whoosh! The silver-level bat monkey's wings were forcibly torn apart by Zhen Jin. For a moment, blood squirted out as the silver-level bat monkey mournfully screamed. Its sound wave attack came to a spontaneous end. Without the sound wave's interference, Zhen Jin bit it again. The crocodile head exploded with a terrifying bite power, and with a bang, the bat monkey leader's head was crushed into pieces. The silver-level bat monkey died tragically on the spot. The surrounding bat monkeys shrieked and started to flee in fright. Everything happened too quickly. Just as the silver-level bat monkey realized something was out of place, Zhen Jin repeatedly transformed and firmly secured victory. The bat monkey leader only struggled and resisted for a few breaths. Zhen Jin had been plotting to kill it for a long time. The other bat monkeys seemed to see something similar to them suddenly transform into a monster with a crocodile head, a pair of bare arms, and a scorpion carapace chest. Not only was the terrifying monster savage, the bat monkey leader's sound wave only dealt negligible damage to it. The strong leader crazily struggled but could not escape death. Chapter 116. Frustration. It was a moonless night. In the pitch black forest, the cold wind resembled traveling ghosts. The silver-level bat monkey's corpse was still intact, and because it was a warm-blooded animal, its corpse was not yet cold. Zhen Ren now transformed into a complete iron-level bat monkey. The multi-transformations consumed a lot of magic. According to my prior speculation, transforming into a pure creature shape means the organs and the positioning between them are harmonious. Thus, the burden is carried neutrally. But during multi-transformation, the magic crystal is burdened even more, causing magic to be used up more violently as a result. Zhen Ren pushed down the speculation as he looked at the bat monkey corpse before him. He wanted to try something new. After activating the core, 4 blood threads appeared again in his palm. The blood threads twisted and permeated themselves. After a few breaths, the blood threads appeared again to completely change the bat monkey's bat wings into essence. Then they transported the essence into the core. After Zhen Ren examined once, his heart became happy. Now, I can transform into a complete silver-level bat monkey. Just as this thought left him, a red light rushed forth and covered his entire body. In the red light, his vague figure rapidly grew, and his wings became wider. After the red light dissipated, a silver-level bat monkey stood where Zhen Ren was. My strength has increased a bit, however it is no match for a monkey-tail brown bear. Sound. Zhen Ren took a deep breath and listened. He then realized a silver-level bat monkey had a stronger sense of hearing and could receive sound at a broader range compared to an iron-level bat monkey. He tried to produce an ultrasound wave. The first try succeeded. In the scene that appeared in his mind, all kinds of things now presented themselves on the canvas. The canvas rapidly spread until it became blurry at 2,000 meters. It seems the silver-level bat monkey's ultrasound examination range is double the amount of an iron-level bat monkey's. Zhen Ren shut himself up and stopped producing sound. Then he opened his mouth again. Ultrasound was produced successfully again. And so, as he tried over and over again, he discovered each ultrasound wave came out without a hitch. It seems I'm correct. Silver-level bat monkey has more stable vocal cords and stronger sound. Every night I train these days. When the iron bat monkey form produces ultrasound, there will be some failures for every 10 ultrasound waves I produce. Now that I am a silver-level bat monkey, I have achieved a 100% success rate. My test this time has another result. Because I have absorbed many low-level life forms of the same type, my bloodline information reserves are very complete. Absorbing a high-level life form, even if it's incomplete, I only need a portion to obtain the bloodline information that allows me to transform into a complete high-level life form. Zhen Ren quickly cleaned up the environment. He also had another matter to do. Tonight's objective was not just a silver-level bat monkey. He used his feet to grab the rest of the bat monkey corpse. Then he flapped his wings to rapidly ascend into the sky, leaving the scene of the murder. After a half hour, he came to the habitat of a flying squirrel group. This was the biggest flying squirrel group near the camp, and it had 2 silver-level flying squirrels. Zhen Ren flew to the edge. Then he threw the silver-level bat monkey corpse onto a tree and used ultrasound to scout out the area. Flying squirrels were living in tree holes as well as underground. However, under the ultrasound, all became visible. Because there were differences between the flying squirrels' life levels, there were differences in body types. There were some minute differences between iron level and bronze level flying squirrels. This allowed Zhen Ren to judge what their life level was. Seeing there was no difference between this and prior results, Zhen Ren immediately flew into the flying squirrel's territory. Sensing an intruder, the flying squirrel group became agitated. Under the leadership of a silver-level flying squirrel, the group flew at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren looked at the flying squirrel group approaching as he stood proud on a branch. After waiting until they were sufficiently near, he opened his mouth and suddenly produced a sound wave attack. He had mastered this sound wave attack technique earlier. As far as practicing was concerned, producing ultrasound was harder than the sound wave attack for Zhen Ren. Human ears could hear the sound wave, but they could not hear ultrasound. The essence of the sound wave attack was not a high frequency, but a strong breath that spurred the vocal cords into producing a louder sound. Flying squirrels had a keen sense of hearing. This organism dug underground to look for food. Hear, sight could not work, but a strong sense of hearing would. This advantage under the sound wave became their fatal weakness. Originally, Zhen Ren saw for himself a blue dog fox wolf command many iron-level bat monkeys to produce sound waves together. Sustaining that attack could wipe out a silver-level flying squirrel group. Now that Zhen Ren was a silver-level bat monkey, the sound wave attack he produced was more powerful than the one the iron-level monkeys produced together. Under the shroud of the sound wave, the still aggressive flying squirrel group collapsed with a loud bang. Many flying squirrels were screaming and many of them immediately died from the sound wave. The silver-level flying squirrel still wanted to resist, however. When Zhen Ren increased the volume again, the silver-level flying squirrel died on the spot. In a split second, Zhen Ren settled the fight. Wanting to escape, more flying squirrels fled from their holes. In a sense, bat monkeys could be considered the flying squirrel's natural enemy. The first to flee was the other silver-level flying squirrel. Of course, Zhen Ren was not going to let it off. With another sound wave, he killed most of the flying squirrels and knocked out the other silver-level flying squirrel. Next, he used the core to absorb the flying squirrel corpses all around him. The core's magic reserves steadily rose and eventually reached a new pinnacle. Currently, Zhen Ren had not discovered the limit of his magic reserves. Zhen Ren reflected as he killed, absorbed, and converted the two silver-level flying squirrels. After doing this, Zhen Ren's flying squirrel form was also upgraded to the silver level. It's a pity I cannot produce an electrical discharge. In this aspect, Zhen Ren had tried many times but could never unearth this electrical discharge technique. Zhen Ren could learn how bat monkeys produced ultrasound because ultrasound came from vocal cords trembling. Zhen Ren himself used vocal cords to speak, thus these actions were similar. But discharging electricity was not. Humans have never discharged electricity. According to Kang Xu's dissection, flying squirrels discharged electricity via tiny, sliced muscles throughout their bodies. These tiny, sliced muscles were similar to those in electric eels. As a result, flying squirrels discharged electricity by moving their internal muscles. But Zhen Ren was unfamiliar with this. It was a blank space for him. The problems with learning how to discharge electricity was greater than learning how to produce ultrasound. Therefore, this time Zhen Ren did not kill the comatose bronze level and iron level flying squirrels. He intentionally preserved some of them. These are my house pets. Zhen Ren wanted to observe them and learn how they discharged electricity. After cleaning the battlefield again and removing the ash, the core's conversion left behind, Zhen Ren took the silver-level bat monkey carcass, the silver-level flying squirrel carcass, and the comatose flying squirrels and set off. Due to consuming a lot of time and being far from camp, Zhen Ren decided to return. The silver-level bat monkey, Zhen Ren, soared through the air. Because his hands and feet were holding carcasses, he could not jump through the undergrowth as he wished. A cold night wind could not cool the boiling blood in Zhen Ren's body. Once, in order for Zhen Ren to deal with a flying squirrel group that only had one iron-level chieftain, he had commanded everyone he led to use all of their strength. After this night, his bat monkey and flying squirrel forms had been upgraded to the silver level. The spear scorpion form was also at the silver level. Because he had been eating a lot of bear and snake meat these days, he could transform into many parts of a monkey tail brown bear and a crocodile head hammertail boa. The monkey tail brown bear form in particularly was nearly complete. As long as I have enough time, I can become this island's ruler. The cold wind whistled in Zhen Ren's ears as he nimbly flapped his bat wings and controlled every gust of wind. The spacious bat wings streaked across the treetops. The countless beasts in the pitch black forest felt Zhen Ren's life aura, and every single one of them either fled in a panic or cowered into a shivering ball of fear. Zhen Ren looked at the forest under him. At that moment, he felt he was trampling the forest and the earth under his feet. Despite not seeing anything, Zhen Ren could use ultrasound to examine all things within 2 kilometers. Nothing could escape his ascertains. I am now the greatest hunter. No prey can escape my pursuit. The reason why I'm not killing them is simply because I don't want to, not because I can't. Soon after, the fires of the camp appeared at the edge of the horizon. Zhen Ren looked for where he took off his clothes. Then he temporarily discarded the magic beasts he was holding and changed back into a human form. After putting on his clothes and equipment and tidying up properly, he took the possibly dead or living magic beasts to the camp gate. It's Lord Zhen Ren. Goodness gracious, what did he come back with? After the guards discovered Zhen Ren, they began to cry out in surprise. Zhen Ren faintly smiled, but his heart softly sighed. An unavoidable feeling of disappointment bubbled forth from it. Compared to my magic beast forms, my current body really is weak. I can only see the environment because of the flames, and my ears seem to be stuffy. My human form does not have much that can deal with Zhongji. I must learn how to discharge electricity as soon as possible. Steel armor conducts electricity easily. There seems to be movement over in that part of camp. In a tent, Zhongji seemed to sense something in his sleep. Zhen Ren returned. Zhongji's heart guessed. He also knew of Zhen Ren's customary nighttime patrols. Tonight's celebratory banquet made him worried. The exchange list made him even more sleepless tonight. He already heard that this system had been designed and supplied by the scholar Kang Xu. This old fellow has great political skill. Zhongji's understanding of Kang Yitsu deepened a layer. If Zhen Ren forcefully incorporated people to his side, it would be a bad thing. It would be too impetuous because Zhen Ren could not truly resolve the contradictions between the two opposing sides. The sailors were represented by Xisuo while Zhongji and Triple Blade represented the mercenaries. because of the deep conflict between them, and each guarding against the other, neither party genuinely felt at ease with the other. If Zhen Jin forcefully incorporated them together, there would definitely be layers of severe internal contradictions that would reduce his authority and energy. If the contradictions were handled improperly, it would trigger terrible changes. As long as they were handled improperly, Zhang Yi would have a real chance. As long as these mercenaries lost hope in Zhen Jin, Zhang Yi had an opportunity he could exploit that could bind these people to himself. But Zhen Jin accepted Kang Xu's system and never gave Zhang Yi an opportunity. With this kind of system, Zhen Jin controlled crucial manufacturing technology. One could say his control was rising. Sir, genuine fairness does not exist. By controlling the manufacturing technology and precious means of production used to make crossbows and potions, Zidai could set the prices of the exchange. This in itself contained ample profits. The exploitation had already begun when Zhang Yi exchanged for the first time. Continuing to use the exchange system was likely to give Zhen Jin's side the biggest benefits. Take the foot lever and arm crossbows as an example. Zhen Jin's group controlled the stronger foot lever crossbows and were starting to suppress Zhang Ji's group's long-range military strength. Reusing a previous example, giving small private favors and benefits was likely to move the mercenaries to tears. Say, for instance, if, according to the exchange list, you could only exchange for 2 bottles of potions, but I gave you an extra bottle because I found you to my liking, would you not be happy? By actively controlling these gifts, even if Zhen Jin didn't do it personally, he could attract the hearts of the people. If it continued like this, Zhang Yi would become a solitary person. It was not that Zhang Yi could not see it or did not understand it, but he had no methods to deal with it. There was the close threat of the blue dog fox wolves, along with the distant difficulty of escaping the island that required sailors to control a ship. Zhang Yi knew he had to collaborate. Since collaborating, his fighting methods were limited. Kang Xu's underhanded tactics did not spill blood, but like Zhen Jin's map, it practically dug its way into the deepest part of Zhang Yi. The less cards one had, the more losses they suffered. Originally, Zhang Yi was at a disadvantage, and now this disadvantage had been exacerbated. Zhang Yi already saw himself losing this battle. No, as long as I still breathe, I, Zhang Yi, will never give up. I still have a chance. I am a silver level cultivator. Even the gold level is just a step away. If I cannot even keep this group of people, how can I stand out among my peers and be true to myself? How can I achieve my father's expectations and make him proud of me? The weak candlelight flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes as it gradually turned into light and shadow. In the light and shadow, Zhang Yi saw himself on the battlefield where his outstanding military service and honor constantly increased. In the light and shadow, Zhang Yi saw himself returning to his childhood castle with honor, his head high and his chest out. This time, he did not reside in a damp and tiny room. He forged into the hall and partook in a ball. The hall had a scarlet carpet, a crystal hanging lamp, and a long banquet table with fine food. Its walls had gigantic fine tapestries and invaluable famous paintings. His heart sighed. Finally, he could truly enter this place. He took the leading role in the ball and was the focus of countless debutantes. After a dance, his father, because of formidable strength, had always maintained his appearance as the middle-aged master of the castle. He was Zhang Ji's greatest lifelong idol, and now he stood up and raised his full red cup of wine. Afterwards, Zhang Yi heard his father's words echo through the hall. Now, I have the great honor of introducing everyone to Zhang Ji. He is also my son. The candlelight extinguished. The light and shadow dissipated. Zhang Ji's spirit returned to the dark tent as he gently caressed his arm. Of course, a layer of thick body hair was a distinctive feature of beastmen. As he experienced countless times throughout his life, with this time being no different, Zhang Ji felt a spontaneous feeling of disappointment at the bottom of his heart. If I were a pure-blooded human, things would be so much better. Chapter 117. This is the Lord Zhen Ren I follow. The sun that, yet again, released its heat all day long began to fall towards the west. The vast forest gradually turned dark, causing everyone's shadows to lengthen in the sunset. The shadows completely covered the deep pitfall trap before them. In the deep pit, a monkey-tailed brown bear was shouting. Its shouts were extremely weak, and soon, its aura vanished as it fell into a pool of its own blood. Its body was full of arrows. The pit was also a mess. It was filled with many shattered wooden stakes the bear had bumped into. The pit's four walls were also not smooth. It was clear the monkey-tailed brown bear had spent a lot of effort climbing up. Zhang Ji was the first to jump down. He leaned over to inspect the monkey-tailed brown bear's situation. After determining the latter was completely dead, he called the others to come down and process it. Blood was also gathered. Since it could be exchanged for goods, it could not be squandered. Because the entire bear was too big, it started to be dismembered. Each part of the carcass was tied onto a harness and pulled out of the hole through everyone's cooperation. After spending roughly half an hour, the monkey-tailed brown bear carcass was processed. Zhang Ji led everyone back to camp. Besides 4 monkey-tailed brown bears, there were several monkeys, squirrels, and snake carcasses, and a half-elf corpse. After killing the monkey-tailed brown bear, this half-elf was the first to jump down. They wanted to harvest the bear carcass. But the bear was not completely dead. Rather, it was comatose. After waking up from the pain, it slapped the half-elf's waist and smashed a kidney to pieces. With such a heavy injury, and without a divine spell or magic, after the half-elf gasped for a few breaths, they completely died. Since then, Zhang Yi was always the first one to jump down so he could personally inspect the monkey-tailed brown bear's condition. The sunset twilight illuminated the entire group. As the group returned from a rewarding journey, although a comrade had died, everyone's face welled up with joy from the harvest. People laughed as they returned. They were once employed by a mercenary corps. They already viewed the deaths of themselves and their comrades indifferently. Some were even happy for the half-elf. This guy no longer needed to endure this strange island. Zhang Yi walked in front. He still remained cautious as he concentrated his attention into detecting possible sneak attacks. Triple Blade walked in the middle of the group. He scampered over to Zhang Yi's side and fished out a map. "My lord, there aren't many bears. I believe that we better annihilate these ones tomorrow. If we march like this, we can lessen the time and energy we consume." Zhang Yi took a glance. Seeing where Triple Blade's finger was pointing to, he knew the route Triple Blade looked into was no different than the one he tentatively planned out. As for the map, Zhang Yi had already memorized it. This was an outstanding tactical accomplishment he had cultivated in the army. Triple Blade was deeply worried and sick at heart. After killing these last 3 monkey-tail brown bears, we need to choose another target. My lord, I believe we cannot touch flying squirrel groups for the time being. Flying squirrels are very small. Not everyone has extremely reliable archery skills. Most of us are close combat experts, but magic beast flying squirrels can discharge electricity. This restrains us too much. My lord, how do you feel about crocodile head hammertail boas? On the exchange list, a crocodile head hammertail boa is worth almost as much as a monkey-tail brown bear. Zhang Yi shook his head slightly. He had encountered a crocodile head hammertail boa before. They were a difficult foe. The boa has thick skin, and most of our arrowheads are either wood or bone. We don't have many iron arrowheads, and only iron arrowheads can injure the crocodile head hammertail boa. If we really want to deal with crocodile head hammertail boas, I cannot impede it head-on. Pits, do not limit the crocodile head hammertail boa's climbing. Zhang Yi explained his reasoning. In that case, the target we will take on will still be bat monkey groups. That is also Zhen Jin's target. On the exchange list, bat monkeys are not worth much, but victory nets a lot of them. In the forest around the camp, the most common beasts were bat monkeys. But if this happens, we will be fighting Zhen Jin's group over these bat monkey groups. Comparing archery skills, we are still somewhat inferior to them. Triple Blade analyzed. His precise vision accurately evaluated the strengths of both parties. Zhen Jin's party indeed had stronger long-range firepower, and Zhen Jin himself was a formidable crossbowman. The other sailors were all ordinarily trained archers. After all, on a sailing ship, cannons and crossbows were conventional weapons. Triple Blade rolled up the map and put it inside his clothes. Then he took out the exchange list. Ever since he had received this list, he mulled over it whenever he was free. Triple Blade was a goblin. Even if he had integrity, his ethnic shrewdness did not disappear. He was once the commander of the Triple Blade Mercenary Corps, and he knew how expensive oil, rice, salt, and sugar were. My lord, this is my analysis. We have already exchanged for new arm crossbows. Thus, our hunting efficiency has gone up a lot today. Drop the talk about the other crossbows. Exchanging for foot lever crossbows and the like is not worthwhile in the short term. Replacing the arm crossbows sooner than planned would be tantamount to squander. The thing we need most now is iron arrows. The iron output is consistently low. Thus, I propose we first exchange our stock for iron arrows, then exchange for other goods. Zhang Yi nodded and clapped Triple Blade's shoulder. Good! Your analysis is great. Let's follow that plan then. After receiving Zhang Yi's approval and affirmation, Triple Blade's eyes quickly flashed with happiness. However, when they wanted to implement their beautiful exchange plan in camp, they were informed that all the iron arrows had already been rounded up by Zhen Jin. Hey, they returned earlier. The first exchange is first. She was in charge of the exchange. Last time was the foot lever crossbows. This time it's iron arrows. This won't do. Why can't we ever exchange for the most valuable goods? Triple Blade was very angry. You guys can return earlier. Fee, she replied. Triple Blade sneered. The reason why we returned late is because we spent time purging beasts. Look, This is our harvest today. No less than 4 monkey-tail brown bears. We paid a big price to kill so many silver-level magic beasts. We even lost one of our members. But because time is a burden, this instead resulted in us not being able to acquire the goods we want. Do you think this is fair? Is this fair? I remember that the Templar Knight Lord Zhen Ren once guaranteed fairness to us. But now, this thing is unfair. Hold on, what is that? Triple Blade's sharp gaze saw Bao Ya holding an iron cage while walking towards a distant tent. Triple Blade immediately ran in front of Bao Ya, his eyes glaring with anger. An iron cast cage? I really am not mistaken. Who can give me an explanation? The iron output is continuously small, yet you guys use iron this way? We want iron arrows, but you guys made it into a cast cage. Don't you guys know how many iron arrows we could have made? Ba Ya blocked Triple Blade and looked at the goblin. Although he was an iron-level cultivator, Bao Ya did not fear him. He held the iron cage and used his height to look down at the goblin. Lord Triple Blade, this iron cage is far more useful than you can imagine. Oh. Boy, I want to see what kind of excuse you can find. Triple Blade crossed his arms and sneered. Bao Ya smiled. It seems you guys don't know. Well, just yesterday, Lord Zhen Ren received God's instructions during his night patrol. He courageously penetrated deep into the night forest alone. There he found that cowardly silver-level bat monkey had killed a flying squirrel group in the middle of the night. Lord Zhen Ren killed the silver-level bat monkey, seized the opportunity and eliminated the biggest flying squirrel group near camp, and brought back many comatose magic beast flying squirrels. This iron cage is used to imprison iron-level and bronze-level flying squirrels. With these live flying squirrels, Lord Zedai can constantly test her potions on these flying squirrels and greatly improve potions that target them. We all understand that with our current methods and strength, purging flying squirrel groups is very hazardous. What? Triple Blade and the others exposed their astonishment. Even Zongji's eyes contracted. This indeed was the first time they had heard this information. They were veterans of 100 battles, and they understood that Zhen Ren's new accomplishment was greater than the 4 monkey-tailed brown bears. Because the 4 monkey-tailed brown bears were easy to deal with, eliminating the chaotic flying silver-level bat monkey as well as the largest flying squirrel group was far harder. Emperor Shangming directed Lord Zhen Ren again. Such good luck. Templar Knight. That's just how luck is anyways. Who would even dare venture into the forest alone? The territory of that flying squirrel group is extremely far from camp. It seemed like a bargain, but in fact it was a huge problem. The silver-level bat monkey was not heavily injured. Lord Zhen Ren is truly gallant. The people discussed this. Bao Ya's smile grew, and his face gradually looked up. Even though Bao Ya had heard such comments many times already. During the whole day, everyone in camp had been discussing Zhen Ren's accomplishment. Everyone praised it. Bao Ya still felt pride, honor, and joy when he heard these people assessing it. This is the Lord Zhen Ren I follow. Zongji was silent. His hand subconsciously touched the hammer on his back as he inwardly made a decision. This cannot continue. I must fight Zhen Ren as soon as possible. A sacred duel. A Templar knight has no justification to refuse me. Chapter 118. I am a monkey-tail brown bear. The forest tonight was unusual. Bear roars could be constantly heard all year round from a monkey-tail brown bear on a hill. It was the overlord here. But now, the roar had distinct impatience, rage, and anguish in it. What could make a monkey-tail brown bear cry roar like this? What kind of powerful and ferocious beast did it face? As if realizing the existence's threat, upon hearing the bear's roars, all of the beasts near the cave fled as fast as possible. A monster was making things difficult for the monkey-tail brown bear. It had a silver-level bat monkey body and bat wings. However, its head and neck were that of an iron-level acid-green lizard. This made the monster seem mismatched with its big head and small body. The monster spread its wings and flew into the air as it continuously circled above the monkey-tail brown bear's head. It would open its mouth from time to time, roll a circular bag in its neck, wait until the bag entered its oral cavity, and then it would spray acid. The acid had incomparable accuracy, and with the quantity spat out considered beforehand, even if the monkey-tail brown bear moved to evade it, it would still be hit. The acid already covered most of its fur, making its injuries worse. The monkey-tail brown bear was indignant, and its sharp orangutan claws were already red-hot. Zhen Ren once used those sharp claws to kill a silver-level blade spider. Normally those sharp talons were like iron. They were very sharp and hard. As the monkey-tail brown bear fought this powerful enemy and was filled with hate, the pitch-black claws turned very red and were as hot as melted iron. At this time, the claws had terrifying might. Even if Zhen Ren had a silver-level scorpion carapace, his previous attempts could not resist them. Remember, the silver-level scorpion carapace could withstand a silver-level spider blade. However, even if the sharp claws had formidable might, they were useless if they couldn't reach Zhen Ren. That's right, this lizard-headed bat-monkey body monster was Zhen Ren. The monkey-tail brown bear's huge and thick body made flight impossible and jumping difficult. Otherwise, Zhongyi's group's ensnarement tactics would not have had so many noteworthy achievements. The monkey-tail brown bear could not strike Zhen Ren, while every spit of Zhen Ren's acid could increase the monkey-tail brown bear's injuries. This asymmetric battle was preordained from the beginning. The monkey-tail brown bear was indignant from its powerlessness and dread. Its heavy injuries forced it on four legs as it roared at Zhen Ren. Then it turned around and ran away into the cave. Zhen Ren observed the monkey-tail brown bear's situation. When the monkey-tail brown bear turned around, he clearly understood its intent. He then immediately flapped his bat wings and dove down. Just as he closed in on the monkey-tail brown bear, a red light suddenly flashed behind Zhen Ren and grew into a scorpion tail. Plop went the silver-level scorpion tail as it flew over the monkey-tail brown bear's back and impaled its head. Zhen Ren took out his tail, immediately causing a mix of blood, plasma, and brains to rush out. Because Zhen Ren's thrust was too quick, the monkey-tail brown bear did not seem to perceive it as it ran a dozen steps before it suddenly fell to the ground and tumbled forward in a tiny cloud of dust. Zhongyi consumed energy when he led his people to dig holes and entice enemies before shooting them. As a human, Zhen Ren was only a tenth of Zhongyi's group's strength, yet he effortlessly annihilated a monkey-tail brown bear. Multi-transformation really is powerful. When a monkey-tail brown bear confronts a silver-level bat monkey, the sound wave attack would at most irritate it. If the silver-level bat monkey really wanted to deal with the monkey-tail brown bear, it would need to fight in close quarters with its monkey claws. By that time, the monkey-tail brown bear would surely teach it a lesson. When an acid-green lizard is faced with a monkey-tail brown bear, it can only spray acid a few times in the early stages of the fight. The monkey-tail brown bear's quick speed is faster than a green lizard. Even if the green lizard ran away, the monkey-tail brown bear would easily overtake it and force it to pay with its life. However, after the bat monkey and green lizard transformations are overlaid with each other, the monkey-tail brown bear is incapable of retaliation. After adding on the scorpion tail, any monkey-tail brown bear that fights alone is not my match. Zhen Jin's heart was deeply moved as he landed on the ground. After training hard these past few days, Zhen Jin began to unearth the core's deep fighting potential. Through actual combat, he learned more valiant and clever uses for multi-transformation. Zhen Jin stepped on top of the monkey-tail brown bear. This silver-level magic beast, even with serious injuries, nearly killed Zhen Jin. The current situation was completely different. Now it could not harm a single hair on Zhen Jin. After a moment, Zhen Jin activated the core. 4 red lines emerged and wrapped around the monkey-tail brown bear. It then refined the essence of the monkey-tail brown bear's bloodline and returned to Zhen Jin's core. That's enough. Red light bubbled from Zhen Jin's body once more. After the red light dissipated, he was no longer in a bat monkey form. Rather, he transformed into a monkey-tail brown bear. Originally, Zhen Jin could transform into bear claws and bear arms, but these days he obtained a lot of bear meat. This was thanks to Zhongyi's and his people's contribution. After adding this kill, he could now transform into a complete silver-level monkey bear. He had finally reached the criterion of a complete transformation. Seeing his palm and fleshy chest, a feeling of novelty enveloped Zhen Jin's heart again. Zhen Jin stood up like a human, subsequently raising his field of view. Regardless of whether it was his sense of smell, his hearing, or his sight, all were extremely sensitive. However, his sense of smell was inferior to the blue wolf nose, his hearing was inferior to a bat monkey or flying squirrel, and his sight was inferior to a crocodile headhammer tail boa, and also lacked the practicality of green lizard eyes. But why was that? To sum it up from a certain point of view, when the monkey-tail brown bear's 3 senses combined, external insight considered it a formidable being. The sight of bat monkeys and flying squirrels could not compare to it, while the crocodile head hammertail boa had even worse hearing. In terms of smell, the monkey-tail brown bear was only second to the blue dog, fox wolf. The spear scorpion and green lizard were below it. The monkey-tail brown bear's most formidable weapon is still these 8 sharp claws. Zhen Jin concentrated on the fingernails of both hands. His fingernails then quickly turned from an iron appearance to a scalding red. Speaking of this ability, Zhen Jin had to thank it for the day he used it to kill the blade spider. Under the stimulation of life and death, Zhen Jin subconsciously used the bear claws, and ever since that moment, he felt something carved in his heart. As a result, it was easy for Zhen Jin to use them again. But truly investigating how the claws changed was just as troublesome as the flying squirrel electrical discharge problem. Human fingernails could not change like this, and managing this kind of ability was completely strange to normal humans. Currently, Zhen Jin could not discharge electricity, however using these claws was nevertheless something so familiar, he could do it with his hands tied behind his back. Let's try digging. Zhen Jin stopped standing up like a human. He then went ahead on 4 limbs. With his green lizard experience, he was familiar with how to walk. The brown bear's back legs are short and thick, making running while standing is difficult. Running on 4 legs suits it more. Zhen Jin mastered the monkey-tail brown bear form quickly. He went inside the cave, used the sharp claws to dig a hole in the cave wall, and excavated some more to eat. The flavor isn't bad. After eating the ore, Zhen Jin felt he was eating a rich, yet lean piece of meat that was sweet and spongy. The meat was not roasted. Rather, it had been cooked in its juices. According to the Eastern Empire's way of speaking, this was called simmer, fried. As it turns out, monkey-tail brown bears eat or like meat. Zhen Jin sampled a beautiful meat dish. Every day, although he ate until he was full, the meat broth and so on lacked salt and other seasonings. Thus, they had a bland flavor. When Kang Xu dissected a monkey-tail brown bear, he found it had an outstanding digestive ability. It was especially good at digesting iron. The monkey-tail brown bear's claws could also absorb iron. They could then condense and grow living iron. I remember Kang Xu's words. With the monkey-tail brown bear's digestive ability, it could even treat iron swords as food. When Zhen Jin thought of this, his heart stirred. After returning, I can secretly try this. What does an iron sword taste like? A human Zhen Jin could only treat iron swords as weapons. But a monkey-tail brown bear Zhen Jin could regard them as some objects. As Zhen Jin's living form constantly transformed, his point of view on objects and impressions of them also changed subsequently. Some changes were so quiet that even Zhen Jin could not sense them, while some changes turned everything on its head. Zhen Jin heated up the claws again. He then used them to dig out a hole in the cave. The hard cave appeared weak as Zhen Jin easily inserted all of his claws into the cave wall. After lightly stirring, a large lump of ore was dug out. Let's try the ore's healing efficacy next. A scorpion tail grew out of Zhen Jin's exceedingly obese bare buttocks. He used the scorpion tail to jab himself, causing a shallow and small hole to quickly leak blood. Zhen Jin began to gobble the ore, causing the blood hole to quickly staunch. Zhen Jin quietly observed as he felt the ore digesting his belly and change into a warm feeling that flowed to his wound. His aching weakened, and as time passed, Zhen Jin's wound gradually formed a thin blood scab. The monkey-tail brown bear's digestive system is very strong. It can quickly digest eaten ore and concentrate the nourishment on wounds in the body, thus inducing a rapid recovery. However, when discussing recovery ability, its ability is still inferior to the strong life white rhinoceros. The strong life white rhinoceros recovery ability was not only stronger, it was more practical. Monkey-tail brown bears relied on eating a great amount of a specific ore to recover. After a strong life white rhinoceros healed, it could eat all kinds of foods, like grass, tree leaves, and fruits to replenish itself. Zhen Jin stayed in this cave for a while, using his sharp claws to easily excavate large amounts of ore. Currently, iron is in short supply, and since digging with the monkey-tail brown bear form is so easy, I will excavate this entire cave. My work efficiency alone can compare to that of 100 individuals. People will take these ores tomorrow. Iron has always been scarce in the camp. As for the excuse, Zhen Jin did not need to think about it, as Kong Xu would definitely guess. Perhaps monkey-tail brown bears had a habit of storing food. Perhaps this would become a flaw, but as long as Zhen Jin did not transform in front of him, Kong Xu could only be skeptical of this perhaps unusual monkey-tail brown bear marvel. The matter of vital importance in the group was getting more iron. When time was up, Zhen Jin left the cave, transformed into a silver-level bat monkey, and flew back to camp. His heart still reminisced over the iron ore. Maybe I should covertly mine and stockpile a bit every night, then I can find them again. My mining efficiency is too high. These days, Zidai, Kangis, and the others plan to dig a mine, however, with insufficient manpower and mining requiring iron picks. There isn't enough iron to make extravagant iron picks. Hey. At that moment, Zhen Jin's expression suddenly changed as he leapt through the air. Chapter 119. Emergency War Preparations. It's the Blue Dog Fox Wolf's Magic Beast Core. As the bat monkey Zhen Jin flew through the darkness, he had been using ultrasound to probe around. The silver-level bat monkey's ultrasound could probe up to 2 kilometers. Just now, at the edge of the 2-kilometer range, Zhen Jin had discovered great amounts of bat monkeys and flying squirrels. He continued to probe around and quickly found monkey-tail brown bears, crocodile head hammer-tail boas, and other large magic beasts intruding into his probing range. They've come. As far this moment was concerned, Zhen Jin had foreseen it. However, when it truly happened, his heart still sank. What shocked Zhen Jin was the Corps' perfectly straight marching route. Their target was clearly the camp. Can I camouflage myself, approach the blue dog fox wolves, and kill them? As this thought flashed, Zhen Jin's heart echoed with a warning. It was an excellent warrior intuition, and Zhen Jin had always believed it. Since awakening on this island, each time this intuition appeared, it was never mistaken. Zhen Jin thought of how the blue dog fox wolf he had killed sadly howled before dying. It seems this beast passed on much crucial information, not only my plan to lure, conceal, and sneak attack it, but also the camp's position. Zhen Jin quickly returned to the crucial spot, put on his clothes and equipment, and sprinted back to camp. As he approached the camp gate in the forest, he slowed his steps to prevent the guards from shooting him on accident. Lord Zhen Jin. Lord Zhen Jin has returned. The guards shouted and saluted one after the other after discovering Zhen Jin. But after a moment, they heard Zhen Jin say, "Quickly, send out 3 whistling arrows and mobilize everyone. We must wage war." After a few breaths, the whistling arrow's sharp sound tore through the curtain of night. Most of the sleeping people were roused. What is that sound? It seems like a whistling arrow. Then the people heard another whistling arrow. They immediately left their beds, quickly put on their equipment, and left either their tents or the wooden house. At this time, they heard yet another whistling arrow. 3 whistling arrows represents the most critical moment. The enemy, where's the enemy? The sailors in the barracks were shouting. On the other hand, Zhongyi and the mercenaries were calmer and tidier. Zhongji left his tent. It was troublesome to put on his steel armor. What is going on? Triple Blade immediately met with him and replied, Lord Zhen Jin has returned from his nightly patrol with important military intelligence. Soon, the Magic Beast Corps will attack the barracks. Lord Zhen Ren has requested we give up the camp and garrison the barracks. We still have roughly 10 minutes. Zongji pressed down the doubts in his heart. He knew Zhen Ren would not joke about this. The majestic half-beastman raised his head, looked around, and loudly commanded, "Gather all of your food and water immediately! We are abandoning our tents and entering the barracks." Zongji trained in the army, he understood the value and importance of an army's speed. 10 minutes was not long, it was a short amount of time. Because Zongji's group still needed to cooperate with the sailors in the construction of defenses. As Zongji, Triple Blade, and their people quickly hurried from their camp, in the open space behind the gate, Zhen Ren, Xi Suo, Hai, Jiwan, Zi Dai, and Kang Xu were examining a map. After seeing Zongji arrive, Zhen Ren nodded to him and took the initiative to explain. "During my night patrol, I received my god's instructions. They told me different species of magic beasts gathered into an immense threat and are coming from the northeast. I think that, beside the Blue Dog Fox Wolf Magic Beast Corps, there are no other possibilities." Zongji had no doubts. Since the gods have indicated this, then it is definitely undeniable. "What is the scale of the Magic Beast Corps?" Zongji asked. There were only so many instructions from God. "I am uncertain." Zhen Ren shook his head and wrinkled his brows, but I have guessed that, since the Magic Beast Corps is heading straight for the camp, the Blue Dog Foxwolf must have transferred enough information before it died. Since it is like so, in accordance with a Blue Dog Foxwolf's intelligence, there is no way one decided to attack alone. In this confrontation, it is extremely possible that there will be 2 Blue Dog Fox Wolves attacking simultaneously with an enormous Magic Beast Corps. Zhen Ren really didn't scout it out clearly. Because after he found the Magic Beast Corps' tracks, he immediately leapt with maximum speed to overtake them and notify the camp. After coming to camp, Zhen Ren had been in a constant rush. He had no time to scout again. Zongji and the others nodded. They approved of Zhen Ren's guess and had no doubts. After all, a god's instructions were usually indistinct and even full of metaphorical meaning. For Zhen Ren to receive such a clear oracle was already comparatively rare. Zidi heavily said, "Fortunately, we have already studied how to guard against the Magic Beast Corps' assault, and there were drills for the last several days." Because of this, when Zongji and his group arrived, the barracks guards immediately opened the gate without wasting any valuable time for notifications. But Zongji was still deeply worried. We were training based on old information. If the Magic Beast Corps added new magic beasts that we don't have first-hand knowledge of, I fear these new magic beasts will undermine the entire war situation. Zhen Ren knew what Zongji said was reasonable. He then secretly thought, it seems previous probing did not detect any new magic beasts. However, I still need to stealthily use ultrasound when people aren't paying attention. After Xi Su heard Zongji's words, he sneered. When marching to war, who can know everything about their enemy? We could only prepare to this degree thanks to Lord Zhen Ren. That is already pretty good. Don't tell me you are not content? Haiwan added on, the defense laid out is already strong. Don't forget, we even retained a reserve squad. If that is out of the question, we can act on our original plan to break out. Abandoning the barracks is also possible. Zongji slightly frowned and didn't say anything. Giving up the barracks, as far as everyone was concerned, this would only be chosen as a last resort. Building this stronghold consumed a great amount of everyone's time and manpower, and everyone paid a bigger price purging the surrounding beast groups. However, nowadays everyone had not gained from it yet. They gathered wood and used most of it to build the barracks and crossbows. They still needed more wood to make a ship. The barracks now, after going through an energetic remodeling, was already vastly different than when Zhen Jin set eyes on it for the first time. The original wooden fence already vanished and had been replaced with a wooden wall. This wall was built entirely out of tree trunks. To build it, first tree trunks were selected, then they were debarked, and their base was burned. Finally, it was inserted into the earth's depths. The tree trunks were arranged to be inseparably closed. At the same time, they were fastened with hemp rope to form a wooden wall. 2 wooden walls were built, with planks in between them to form a walkway for people. Behind the wooden wall, there were large ladders to let people climb up and down, while simultaneously supporting the wooden wall. The biggest constructor of the wooden wall was the boat craftsman's foster son, the Giant. The giant bloodline gave him formidable strength, adding on his tall stature that allowed him to be a natural crane and peel driver. He was the barracks' biggest manpower. The tree wall even had traps and a main moat that he dug out. More and more bonfires were being lit. Good firewood had already been prepared to prevent a night battle. The raging blaze illuminated the barracks like the day. Beasts could see many things at night, but ordinary human eyes could not. Zhen Jin stood on the most forward wall. He slightly opened his mouth and quietly produced ultrasound waves. Regarding practical value, ultrasound was better than the lizard eyes. Because human ears could not hear ultrasound, but humans could see the lizard eyes. Of course, this was a result of Zhen Jin's diligent training. Human bodies could produce ultrasound. Zhen Jin secretly used the core to transform his trachea, vocal cords, and nasal cavity to that of a silver-level bat monkey. But on the surface, nothing unusual could be discovered. He still had the external form of a human. Before, he had transformed into a bat monkey with a lizard head and used it to bully a monkey-tailed brown bear to death. In fact, the true problem of multi-transformations lay in his body's interior. When Zhen Jin transformed a green lizard venom pouch, he had to arrange it in the bat monkey's thoracic cavity. A bat monkey's thoracic cavity originally had a pair of strong lungs inside it, but in order to place a venom pouch in it, Zhen Jin directly canceled one lung to make sufficient space. Anyways, the sound wave attack had a weak effect on the monkey-tail brown bear, thus using one bat monkey lung was sufficient. The results of the probe quickly appeared in Zhen Jin's heart. The magic beast core was huge. It had twice the amount of the dead blue dog fox wolves. Zhen Jin also saw a familiar-looking strong life, white rhinoceros. What made him more inwardly fearful was that the magic beast core did not have many bat monkeys. According to common sense, bat monkeys are the most common creature in this forest. But these 2 blue dog-fox wolves did not incorporate these magic beasts. Rather, they chose other kinds. Don't tell me in that blue dog-fox wolf's dying words it also divulged that we possessed thick smoke that could restrain bat monkeys. If that happened, without many opportunities to use its abilities, the thick smoke's actual combat value would rapidly decrease. A portion of Zidai's preparations also failed. Zhen Jin still took notes. It seemed the flying squirrels were the largest group in the Magic Beast Corps. This was very troublesome. Flying squirrels had small bodies, moved quickly, and were difficult to aim at. Flying squirrels can even discharge electricity if that happened near a body, its threat to a human would rise dramatically. More and more monkey-tail brown bears and crocodile-head hammer-tail boas appeared. There were even 3 strong, live white rhinoceros. As Zhen Ren probed, his brows could not help but wrinkle. Hold on, they actually divided their army. After a moment, Zhen Ren's heart shook upon realizing how important that information was. The Magic Beast Corps divided into 2, with each part being guided by a blue dog fox wolf. The comparatively larger portion was still making a beeline at the gate. Although the other portion was smaller, it consisted of mostly flying squirrel magic beasts. Without huge bodies like monkey-tail brown bears encumbering it, the small magic beast corpse march quickened. It also created a low sound at the same time to conceal itself from men. The barracks' defenses must be adjusted relevantly as soon as possible. The battle hadn't yet begun, yet Zhen Ren's head was sweating coldly. Chapter 120. God, I ask you to grant me bright eyes. The blue dog fox wolves were too cunning. Their tactics were as treacherous and murderous as before. How abominable! What can I do? Zhen Ren grinded his teeth. He could not directly warn everyone, as it would surely lead to suspicions. However, if he did not warn them, could he really watch helplessly as both blue dog fox wolves had their way? In the end, the enemy was stronger than me. In these brief days, the Magic Beast Corps had already expanded to this degree. Everyone had to do their utmost. There couldn't be any mistakes if they hoped to win. They're almost here. On the wooden wall, Bexisu narrowed his eyes with a dry mouth and tongue. The tranquil night forest became restless. Nocturnal birds flew away, while snakes and mice fled. The sounds of the beast groups became more and more distinct. Bat monkeys screeched, flying squirrels squeaked, monkey-tail brown bears roared, and strong, live white rhinoceros surged forward. These sounds mixed together resembled an incorporeal and gigantic mallet that was constantly hammering at the morale of everyone. A sailor swallowed his saliva, and as he gripped his crossbow, the shivers on his body became more and more distinct. His trembling finger pulled the trigger, shooting out an arrow. This arrow was immediately followed by other fired arrows, forming a thinly spread arrow curtain. The others were amazed. Zissou reacted. He soon verbally abused them. What are you guys doing? Calm down. Everyone calm down. Iron arrows were limited and very precious. A dozen iron arrows had been squandered for nothing. This made all of the nervous sailors feel ashamed, with many of them bowing their heads. On the contrary, Triple Blade's mercenaries did not shoot, however they were just as tense as the sailors. Who knew what the future held? It was as unclear as the pitch black forest before them. After all, no one could know the result or who would survive. For a moment, even if it were Lan Ziao, Haiwan, or someone else, all of them revealed their worry to some extent. At this time, everyone heard Zhen Ren's prayer. Grand Emperor Shengming, my God, my master. Your knight is on the eve of war and will practice your teachings. Thanks to your favor, I am armed to the teeth. I have put on the belt of honesty, the glasses of bravery, the shoes of peace, and the helmet of salvation. However, the night is a dense fog that blocks my field of vision. God, I ask you to grant me bright eyes. Let me see the enemy's power clearly and let me lead everyone towards victory. This was unusual. This time Zhen Jin prayed publicly and loudly. Many people heard it clearly. One after the other, everyone looked expectantly toward Zhen Jin. However, after a dozen breaths, Zhen Jin, as per usual, had no holy light descending onto his body. How could this be? Failure? Don't tell me God isn't keeping an eye on our fight? Everyone's hearts were frantic. Damn it. Zongji could not help but curse in his heart. He knew more inside information. Not all prayers were successful. Gods could not watch every single person at the same time. It is true to say Emperor Shang Ming's gaze stopped on every Templar Knight. However, there were 9 Templar Knight legions, with each legion having tens of thousands of members. Every Templar Knight prayer ahead of a battle that was answered with a divine spell was recorded in the history books. On the whole, at least one Templar legion was praying together, with one or several Templar Knight commanders presiding over them, when they were fighting 10,000 or more, or perhaps when they were in the most critical battle of a military campaign. In addition to this, under normal circumstances, divine spells relied on sacrifices from the bishop or priest accompanying the army. It is impossible to get a response from Emperor Shang Ming for every fight, choice, duel, and so on a Templar Knight engages throughout their life. In fact, the death of one Templar Knight is nothing to Emperor Shang Ming. He was a living god and the emperor that controlled the entire human empire. The empire once lost the entire 5th Templar Knight Legion, but were able to quickly rebuild it within a few years. As a result, when a Templar Knight's prayer before battle goes unanswered, it isn't a big deal. Another way to say it is that it was normal and very probable. But the general public did not understand this. Now that everyone saw Zhen Jin's prayer had no response, they became even more flustered, as expected. In the end, he is still a youngster, with insufficient battle experience. Just as Zhang Gi believed Zhen Jin was mistaken. Zhen Jin's body trembled. He tightly closed his eyes, cried in pleasant surprise, and unexpectedly shouted, "I can see!" The people were expressionless. Zhen Jin immediately turned around and commanded everyone, "Quickly, the Magic Beast Corps has 2 blue dog fox wolves. They have already divided their force. One is leading the bigger force straight at the gate. The other is leading a flying squirrel group to flank the camp." The people blankly listened to this. Then, Zhen Jin gave a detailed account of the enemy's composition. He told them how many monkey-tail brown bears, crocodile head hammer-tail boas, bat monkeys, and other magic beasts there were. These 2 things pleasantly surprised everyone. For Zhen Jin to speak in such detail definitely made it real. As a Templar Knight, it was impossible for him to lie in the name of a god at such a critical moment, because he would not benefit from it, and it was easy to expose. His prayer really succeeded. Zongji spat and lamented, "This Zhen Jin indeed still has good luck. Are the blue dog fox wolves really magic beasts? To unexpectedly divide one's army, that is too cunning. We've received Emperor Shang Ming's illumination. This proves the gods have blessed this battle. We can definitely win." For a moment, morale increased sharply, until finally, the forward Magic Beast Corps rushed out of the forest and into everyone's line of sight. Look quickly. It's just like what Lord Zhen Ren said. That's right, there are so many magic beasts. We must prevail, brothers. We have God's protection. If Zhen Ren did not warn them in the first place, everyone, upon suddenly seeing this enormous magic beast core, would feel an unavoidable feeling of dread, fear, and other negative emotions. But Zhen Ren had prepared them ahead of time. Thus, everyone was not bewildered by the amount of magic beasts. On the contrary, morale rose again. With God's gaze, everyone had ample stamina. Don't speak of the magic beast core. Even when confronting a large, myriad-sized beastman tribe, they would be fearlessly calm. The magic beast corps did not think of reorganizing their formation. After rushing out of the forest, they exploded to their maximum speed as they charged at the camp's large gate. Unless it was a castle, a camp's wooden gate was usually its weakest spot. Prepare, fire! Sisu loudly roared. The volley of crossbow fire formed a thin arrow curtain. Under the arrow curtain, many bat monkeys and flying squirrels died. The monkey-tail brown bears, strong life white rhinoceros, and other magic beasts were hit. However, they continued to charge ahead. Their speeds even rose somewhat, with the injuries and pain arousing their fearsome nature. Everyone was a good archer. They did not treat the large magic beasts as the primary target. Rather, they wanted to first annihilate the flying magic beasts. The bat monkeys suffered the most, followed by the flying squirrels. Newly made crossbows combined with iron arrows made the bat monkeys and flying squirrels suffer much damage. The blue dog foxwolf was indifferently hiding in a secret place within the forest. Not many bat monkeys were subdued to begin with, and with the thick smoke interference, they were not in a powerful position. Most of the flying squirrel elites were with the other blue dog foxwolf. The ones here were cannon fodder, nothing more. In short, attracting fire was them displaying their proper function. Their true hopes were still the galloping magic beasts on the ground. However, the ground in front of the camp gate was level, and it was not empty. Revolving around the camp as a ring, false horses and stakes had been installed. In addition, there were also large rocks the giant had moved. The strong-life rhinoceroses, monkey-tail brown bears, and crocodile-head hammer-tail boas barged through and broke every obstruction in their way. However, their charging speed also had an unavoidable decline. After the obstruction area, they came to the trap area. Smoke and dust sprung up everywhere. An ordinary person could walk across the pitfall's concealment, but the concealment could not support a monkey-tail brown bear's body weight. The strong-life, white rhinoceroses and crocodile-head hammer-tail boas were even heavier. Thus, the large magic beasts successively fell into the pitfalls. After considering the blue dog foxwolf's human intellect, everyone knew the gate was the camp's weakest point. Thus, they concentrated most of their traps and obstructions here. For a moment, the monkey-tail brown bears and strong-life white rhinoceroses could not escape. However, the crocodile-head hammer-tail boas easily climbed out of the pitfalls. Their bodies were too big. Besides, one hole usually had a few magic beasts inside. The most forward hole had the most magic beasts in it. With these magic beasts lying on each other, a few monkey-tail brown bears already managed to climb out. Everyone on the wooden wall began to turn their firepower on suppressing the trapped magic beasts. The largest crocodile-head hammer-tail boa with the thickest skin still managed to charge the wooden wall. With its chest out and head high, it crazily climbed up the wall until its enormous crocodile head was level with everyone. "I have been waiting for you." Zhenji laughed grimly. He had been preparing for a long time. Seeing the crocodile head reveal itself, he tightly gripped and swung the gigantic hammer with all of his strength. The gigantic white bone hammer fierce sweep caused a gale. Bang! The gigantic hammer ruthlessly struck the top of the crocodile head, directly stunning the crocodile head hammertail boa and making its body soft. It resembled a falling siege ladder as it in a loud bang, shaking the wooden wall in its wake. But there was no time to cheer, because there were 3 silver-level magic beasts charging at them. 2 monkey-tail brown bears and 1 strong white rhinoceros. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out and accurately hit 3 magic beast eyes. Everyone looked at once. They saw Zhen Ren handling a waist crossbow behind them. He had 2 people behind him. These 2 were wounded and had limited combat strength, however they could still pull Zhen Ren's crossbows. Zhen Ren had just fired 3 waist crossbows. Both monkey-tail brown bears fell to the ground. Their palms tried to pull out the arrow in their eye as the pain made them scream. But the strong life-white rhinoceros could endure silently. Even if its left eye was shot blind, it still charged. Perhaps simply because it could not adapt its field of view, or because of the pain, its originally straight charge ended up running into the crocodile head hammer tail boa's torso.